Prefatory Note to Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. Prefatory Note. So many books dealing with natural history subjects have of late years been written that a preface has become as necessary as an apology for adding to the number as for briefly setting forth the subject matter of a book. While claiming the forbearance of the reader, I would like to state that the following notes and observations are taken from the many entries made in my notebooks during a period of a quarter of a century, and relate to the fauna of the neighbourhood of Great Yarmouth. It is possible that some of the entries may prove interesting as recording certain traits and habits of the birds and animals of that locality previously unnoticed by naturalists. There may be some originality worthy of notice, and some value may attach to these notes and observations, owing to their dealing with a period during which great changes have taken place in the habitat of the local fauna. They photograph and preserve, as it were, much that future naturalists may not even hope to meet with. The notes are arranged not so much systematically as chronologically. I have begun with almost my first entry in 1878, since which time I have made it the concluding task of each day to jot down anything worth noting that has occurred. It may not be superfluous to add that so far as love of the observation of natural phenomena is concerned, it must have been born with me. My earliest remembered toddles were in pursuit of the crawling, fluttering, flying things around me. Somewhat unfortunately, my hours of leisure and recreation were, until very recently, exceedingly scanty, and my rambles had perforce to be taken either before 7 in the morning or after that hour in the evening. It will be noticed that in the notes dates have been freely given. This will be useful, perhaps, to other naturalists, besides adding value to the separate records. It may be not out of place to add that, since 1891, I have entirely discarded the gun as a help to observation, and have derived comparably more real pleasure and interest in the pursuit of wildlife with the field glass than I ever did with a fowling piece. I only regret that so many incidents mentioned herein should relate to slaughter and sport. Arthur Henry Patterson, July 1904. End of Prefatory Note. Section 1 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 1. Swallows' Nesting Sites. The swallow is extremely capricious in its choice of locations for the building of its nest, the chief object of its solicitude apparently being immunity from the inclemency of the weather rather than suitability or comfort of the situation. In the summer of 1878, a pair built their nest in the hold of the old ship Agnes, a brigantine of the days of Nelson, that had been scuttled and sunk at the entrance of a creek or drain on Breydon in order to divert the current. Several feet of water were in the hold of the vessel, no great space intervening between the surface of the water and the deck. The little mud cradle, suspended on a beam, was half circular in shape. The parent birds had access through the open hatchway, and were delighted eventually to see their progeny all safely started in life, notwithstanding the fact that at high water their tiny domicile was suspended in the centre of 2,000 acres of not always placid salt water. For some years there has been noticed here, as in many other localities, a steady falling off in the numbers of swallows frequenting the town. Certain old chimneys, peopled by successive generations, even having been deserted. A pair built in a shaft erected immediately over a main sewer for the purposes of ventilation, probably the most offensive spot on earth they could have discovered. They frequented it for some years. Those quaint old windmills, which affect so much of the drainage of the marshes and adjacent lowlands, and which give such a picturesque appearance to the flat landscape, are favourite quarters of this species, whose nests are found inside them, in the most curious of situations. The birds in most cases enter and leave the mill through broken window panes, or a decayed and crumbled corner of a door or shutter, sometimes through some niche above a misfitting door or shutter. I have overhauled several mills and been astonished at the spots chosen by the erratic birds. Into a beam a marshman had driven a large nail to serve, probably, as a clothes peg. To this beam was attached a half circular nest, the bottom of it resting on the spike, which still protruded a couple of inches beyond it. This portion served as a perch to the bird temporarily off duty, as the accumulated droppings on the floor below bore testimony to. In another instance a brick had crumbled away in the mill wall, and a swallow appropriated the vacant space, placing in one corner a nest the quarter of a circle in shape. Another erected its nest on the top of a crossbeam, which was a mere circular raised rim, deeper certainly, but very like a quoit. Inside this circle was a sprinkling of grass bents, horsehair, and a few small white feathers dropped by the marsh ducks. On one occasion I found a nest built saucer shaped on a beam. It was quite detached, and my removing and replacing it did not seem much to disturb or concern the parent birds. Another, built half circular, was attached to the main shaft of a mill, the droppings from the birds forming a complete circle on the floor, caused by the shaft turning when the mill was in use. Of course, the nest did not always stop in the same position, but it was very evident that the parents thought this nothing unusual, for they successfully saw their labours ended. A low, one-arched bridge, just above the marsh level, crosses a wide ditch at Tunstall near Acle, a few miles from Yarmouth. The railway runs over it, and a stout iron rod bisects the arch, only a foot or two from the water. On this rod, in 1896, two pairs of swallows balanced their nests, each very like an inverted saucepan lid in shape. They lined them with horsehair and rook's feathers. Onto this crazy support they fixed their nests by bracket-like attachments of mud daubed on below as if to shore them up. Here, for all the frequent roar and rumble above, and often furious draughts below, all but one or two eggs were hatched out. Surely an odd place upon which to attach a nest was a swinging half door in an old disused outhouse, perched upon the windswept sandcliffs at Scratby. The door must have swung with every puff of wind. A still more curious sight was the open top of a pint mug left on the shelf of a marsh shepherd's hut. Easy entrance was gained through a circular hole cut for the stovepipe. The mouth of the mug appeared to have been first crossed by grass bents, fastened securely by mud mortar to the edges. Upon this platform a nest as large as a shallow breakfast cup was constructed, and eggs laid therein. A swallow was observed flitting in and out of a mill tower as late as the 25th of December. The occurrence created some surprise, and on a marshman repairing to the mill, to his astonishment he found a young bird suspended from the nest by a horsehair, its leg having become entangled in a loop, which held it a prisoner. The old bird's joy on seeing its offspring released was touching, and there is every reason to believe they spent their new year in a sunnier clime. Fortunately it had been an exceptionally mild winter, or probably both would have perished. It is probable that to sleep under more peaceful and comfortable conditions than their parasite haunted nesting quarters afford them, the swallows and their kindred resort in the late summer and autumn to the extensive reed beds margining the Broads. Here they roost by hundreds and sometimes thousands. They finish the labours of the day by taking short flights to and fro before settling for the night. A confused chattering heralds the dawn, and before daylight has given definiteness of aspect to the mazy labyrinths of reed and rush, they have already begun their daily occupation above and around. In the dim twilight they remind one of snowflakes twirling about. In August they are astir 2 hours after midnight. Within a few feet of a throw from a water wheel driven by a steam drainage mill, a ligger or plank spans a sluice connected with the river Bure. People are constantly walking over the ligger, yet in spite of this a pair of swallows attach their nest beneath it. Surely the birds, with very little trouble, could have secured a far quieter as well as more comfortable site. Stranded rock birds. Few resorts of the naturalist are of greater interest to him than the tide mark on the seashore, for there are constantly to be found there objects claiming his attention and varying with the seasons or the ever-changing moods of old ocean. Amongst them the sports of accident and misadventure figure largely, and there is always the possibility, and even probability, of discovering amongst the commonplace and familiar debris creatures of rare or curious interest. It has been my practice, usually after strong northerly gales or easterly winds of undue continuance or boisterousness, to hunt along the line of flotsam flung upon the strand by the farthest reaching billows. Most noticeable among the birds which mishap brings there are the various rock birds, under which title may be included the puffin, the guillemot, the razorbill, and the little auk. In recent years the guillemot (Uria troili) has been the most frequent and numerous sufferer, whereas in the '70s and before the razorbill (Alca torda) preponderated. These rock birds can hardly lay claim to the title of local birds. They are simply wayfarers brought into the neighbourhood by their persistent following of the herring, or, as in the case of the puffin, Fraticula artica, and the little auk, Mergulus alla, when on migration north and south, to and from their nesting quarters. At such times, when a set-in of bad weather disturbs the surface of the sea, the pelagic fishes on which they prey seek deeper waters. The birds, too, buffeted by winds and waves, become exhausted and starved, and are gradually driven shorewards, where the breakers complete their discomfiture. At such times, feeble birds may be observed making spasmodic efforts to escape beyond the breaking surf, and occasionally partially succeeding, only to be buffeted again into the fatal breakers and eventually thrown ashore dead or incapacitated. I have seen wearied out birds sitting doubled up on the margin of the highest wave sweep. On occasion they would make a strenuous effort and wildly scuttle into the wash and get out again, and at chance times they have taken wing, only to fall into the trough of the sea just beyond the curl of the billows. After severe gales I have found numbers strewn dead along the tide mark, feather bedraggled and stiff-limbed. Guillemots found alive and placed in an aviary invariably die. All that I have tried to coax back into life and health have survived but a few hours, or a day or two at the outside. Even birds taken at sea under more favourable conditions cannot be made to feed, and cramming seems of little use. They scramble about for a while most awkwardly, and in nearly every case are found, with wings extended, dead upon their breasts next morning. Birds taken from their native rocks uninjured, even after coming on to feed, die one by one. On dissection, many birds that I have picked up on the beach have been observed to be without the least particle of fatty matter, the breastbone being very prominent, and the tissues between the flesh and the skin peculiarly bubbled or inflated with air. The late Mr J. H. Gurney records in the Zoologist that on the 11th of May 1851 vast numbers were found on the shore between Cromer and Yarmouth, one man collecting, for manure, 4 cartloads, partly composed of seaweeds, but principally of dead birds. Little Auk. The little auk, too, has often been a sufferer from adverse winds. The same conditions of weather apply to these as to the guillemots, but whereas the guillemots are seldom found dead or dying beyond the reach of the high water mark, this little rock bird, as if endeavouring to get beyond the fury of the elements, even makes inland, to fall eventually from exhaustion, sometimes in the oddest of places, in someone's garden, in a village churchyard, or in the roadway. Unlike its larger relatives, the little auk is a frequenter of the deeper waters, and seldom approaches the shore unless driven towards it by stress of weather, and it seems to me that it is during the period of migration that local casualties are most to be noted. From the following notes, the reader may form his own conclusions on this subject. The north east gales of March End in 1900 were fatal to many rock birds. On the 2nd and 3rd of April, between Yarmouth and Winterton, several puffins and little auks were found stranded. The numbers noted were 30 little auks, 2 razorbills, 1 great northern diver, 2 guillemots, 20 puffins. 50 dead puffins, mostly immature, were counted in a 3-mile walk late in previous February. After a week's heavy easterly winds, in March 1901, I went to Ormsby, walking home by the beach. At the base of the cliffs, in places, a great deal of drift had been blown, and amongst it a number of unfortunate rock birds. I found several guillemots, puffins, and little auks, only 2 or 3 of the former being in a fit state to bring away, their rather rapid decomposition and the onslaughts of rooks and crows having spoiled them. 2 razorbills gilled themselves in a herring net not far from the shore when pursuing herrings, among which they themselves perished, on the 8th of February 1890. On the 1st of January 1895, a little auk was shot on Breydon, and some excitement in gunning circles was created by the event. Subsequently, through stress of weather, Norfolk was invaded by weary little travellers of this species, and before the end of the month 285 had been recorded. I met with a stuffed example of the little auk in March 1902, in which the white neck was continued round the occiput. Mr B. Dye, a blind naturalist, was, as Mr J. H. Gurney remarks, the first to notice this variation in a specimen taken a year previously. This he imagines to be the perfect winter plumage. Kittiwake gull. The least frequently seen of the smaller local gulls is the kittiwake, Rissa tridactyla. It is a peculiarly marine species, spending much of its time far out at sea, and is only to be observed near shore in stormy weather, or more usually passing high overhead inland in tumbling erratic flight. Severe gales occasionally prove too much for the bird's endurance, and at times many perish, to be presently toppled ashore and become a prey to the hooded crows. I found no fewer than 30 mixed up with dead razorbills along the beach on the 16th of February 1890. In a day or two but mere remnants remain, the wings attached to the clean-picked sternum being found scattered here and there. In very severe and protracted frosts, these fragments are again overhauled, and every muscular particle left is torn out and devoured. Swallow migrations. The passing away of the swallows in autumn to sunnier lands, where they delight to spend those months of absence from us, is, to them, a somewhat momentous matter. For days previous, they have been holding twittering congress in the reed beds at the Broad margins, varied with short periods of reflection in long black lines upon the nearest telegraph wires. Or, if in the town itself, have gathered together upon some sloping roof facing the east, as if welcoming the sun's warm rays. And yet, with all this demonstration, they usually manage to slip away unobserved, and it is only on very rare occasions that we are privileged to see them actually travelling south. In the 80s I observed a continuous stream of swallows flying past me, just over the housetops, forging ahead silently and swiftly. Each bird had about a cubic yard of space to himself. As this flight took place over the town, I could not estimate the width of the flock, but it was an unbroken procession which continued for nearly half an hour. On the 8th of October 1892 I was rambling upon the northern sandhills, when I presently found myself in the midst of a similar emigration. Silently and persistently as before, the birds trooped by, some just skimming over the marram grasses, others passing by at a higher altitude. I could have caught many easily with a landing net. Even here I could not estimate the extent of the flock. They seemed as difficult to calculate as the flakes of a snowstorm. It is noticeable that odd birds occasionally remain behind. Probably it may be some late hatched youngster fearful to travel, or perhaps an old bird anxiously awaiting the fledging of a belated brood. Such birds look sadly out of place flitting to and fro before the yellowing reed clumps in the pelting rain, or snatching at the flies dejectedly hanging around our windows, or dully resting under the eaves on a sunnier side of the house. Well into November one year I watched from day to day a pair of birds feeding their progeny, which they had at length to leave to their fate. This fact may help to account for the young dead birds found now and again in the nests on the marsh mills, or lying shrivelled on the floor, the poor weak things having fluttered out of the nest in their endeavours to follow their anxious parents. I think it was in 1895 that on Boxing Day a swallow was shot on the Denes. Hungry crows. During a severe spell of frost in February 1879, Breydon became almost completely frozen over, broken only here and there by a narrow wake in a strongly tidied run. The marshlands were covered with snow, and the hooded crows became exceedingly hungry and bold. Some wildfowl resting upon the ice attracted the attention of one of the punt gunners, who contrived, after some skilful manoeuvring, to get within range of them. Pulling the trigger, he succeeded in killing a couple, but before he could manage to secure his victims, a party of watchful hoodies fell upon the ducks and began tearing them to pieces before his very eyes. Snatching up a shoulder gun, he let fly at them, laying 3 dead upon the ice, when he scrambled out and secured them all. On similar occasions, when hard pressed, it is interesting to watch these sturdy birds carefully patrolling the ice and the flint walls in search of crippled or dead wildfowl, and patches of blood dotting the ice or snow, with a few scattered feathers lying about amid a confusion of crow footprints, are wonderfully suggestive. Here a gull has been torn to pieces, and there a dead fowl. A well-defined series of double footprints, leading towards a common centre, mark where a hungry crow alighted and walked in to help his companion. Occasionally one can discern, by a tinier blood spot and a very few dottings of the hoodie's toes, where a hapless dunlin was discovered, bolted almost, if not altogether, whole, and the finder had departed without more ado in search of other carrion or victims. When fairly on the hunt, the hooded crow will single out a dunlin from a flock and deliberately chase it down, nor will he hesitate, when hard pressed, to skin a dead comrade and devour him. I have found the skins of guillemots, rooks, and small gulls turned inside out by crows as neatly as could have been done by a taxidermist, and certainly with greater apparent ease. And I have known a hoodie appropriate half a coconut, washed up on the beach, and clean out the contents. And the vile meals this bird contentedly makes off carrion beggar description. Altogether, in this locality, the hooded crow is deserving of protection. I do not think the numbers visiting us to-day are so great as 30 years ago. Hoodie has a decided partiality for mussels. Old Breydoners affirm that in severe weather, when the tide has fallen and the runs or deeper channels were clear of ice, the hooded crow repaired thither and sought for these molluscs. Wrenching one from its byssus fastenings, the bird would fly up to a certain height and drop it upon the hard surface of the ice, descending to devour the contents at its leisure. Failing to smash it at the first attempt, the bird would drop it from a yet greater height until the desired end was attained. The same thing obtains in open weather, the bivalves being dropped upon the flint walls and the broken fragments discussed upon the grass-bare apex of the wall above. In certain spots, quite an accumulation of broken shells is to be found in the winter. Hooded crows are seen in considerable numbers on the flats when collecting for the northern flight at March end. Hundreds, many of them apparently paired, were seen there on the 31st of March 1898. The latest recorded were 5 on the 11th of May 1900. 4 were seemingly trying to persuade a drooping-winged comrade to try and risk the journey. My earliest record of returning birds is the 22nd of June 1896, when I saw 6 on the marshes. Swifts. It has always been a puzzle to me what becomes of the annual increase of the swift. From my earliest remembrance, some 6 pairs of these birds have yearly made their nesting quarters in the eaves of an old house on the quay, facing the south, about 100 yards or so north of the Haven Bridge. Regularly they put in an appearance about the middle of May, the dates varying slightly according to the winds, from the 12th to the 17th. In course of time, about 30 individuals may be counted, and their elders' early summer sweeps and curvetings are noisily repeated by the younger members of the community. Swifts are singularly rhythmical in their merry wheelings to and fro, the whole body curving off to the right or left, or in mounting with circular rushes in unison, as if impelled by a common impulse. In fine weather, and again in stormy, they are often given to vociferous screaming, as if rioting were necessary to express the joy of living their shrill notes seem to imply. Various high-flying flies appear to be their favourite prey. I have found a teaspoonful of flies stowed away in the gullet of a dead swift. The St Mark's fly, Bibio marci, is assiduously pursued. On 2 occasions I have found dead swifts on the steeple balcony at the base of the spire of St Nicholas Church, and in each instance the blowfly had discovered the carcasses, a depression in the atmosphere having most probably carried the scent earthwards. The birds had, no doubt, struck the steeple in their late evening flight. In the autumn, just before leaving, great numbers used to fly along the sandhills, covering many miles in their flight backwards and forwards. End of section 1. Section 2 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 2. Woodcock Mishaps. The woodcock is today a very uncertain visitor, much less common than in the earlier half of the last century. This, maybe, is due to the ruthless collecting of eggs which has for years gone on in its northern haunts. Certainly the alteration of its one time suitable feeding grounds in this locality has largely tended to its banishment from here. With the early October moon, woodcock shooters used to hope for a north westerly wind. On its first arrival it was looked for among the marram covered sandhills, where it dropped in to rest after its fatiguing flight across the sea, and the market gardens, now mostly built upon, were a favourite resort. The Reverend Richard Lubbock, in his Fauna of Norfolk, speaks of 10 couples being shot on one occasion by one sportsman. Although I have never myself seen the bird actually arrive, I know of a number of instances where it has been seen to land. Its usual habit is to come in on bright moonlight nights. Many untoward happenings to the poor immigrant are on record. One alighted on the beach and bunched itself in a sitting attitude under the lee of a boat. There a coastguardsman espied it, promptly took off his jacket and flung it over the bird. Another alighted on a rail on the Britannia pier and immediately went to sleep. An angler dropped his rod and tried to seize it, but it promptly awoke and slipped through his fingers. 2 or 3 have from time to time dashed against the telegraph wires. In one instance, so forcible was the impact that the breastbone was cut in two. A woodcock entangled itself in some herring lint hanging against a fowl run, and was taken out, a bunch of ruffled and broken feathers. Others have been picked up tired out in the street, one in a stable and others in equally unlikely places. The majority of my first arrivals are noted between the 10th and 15th of October. On the 21st of November 1900, a woodcock captured in a warehouse in the town came into my possession. It became tame in a day or two and would take worms out of the hand, pecking at my fingers petulantly if held out without food, and at the same time uttering a not unpleasant purring note. It lived several days in my possession, and during that time partook eagerly of honest side-eye, strips of fish, liver and meat, but it gradually pined and died. I have always understood that the cock was difficult to keep in confinement, and I took great pains to prove the contrary. I have kept a great variety of species in my time, but never an easier managed one, save for satisfying its hunger, and here I failed. I am satisfied that it is next to impossible to succeed in doing so, for it would require one man's time devoted entirely to digging and otherwise collecting worms for its sustenance. The following are varying weights of this bird, which under ordinary circumstances is plump and heavy. November 1881. Example, 11 ounces. January 17th, 1890. Example, 15 ounces. January 30th, 1897. Example, 7 1/4 ounces. November 2nd, 1902. Example, 12 ounces. November 28th, 1902. Example, 14 ounces. Only once have I found an undamaged dead migratory woodcock washed up by the sea. This was on the 24th of December 1899. It was a small dark variety and exceedingly fat. Incoming of larks. Amongst the most regular and observable of the migrants arriving in autumn is the skylark. Usually steadily, in small compact flocks, varying from half a dozen to 50 in number, they are to be seen at all hours of the day flitting overhead, at times flock succeeding flock so incessantly that on either hand it is seldom a lark is beyond one's vision. This occurs in October, and the bird, from what I have observed of it, prefers to start upon its journey in fairly still weather. At daybreak the advanced flocks are seen trooping in, their scattered bands, in undulating flight, moving very near the surface of the sea. As the day brightens, succeeding flocks, flying higher and higher, at length pass over, often far beyond gunshot. They fly due east to west. It is rarely they settle upon the sands, but press on to the marshlands, still flying inland without halting if the passage has not proved wearisome. At times they are glad to rest a short space on the sandhills. They do not always escape untoward changes in the atmosphere. Occasionally wing-weary flocks alight upon vessels at sea, and swarm too upon the lightships, the lamps of which, looming out brightly upon the dark waters, attract numbers to their vicinity, many bewildered birds striking the lanterns to their own hurt and destruction. Drizzly, murky nights are most fatal to them. On such a night a dudgeon lightsman used to climb the lantern, and catching the birds as they flew around or struck him, wrung their necks and filled his pockets with them. He had gathered the weary birds from the decks and rigging by the bucketful. Principally his captures consisted of larks, mixed with starlings, thrushes, and other birds. If let alone, the birds would sleep huddled up till morning, and then again pursue their journey landwards. Since the lights have been made to revolve, fewer birds are noticed. Lark pies used to be a regular institution on board the ships. Long after dark the larks may be heard trooping in, uttering their well-known call notes, in an endeavour to keep the members of the flock together. Their line of flight at night is low. After a heavy night's influx, I have, at daybreak, found many birds that have been killed by striking the telegraph wires which cross the Denes. Owls, plovers, even ducks have been found thus killed in this locality, and I have picked up the pied flycatcher. That all the larks do not leave Scandinavia under ordinary conditions is apparent by the fact that during a set-in of very severe weather a smaller migration is observed. I have dates as late even as the first week of February, when exceedingly bad weather reached our shores not long behind them. Yet even as early as the 20th of February in 1900 I have seen small bunches departing on the northward return journey, flying direct north east. The larks coming to us in autumn are slightly darker birds than our own. Contrasting strangely with the departure mentioned above, I append the following notes taken from my diary. February 2nd, 1897. Fieldfares and redwings coming over to day from north east to south west in continuous flocks, a regular second immigration. February 3rd, 1897. Larks coming over to day by scores and scores, in fact some big flocks. What does this portend? In the Eastern Daily Press of the 5th of February, HCF asks, "Could any of your readers account for the wonderful migration of larks? Yesterday, the 2nd of February, from early morning until 5 o'clock, continual flocks of larks were passing close to the sea coast, coming from north west, going to south east. The note was signed 3rd of February 1897, Beeston Regis. Very wild weather, with wind blowing from the south east, set in on the 7th. Full meals. A bird is apparently far more concerned about the quantity of its food than its taste or quality. Indeed, so long as that food is its natural supply, its state or condition matters but little, taste having but secondary choice in the selection. I have seen gulls gorged with carrion. An immature herring gull, Larus argentatus, floated upstream beside the putrid carcass of a dog, out of which it pulled flesh, piece after piece, until it could eat no more. Then it heavily took to wing, and settled directly upon a flat, to doze while the digestion began and completed its work. A gull had dropped upon the smooth surface of the sea, right amongst a teeming shoal of herring fry. It had dined so heartily that it could, with difficulty, either lift itself from the water, or be persuaded to do so by repeated stoning, when it flew a short way and settled just beyond arm's fling. In January 1888, two red-throated divers, Colymbus septentrionalis, were shot in the roadstead. They had been greedily devouring herring fry, the larger bird having no less than 42 fish in its crop, the largest one measuring 7 inches in length. In July 1899, I observed a rook busily employed upon the carcass of a stranded dog. A large grey gull, late one evening in May, was busily pulling at some object. Rowing up to it, I found the laggard making a good round meal off a dead hen. The following notes, in their original diary form, may be of interest. December 22nd, 1894. Hundreds of lapwings coming over against a strong north-west gale. Were very tired, and no doubt many were drowned en voyage. December 23rd. Extraordinarily high tide. Indeed, there came up 2 flood tides without an ebb between. Breydon walls broke through, near Burney Arms, through the pressure of the water. Myriads of worms were drowned on the flooded marshes and in the market gardens nearer the town. Another high tide, December 29th. January 3rd, 1895. Gulls fattening on the dead, and now putrefying, worms. There were hundreds of blackheads and a great number of lapwings. They remained feeding there a week. By way of contrast with this substantial spread of good things may be mentioned a grey gull seen enjoying himself immensely with a jellyfish that had been stranded on a mud flat, and which he was doing his best to devour, the gelatinous fragments clinging around and trickling from his bill, being seized and swallowed in a most awkward way. It occurred to me that he was amusing himself rather than seriously making a meal of it. Breydon gulls have a fine time of it during the herring fishery. Much hard ' tack ' and mouldy bread, besides dead fish, float upstream, flung out from the fishing vessels, to the great satisfaction of the omnivorous Laridae. On one occasion several large Norwegian loaves drifted up Breydon and became stranded. The rooks and gulls turned vegetarians for a day or two, and what few crumbs and bottom crusts they rejected or failed to gather up were finished off by the rats on the walls, whither the remnants floated. In May 1902 a heron, standing thigh deep in the water by the edge of a mud flat, caught and bolted several eels and flounders. Having had his fill, he actually amused himself by capturing several others, and these, probably with a feeling of regret, he let escape again. A great black-backed gull was shot by a local gunner. In its descent the wounded bird disgorged no less than 11 herrings. On the 19th of June 1902, after having had their fill of carrion, a parcel of gulls standing on a patch of grass wrack (Zostera marina) in about 3 inches of water, amused themselves by catching the crabs that scrambled about in search of prey. With crabs in their bills, the gulls in turn rose a yard or more, and dropped the astonished crustaceans into the grass again. There was no possible motive, beyond the fun of the exercise, that could have actuated them. I saw a common gull, in July 1903, seize and swallow an eel quite a foot long. It was not an easy nor a passive resister, and for fully 5 minutes the contortions of the astounded fish inside the bird's crop were distinctly visible, making most grotesque swellings and writhings under the throat and breast of the swallower. With commendable determination the bird kept the eel's tail inside, not letting it once protrude in its efforts to back out of such an unwonted place. A bittern was shot a few years since, which appeared to be in uncommonly good plight. On dissection, however, a small pike, 14 inches in length, was discovered in its crop. A great northern diver, disporting itself among the roach on Horsey Mere, was shot and badly wounded by a Broadland gunner. On being hauled into the boat, it threw up 32 fish, some of them large enough to be used as bait. This was in January. The solitary snipe. Every autumn the appearance of the solitary snipe, Gallinago major, was as regularly looked for, up to the late 70s, as was September itself. After this period, in consequence of an increased traffic upon the sandhills and in the locality around, a marked diminution became apparent. Gunners in those days went intentionally in search of them amongst the marrams, where they dropped in tired with their flight. This snipe is usually in good condition on arrival. It " laid " remarkably close, and would allow itself to be all but trodden upon before taking to wing. In 1880 8 were shot in that neighbourhood. It has since yearly become scarcer. Hatching extraordinary. As a local nester, the ringed plover Aegialitis hyaticula was at one time well known. 50 years ago the number of nests ran into 2 figures, but year by year, as traffic increased and rifle practice still more disturbed the peace and quiet of the sandhills in the vicinity of the old North Battery, the sitting pairs became fewer and fewer, until at the present time only 3 or 4 nests are present, although fortunately not always found. In the early 80s, a dozen nests at the outside were counted. In 1877, an old sportsman, out with his gun in the breeding season, then not unlawful, and observing a pair of birds in a great state of alarm, diligently searched and found a nest containing 3 eggs, 4 being the usual number. Concluding they were fresh, he put them in his pocket, and on reaching home placed them in a collar box and put them on a shelf. An hour or so after, hearing "peepee" cries, his attention was naturally directed to the box, and on opening it he discovered a young bird clear of the shell. He placed the other eggs near the fire, and hatched these off shortly after. The poor little things were subsequently killed and "used up" by a taxidermist. Another sportsman of my acquaintance, Mr B. Dye, who made quite a hobby of watching the habits of this species, found an unhatched egg, which he placed in wadding over the top of his oven. This was hatched, as was, 2 years later, a clutch of eggs. He had observed the time of their deposit, and allowed them to remain in the nest until about 4 days before the young birds should make their appearance, and in a similar way they first saw the light on his oven top. They readily fed from my fingers, excepting small earthworms, and might, I am confident, have been easily reared. A day or 2 after, they too, poor chicks, were made into specimens surrounding a couple of stuffed adult birds. Some of the observations made by Mr. Dye and myself may be worth recording. The site locally selected was a long level of mixed shingle and sand. A depression made by a horse's hoof or a specially prepared hollow was rounded off, and what nests I have seen were lined with small white chalky stones, or smooth pieces of shell less in size than a threepenny bit. Occasionally a tuft of sand sedge or a large stone affords a little protection. Chance time, a strong northerly wind has driven the sand drifts so thickly as to completely cover and smooth over the shingle, nests, eggs and all. Mr. Dye alleges that towards the end of incubation the eggs assume almost a vertical position. He believes it to be due to the movements of the young birds inside the shell. Sir Thomas Brown, author of the Natural History of Norfolk, edited by Mr. T. Southall, remarks, "They lay their eggs in the sand and shingle about June, and as the Erengo diggers tell me, not set them flat, but upright like eggs in salt." In a footnote, Mr. Southall refers to the complement of 4 eggs, which are arranged with their pointed ends to the centre. The concavity of the nest, therefore, as well as the disproportionate size of the larger end, gives the eggs somewhat the appearance of being placed in the position referred to, but the small end of the egg is always visible. The eggs, as well as the stones around them, retain their heat in a remarkable degree, so that the old birds remain feeding a longer time than those who have not watched them would imagine. The time of incubation is 28 days, from the time of laying the first egg. The young run as soon as hatched, They have a habit of squatting at a note of warning from the parent birds, and the eye, once moved from a crouching chick, almost invariably fails to see it again. So closely will a young bird skulk that one may sometimes lay a hand upon it. The young birds are very soon taken by their elders to the tide mark, and first lessons in sandhopper catching are taught them. When a flock of ringed plovers observe anyone approaching, they usually remain perfectly quiescent upon the shingle patches, neither moving nor piping, and so closely does their plumage assimilate with their surroundings that I have actually been deceived. The black of their breasts as they faced me on one occasion was so suggestive that I remarked to a friend, "Look yonder, I wonder who in the world has been emptying mussel shells upon the beach." But the supposed empty bivalves suddenly closed as the birds, on an alarm being sounded by a sentry bird, wheeled and ran, and directly afterwards took to flight. The grey shrike. That bold, fearless bird, the great grey shrike, Lanius excubitor, visits us in scanty numbers with autumnal immigrants, who, if they manage to cross the seas in anything like amity, speedily get to cross purposes on arrival. Master Lanius invariably arrives hungry, and it is not the fault of the bird catchers, whose decoy birds often attract his attention on his appearance, if he comes to grief in the meshes of a clap net. One was brought me by a countryman in November 1889, who had unwittingly taken it in a spring cage trap into which it had dashed after a lark placed in the closed compartment. This it managed to secure somehow, devouring it at once. On the 26th of October 1900, a hungry great grey shrike, evidently but just arrived, alighted on a tree in the heart of the town. Presently it flew at and struck a sparrow, with which it returned to its perch. The shrieking of the unfortunate finch attracting quite an assemblage of onlookers, before whose eyes it tore its victim to pieces, and made a hasty meal of it, flying away unmolested a few minutes after. When birds sleep. At one period of my life, when engaged in the postal service, my duties took me abroad about 2 hours after midnight. I noticed that the first diurnal birds to awaken were the house martins. Before daybreak they were twittering in their nests, as if anxious to be out and doing. By 3 they were taking the first near at home flights of the day. The sparrows were astir shortly after the hour had struck, and by 3:30 most of the others had followed suit. The water and shore birds are semi-nocturnal. Some, indeed, are awake and busy all night. The gulls, depending for fresh supplies chiefly on the flood tide or on its earliest recedance, take their naps mostly at low water. On Breydon occasionally they are babbling and noisy the night through. Black-headed gulls are often a-wing feeding on the night flood, the phosphorescence of the fishy flotsam attracting their attention. These remarks apply to the summer months. In late autumn, when the herring shoals are off this coast, before daybreak continuous straggling flocks of large gulls, mostly greys, that is, the immature of the blackbacks and the herring gull, pass along the shore, flying low in the dim light of early morning, after their night's rest upon the coast and marshes of North and North West Norfolk. After the day's fishing in this neighbourhood, they pass along northward before sunset. At times there is a counter movement, when the birds, having been inland all day, they pass high overhead at sunset in huge V-like flocks to spend their night upon the sea. Knots, whimbrel, curlews, and many others, flying overhead noisily as they do, in order to keep in touch, the members of their respective flocks, are heard on dark, foggy nights, in the periods of migration. Their calling is heard above head, even by dwellers in inland cities. I have seen perching birds make the land in the autumnal migration, settle immediately upon the sands, even below high water mark, and, tucking their heads under their weary wings, drop off to sleep in a moment. Aboard the lightships, tired out birds frequently settle upon bulwarks, ropes, anywhere in fact that offers foothold, huddling to in corners, and drop at once into profound slumber. On the 10th of May 1900, a bunch of 30 grey plovers alighted on a Breydon flat, and forthwith fell fast asleep, so heavily, indeed, that as the afternoon tide rose it reached up to their breasts, and would have presently floated them had not my pushing my punt into their midst aroused them, when they awoke and flew away to some others that, having previously arrived and rested, were feeding on an adjoining flat, in company with some whimbrel, godwits, and smaller waders. The wind was east-south-east. In November 1902 there were days of fog and mist, the worst possible conditions for the land birds on their late autumn travels. The outer dowsing lightship was, for 3 successive days, surrounded and swarmed by rooks, hooded crows, and jackdaws. I am inclined to think each day's visitors were fresh arrivals, although it is probable that the same flocks returned each night, attracted there by the bewildering, although friendly, beacon. Wearied to a degree, they settled by hundreds to rest and sleep. Ropes, lantern, boats, bulwarks were covered with them. On one occasion my informant estimated that at least 1,000 birds were aboard, and the decks in the morning looked as if they had been whitewashed. The spoonbills visiting Breydon in May and June prefer a mid-morning or a mid-afternoon nap, and invariably choose to sleep in the centre of a group of gulls, and constantly standing on one leg. The spoonbill rarely drops to a sitting position upon the mud flats. At 4 a.m. on the 19th of May 1881, Mr B. Dye rode almost within gunshot of 5. 4 were asleep, while one, apparently acting as sentry, seemed more given to somnolency than wakefulness. It was the more vigilant and mistrustful gulls surrounding them that gave the alarm, and all flew away together. I myself have noticed that spoonbills are always ready to take the gull's hint without hesitation, and to their cautiousness, more than its own suspicions, before the days of the close protection, many a Banjo Bill owed his escape from certain death. End of section 2. Section 3 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 3. Night in the Reeds. Margining most of the Broads, fringing long tracts by the river sides, and covering a large portion of the marshlands, are thick growths of reeds. In the snug and sheltered recesses of these mazy clumps, the bearded tit, the reed bunting, and more than one species of warbler build their nests and rear their little ones. Night in the summer months is made musical by the chattering reed warbler, which at intervals wakes up, to run over bar after bar of its familiar little song. And one has but to crackle through the reed margin with an oar, or fling into their midst a bit of mud, to set bird after bird warbling its ditty of astonishment. But to my mind the most interesting tenant of these reed beds is the common starling, who gathers sometimes in large flocks to spend in the more sheltered and secluded stretches the summer and autumn nights. Whilst one may be quietly sitting in his boat fishing, or otherwise idling in the Broadlands, one cannot fail to notice, as the afternoon sun begins to lower, compact little bunches of from 10 to 30 starlings passing overhead, making for some familiar roosting place from all directions, more especially from the marshlands. Flock after flock drops down into the reed beds, the earlier arrivals noisily disputing possession with those constantly coming in. The damage done to the reeds was, in years gone by, deemed considerable, for reed harvesting was then profitable both to owner and labourer, the latter of whom was even tempted to give up other employment to take on this. When reeds commanded high prices from the thatcher and plasterer, there was something like a small campaign carried on against the starlings, which were hustled out of their lodgings and repeatedly shot at. To day they appear to be allowed to retain quiet possession. The ripple of their chatter and the murmur of their wings in the reed bed remind one of the distant beating of the surf upon the seashore. With them, in autumn, congregate hosts of swallows and sand martins, young and old together, crowded out of their all too small nests in the marsh mills and roof trees of the farm sheds, and glad, too, of a respite from the onslaughts of the myriad parasites that made the old home unbearable. The night has scarcely departed ere the swallows flit and chatter around and above the reeds, and the starlings, rested and hungry, betake themselves to their favourite pastures, to return at eventide to repeat these manoeuvres, and do so until winter compels them to seek more safe and sheltered roosting places than the sere, brittle, leafless stems that jostle and crackle and break in the wintry blast. Turtle doves. One of my most interesting memories is of the days when, as a lad, I used to wander among the thick spreading firs that, up to the 70s, smothered the North Denes. In the holes or depressions between the heaps of blown sand, crowned by a luxuriant growth of the yellow flowered firs, might often be seen small flocks of turtle doves, Turta communis, more often in the early morning, before their greatest enemy was afoot with gun and bad intent. Missel thrushes and wood-pigeons, too, came with them to hunt for food, of what kind I could not imagine, unless it was for the succulent leaves of the sea bindweed and the great seed pods that later on followed the pale pink trumpet-shaped flowers. Thrushes, too, came in search of the nemoralis, crawling among the grass while the dew was still upon it. I have seen over 20 doves in a flock. Whinchats, stonechats, and wheatears nested then in some numbers, as did occasional common and red-legged partridges. But it was the low, plaintive, melancholy cuckoo of the turtle that always tempted me to watch him in preference to all the others. For the thoughts of his faraway home in sacred Palestine, and the associations of the bird with what I had read and re-read of him in the Scriptures, encircled him with a halo of romance. The levelling of the sand dunes by the golfer, and the incursion of the railway and many other untoward circumstances, has entirely banished the turtle dove. However, in the more wooded districts it appears to be on the increase. I saw a turtle dove in 1882 that had been caged for 12 years. Some beautiful hybrids between tumbler pigeons and the turtle dove were produced in the aviary of a resident several years in succession. Nesting of sand martins. The last sand martin's nest within the immediate neighbourhood of the town was in 1881, placed in a hole in a broken sandhill at the rear of an old windmill on the North Denes, within a few yards of where now stands the golf house. It is strange that, notwithstanding the increased traffic to and from the Naval Reserve drill sheds, the persistency of bird nesting urchins and the like, the birds persevered in nesting there so late even as that. Other nesting locations have been all but deserted in late years. Some scores of birds were turned out at Galston when the cliff slopes facing the sea were levelled and brought under cultivation, and the great falls of cliff at Scratby, caused by sea storms, have ousted a colony there. Fortunately, railway cuttings offer greater security, and have been chosen by the sand martins, whose numbers do not appear to have suffered the decrease observed in kindred species. Beyond Galston, towards Corton, the nest holes of the sand martins are still tenanted in the summer months. In July 1890, I counted 71 in an area of some 24 square yards. From their shallowness, it seemed that some borings had been begun and given up because of an obstructive stone or a furze root, or some caprice of the little miner had made it suddenly decide upon another site. Most of the tenanted burrows were situated at least 18 inches from the abrupt top of the sand cliff, and were protected somewhat by overhanging furze. It was hard work climbing and crawling up the crumbling slope to inspect the colony, for the loose sand gave way at every step, and necessitated 3 efforts to make one actual advance. The borings were more than an arm's length, and not a nest could be touched. But some urchins had been amusing themselves by inserting long bramble stems, which they had wormed around in circular fashion, and having caught the nests on the hook-like thorns, had pulled them out. The nests were built or tumbled together of dried Flustra foliacea, picked up from the beach below, and lined with small white gull feathers gleaned in the same locality. The queerest nesting place of sand martins I have seen was at Thorpe, in holes in a brick wall, the foundations of which are lapped by the waters of the Yare. The tenants popped in and out, evidently as satisfied with their mansions as any of their friends who had chosen the drier sand holes in a sand pit. I like the sand martin. He is a silent, confident little fellow. He is the hardiest of his race, and puts on no airs. He is the best of company when one chooses to tramp along through the rank grasses topping Breydon walls, when for mile after mile a muster of them continue flitting around like a swarm of gigantic bees, snapping up, often within arm's length, the dipterous insects brushed out of the grass by the pedestrian. Again in autumn this martin flits around you along by the seashore, especially if you are near to the tide mark, where the sandflies and other insects are making merry upon the refuse stranded by the sea, whipping them up as they spring away at your advance. Identification of birds. The spread of bird literature and the more systematic scientific formation of private collections of birds have done much towards the furtherance of our knowledge of the comings and goings of many species, and of the occurrence of others hitherto rarely or never before noticed or recorded. It is remarkable that several of the rarest specimens that I have known occur have fallen to the guns of either exceedingly illiterate persons or sportsmen who, from inexperience and stupidity, scarcely deserve the names. For instance, a lad in September 1883 tramped along Breydon walls and was about to cross onto the railway and make for home, when it occurred to him, not having seen a bird to shoot at, to knock over the first sparrow he came across in order to empty his fowling piece. He observed a small bird near by, and shot at it, killing it. It turned out to be a rather funnier thing than he had hitherto handled, and it was passed on to a naturalist to name, who identified it as a bluethroat, Cyanecula suecea. In September 1881, a local gunner killed 6 small birds, and learned after he had cooked them that they were little stints, Tringa minuta. In the earlier half of the last century, an old naturalist, who had a great liking for eating birds, did a similar thing with a red-breasted goose, Bernicla ruficollis, and immediately after was chagrined in seeing the feathers identified as those of the species named. A Pallis's sand grouse on the North Dean sandhills was thought to resemble a rat, and a gunner killed it and sold it to a dealer for £half-a-crown. Many instances of spoiled specimens might be noted, and many others of birds identified by competent individuals after hairbreadth escapes from destruction. Nowadays, however, naturalists are on the alert for curious captures, either in bird nets or by shooting, and nothing exhibiting unusual coloration or strange markings and characteristics is passed over before one or more have sat in judgment upon it. Nor does the fortunate possessor part with it until the market price, for him, has reached its highest limit. In recent years, the local bird catchers have learned to recognise certain interesting birds. I will not say rarities, because careful observation has proven them otherwise. The American shore lark, Otocories alpestris, was thought exceedingly rare until 1876, when an educated gunner made the discovery of its frequent appearance. He shot several that year, and although subject to variation in numbers, scarcely a year goes by but a number are now observed and captured. A rather covetous gunner shot 19 one morning in 1882. Another, in October 1880, observing a flock of 6, killed them all one after the other. They were stupidly tame, like Dotterel. The survivors settled not far off after each discharge of the gun. The shore lark is sociable in its habits, affecting the society of snow buntings. Amongst these two, the Lapland bunting, Calcareus laponicus, is usually noticed. Migrants of the last named species also arrive almost every winter. In October and November 1892, over 50 were taken and shot. Since then, the bird catchers, who easily distinguish its more silvery note from the call of the snow bunting, do their best to capture it, with only too much success. The adventures attendant on a stranger's capture are sometimes interesting. A Caspian plover, Aegiolitis asiatica, was knocked over on the North Denes, and its murderer left it at a house, where the mistress threw it on the top of the clock to be out of the way of the cat. It was taken down, dusty enough, and shortly after identified, and has since been permanently lodged in Norwich Museum. An old punt gunner, recently deceased, used to be exceedingly painstaking in seeking the Kentish plover, Aegiolitis cantiana, locally known as the Alexandrine plover. He would closely scan, in the spring migration, every little group of small waders, in order to detect this species, whose mode of progression reminded him, as he expressed it, of a mouse a runnin'. He was the only man I knew who could distinguish it by this from its cousin the ringed plover. It is impossible to distinguish it in the autumn from the young of the commoner bird, owing to its similarity of markings at that period, at least when on the move beside some Breydon run. It is easy, of course, to identify the bird when in the hand. Stevenson relates an interesting incident where old John Bessey, the reputed best shot with a punt gun that ever worked Breydon, who in May 1827 shot a pair of collared pratincoles, Glareola pratincola, on Breydon Wall. They were so dirty and besmeared with blood that the wife of Harvey, a noted game dealer, washed them as she would stockings, and hung them on a pole to dry. Harvey gave 20 shillings for them, and obtained, even after the rough treatment to which they had been subjected, no less than £7. A ferruginous duck, Fuligula niroca, hung amongst other ducks on Durrant's stall in Yarmouth market place on October 1894. It was passed and repassed during the day by several birdmen, and was then accidentally recognised by a local skin dealer, who was feeling the fowl in a casual, cook-like manner. Some years ago, before the allotments were drained and made into suitable grazing marshes, an old gunner named Sampson used to go flighting there at eventide. In the dusk there came towards him what he took to be a heron. He fired at and killed it, and paid no more heed to it than flinging it down beside another bird or two previously shot, notwithstanding he had casually noticed its flight was more sharp and pigeon-like than a hernsch's. He flung it into the coal house, where it was found in the morning by his sister, who shovelled it up with the coals. It was much ruffled, and afterwards sold for 2 shillings to Watson, a game dealer, who recognised it as a fine bittern. The bagging of any wildfowl may be looked upon as a matter of accident, for, unlike a sportsman counting with some degree of certainty his game before shooting it in a partridge preserve, the shore gunner trusts entirely to chance for what may fall in his way. Even here certain calculations are possible, dependent on the wind and other like circumstances. But it is notorious that all our rarest visitors have been met with when altogether undreamt of. Some years ago a young gunner let fly at what he thought to be a lark, finding afterwards the strange-looking specimen in his hand to be the first recognised locally shot example of the shore lark. In recent years a gunner on Breydon, coming home empty-handed, found his cartridge had jammed. Rather than take the gun ashore loaded, he thought he would shoot at the first gull that went by, in the hope that the cartridge might possibly explode, which it did. Subsequently, the bird, which had been stuffed for a herring gull, was discovered to be the yellow-legged gull, Larus cachinans, a species new to the British list. The grey wagtail. The similarity of the grey wagtail, Motacilla melanope, to its congeners, and the comparatively little notice given to the various species by local gunners, may account for the infrequency of its recognition. The Messrs. Paget refer to it as not uncommon in winter, the season of the year when it is to be met with. It was often met with near the town refuse heaps by the side of the Bure, since built upon, where various insects and grubs were almost certain to be met with all winter through. The bird's comparatively longer tail and more dipping flight attracted the attention of an observant young gunner who secured examples. A striking habit of the species is its propensity for persistently frequenting certain resorts. If constantly disturbed, it invariably returns to the same locality. The presence of some small crustaceans near my boathouse doors on Christmas Day 1899 attracted a grey wagtail, which, although repeatedly disturbed in order to test this predilection, came back time after time. A January immigration. On the 18th of January 1881 raged a most disastrous gale, when amid snow and storm many vessels were wrecked on Yarmouth beach. The day before was intensely cold, so much so that the large pebbles, still moist from the retreating waves, froze over, and with each wetting the ice formed a thicker incrustation, until they looked like nodules of pure ice. On that date a marked inrush of small land birds took place. Thousands of fieldfares and redwings simply poured in, and for an hour or so they came on like a huge feather snowstorm. They passed almost within arm's length, bewildered, ruffled, and exhausted. I shot some redwings. They were exceedingly poor. Various finches, linnets, redpoles, twites, and the like were to be distinguished. Many dropped upon the sand, huddled in ruts made by the passing of cartwheels, fell asleep at once, and were to be picked up by hand. A sparrow that I recognised by sight, called my attention to his incoming by his familiar call note. A bird disaster. Exceedingly rough weather prevailed during the period of migration in September 1881. An unprecedented immigration of raptorial birds took place just prior to the weather reaching its severest. During the second and third week in the month, buzzards, harriers and hawks were reported in all directions. On the morning of the 24th, I went for a walk along the North Beach and was surprised to find, scattered here and there on the tide mark, a number of dead birds. I picked up 3 sparrowhawks. In the crop of one only, I discovered a few fragments and some feathers of a perching bird. 3 common buzzards, a marsh harrier and a razorbill were also found, but all so mauled and bedraggled by the storm as to be useless for preservation. Quite a series of mishaps occurred to such as arrived alive. Many were shot. A sparrowhawk struck a gas lamp in a row and was found stunned, and a buzzard injured itself by flying against the signal light on the sailors' home. Several honey buzzards were shot, one in the act of robbing a hive in an orchard. Do partridges migrate? The invariable answer of well-informed naturalists is in the negative. In my boyish days, when the North Denes were covered with a luxurious growth of furze, the red-legged partridge, Cacabis rufa, frequently nested there, and, moreover, it was the common practice of boys, in the month of April, to go on to the Denes and Marham Hills in search of exhausted Frenchmen, and not seldom, in the latter half of that month and early in May, a few birds were secured by hand after a scampering chase. Early in April 1882, several flew in from direct east with an easterly wind, and some were captured. In 1877, a number of these birds dropped in the vicinity of the town. One actually, which I saw, alighted amongst some furniture exposed for sale in the market-place, and afforded a most delightful hunt, to the great detriment of chairs and tables, and the discomfiture of their owner. I eventually secured the prize, and this, with another just captured, lived happily until killed by rats in my back garden. It was the general belief of the gunning fraternity in those days that these birds came directly overseas. Against this belief must be placed the fact, according to Sir Thomas Browne, that in his day the French red-legged partridge is not to be met with. It was introduced into East Anglia by the Marquis of Hertford and Lord Rendlesham in or about the year 1770. Another consignment was turned out in 1823. Booth mentions that in early spring numbers are frequently picked up drowned in the Norfolk Broads, and that the natives look upon them as fresh arrivals. He says, "I myself, having often noticed their quarrelsome disposition, believe that while flying in pursuit of one another over the water, they become confused, and falling are unable to regain the shore." Stevenson took considerable pains to attempt a satisfactory solution of the matter, and gives instances of the bird being found on beach and Denes, both at Yarmouth and Cromer. One observer "flushed a covey of from 20 to 30, which flew round once or twice and then out to sea, still keeping on in a direct course until he lost sight of them, although using a good glass. A Mr Mays informed Stevenson that they come over about the middle of March or beginning of April, the wind mostly south east and south. I have seen them when I have been out to sea 4 or 5 miles from land. Probably the theory propounded by Stevenson may be the right one after all, where he suggests a wandering instinct in this partridge and attempts at leaving our shores. These birds, he says, or a portion of them at least, some probably falling short and being drowned at sea, misjudging the distance and their own powers of flight, would return again to our shores in an exhausted state, and when picked up under such circumstances would very naturally be regarded as foreigners just arrived on the coast. I have on 1 or 2 occasions only found dead examples on the beach. It may be urged that the excessive weight of the birds, when compared with their seeming feebleness of wing, would prevent a long flight across seas. But the same might be said with regard to the quail, which is an annual, although in this locality, lessening immigrant. End of section 3. Section 4 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 4. The Common Scoter. In severe winters, considerable numbers of common scoters, Edemia nigra, may be observed frequenting the roadstead north of the Britannia Pier. Sometimes in a long straggling line a large flock is seen bobbing upon the waves, drifting with the tide, sleeping, feeding or preening as the case may be, occasionally joining up in flight, winging northwards for a mile or more, and settling again to drift townwards, and rarely inshore until the hopeful gunner is half tempted to draw bead upon them. It is an exceeding rare circumstance for one to be caught napping. Odd birds taking to Breydon are now and again shot in snowy weather. The bottom, sandy and shifting as it is, has in places beds of molluscs, for which these birds remain in the neighbourhood. In one place nearly a mile of mussel ground is known, and in places, notably in the Ham at Gorleston, a large area is frequented by the radiated trough shell, Mactra stultorum. The mussel referred to is Modiola modiolus, locally known as the horse mussel. During a short spell of calm weather early in the 80s, a gunner carted his gun punt across the town from Breydon and launched forth from the beach to try his hand at a shot at the scoters. After some manoeuvring, he managed to get within shot of the crowd. They, however, appeared a trifle too sharp for him and dived safely out of harm at the very clink of the hammer. But 2 velvet scoters, Edemia fusca, not so wary, fell to the discharge and were secured. The scared scoters allowed him to take no further liberties. It is curious that the velvet scoter occasionally mixes with the commoner species, and in their company too the long-tailed duck, Haralda glacialis, usually immature, is sometimes seen, driven southwards also by the severity of the weather. A velvet scoter entangled itself in a herring net in October 1893. fishermen, sportsmen. In the palmier days of the trawl fishing at Yarmouth, when so many little masters, the skipper occasionally being owner himself, owned a fishing smack, and short voyages, known as single boating, in contradistinction to those which sailed in fleets and kept afloat for weeks, were taken, many a skipper carried his gun to sea with him, on the chances of having a little sport. When the gun licence and close season became more burdensome, the practice was gradually discontinued. Not a few interesting birds in this way came into the hands of local dealers. In January 1881, during severe weather, a smack master got well in amongst a number of glaucous gulls, Larus glaucus, securing no less than 27. These were thrown on the ice and kept fresh enough until his arrival in port. An amusing circumstance is attached to the disposal of the dead gulls. Two local dealers in natural objects boarded the boat together, one going below, the other remaining on deck. It would be unnatural to suppose that he who was in the hold choosing the birds he wished for picked the least valuable specimens. Therefore the most mature examples were handed up to the deck, where he supposed they would become his. But to his amazement, he who had remained on deck was in lawful possession of them, having paid the skipper ere his rival below could come up to claim them. These fishermen sportsmen sometimes took a big curly-coated retriever to sea with them, finding the animal useful in recovering wounded and dead birds, which included such species as fulmar petrels, skuas, various ducks and the like. An immature gannet in the peculiarly spotted plumage of youth was always a desideratum, the fishermen even on occasion going to the expense of its preservation as an ornament for their parlours. In several houses to day, old rusty muzzle loaders are to be found hanging up over the mantelpiece, valued heirlooms, although useless and obsolete. Another amusement used to be the capturing of live gulls by means of twirling astern a long tarry cord. The birds tamely hovering around in the wake of the vessel would become entangled by their flight feathers in the string, when they were dragged aboard. I once saw a number of kittiwakes taken in this manner. Up to the middle of the 70s, the storm petrel was a well-recognised annual visitor to the neighbourhood. Up till that time, the herrings, which were then caught by the now obsolete three-mast luggers, were landed on the beach in huge unwieldy boats known as farriers, the luggers remaining at anchor in the roadstead. Much offal was thrown overboard, as it did not then pay to bring it ashore to be sold as manure, and not a few swills of prime herrings would be spilled overboard too in rough weather. This circumstance offered a great attraction for the inshoring of many species of fish and of sea birds. Amongst them came the skuas and the storm petrels. It was usual for the carriers to trail soft rows or milts of herrings behind by means of string. At these the hungry birds would swoop, to be knocked down by long osier wands, carried for the purpose. It was probably a love of sport rather than the paltry twopence offered per bird by the local game dealers, which induced the men to thus encompass the destruction of the unfortunate birds. Today the herrings are landed a mile up river at Fish Wharf. The offal is put ashore too, as a profitable extra. And although gulls in some numbers muster up yearly for a share of the spoil, the storm petrel is only a casual visitor, unless driven hither by exceptionally bad weather, when, as mentioned by Booth in his Rough Notes, during the continuance of a most severe easterly gale in November 1872, hundreds were seen off the harbour mouth. The gale began on the 11th. On the 18th the sea had become as smooth as glass, and Mr Booth steamed in a tug through many hundreds fast asleep on the water. On the 20th they had nearly all disappeared. Foraging rooks, crows and gulls. There is constantly a certain amount of animal matter to be found floating in rivers polluted by sewerage matter, besides the sundry insects and small creatures blown or tumbled into them by accident, while from the town drains kitchen fragments are washed down sinks and gullies to the streams. This flotsam is ever a temptation to numerous gulls, which in certain localities assemble to pick up such unconsidered trifles. The entrance of Breydon estuary has been a happy hunting ground from time immemorial. Here are to be seen congregated at times numerous black-headed gulls, common gulls, and larger species, the grey immature of the herring and saddleback gulls in particular. The flood tide draws the birds together, and great is the commotion if some wasteful mariner, tired of mouldy or stale shipbread, has thrown overboard some, to him, obnoxious loaves. In a constant mazy flight, squealing and squabbling, the birds work to and fro. Now gleaning singly, as some toothsome bit catches the sharp wandering eye, and now clustering in a noisy, quarrelsome group, as some larger edible attracts the notice of several simultaneously. The smaller particles are snatched up as neatly as swallows catch at passing insects, the end of the mandibles and the ends of the toes scarce touching the water ere the bird has bevelled itself upwards again, as it were, by the force of the impetus that brought it down. A heavy or brittle substance, such as a large bit of bread, makes diversion by its breaking and falling, to be snatched at again probably by a trio or half a dozen rivals. Sometimes a bird settles upon the water and feeds upon its find as the tide floats them along together. In amongst the gulls, on similar intent, may be seen rooks, whose methods are slightly different, for they are more fearful of an immersion. Petty quarrels are often struck up a wing between the Corvine gleaners and the gulls. On the 17th of November 1901, just off the half-mile point on Breydon, some 500 black-headed gulls were fishing along the tide line, a perceptible dividing line between the up-running stream and an eddy caused by a projecting wall. They were vivaciously hunting in their light, airy, frolicsome manner. Amongst them were several hooded crows, dipping and wheeling, and exactly mimicking their web-footed companions, than whom, however, they tired more quickly, and so retired every now and again for a few minutes' rest on a mud flat across the channel. It was pretty to see the gulls trotting, as it were, now and again upon the surface, scarcely dipping their toes, while the heavier crows, with big feet hanging helplessly, dipped them, so to speak, ankle deep, and needed a more spasmodic and laborious effort to rise than their lighter pinioned companions. A quantity of refuse bread, fragments of fish from some Scotch boats moored in the river, and other like flotsam, afforded the birds a goodly repast. There was a long dry spell in the summer of 1893. The birds, depending upon ground grubs, worms, and the like, fared badly, the rooks in particular being in a sorry plight. Early one morning, when rambling about the North Denes, I saw a rook unusually busy and exceedingly erratic in its movements. To get a closer view, I cut down a large bunch of prickly comfrey growing nearby, and spreading the leaves as a fan-shaped screen before me, managed to crawl within a short distance of the unsuspecting bird. From behind a furze bush that I managed to reach unobserved, I had a good look at him. A number of grasshoppers skipped merrily around me, and I found it was in quest of this very insect the rook had come. I could not only quite easily observe him snatch at and capture the grasshoppers, a lively performance in all conscience, but I could also see that a portion of his bill had been shot away. This seemed not in the least to inconvenience him. I could almost imagine there was a gleam of satisfaction in his beady eye at falling in luck's way and in having a feast all to himself. The gathering together of a large number of birds of the same species where suitable food has unexpectedly and abundantly turned up, convinces me that not only do individual birds possess remarkably keen sight, but that a means of communication exists among them. A rough easterly sea had thrown onto the north beach a quantity of live razor shells, Solar ensis. The gathering of gulls at mustard as soon as the coast was clear afforded a lively and interesting sight. So long as the supply lasted, they did not disperse. There was to be seen, for many years, the wreck of a steamboat nearly opposite the North Battery. This was covered with a mass of sea anemones and other marine creatures. Certain tides of unusual strength occasionally washed off a number of these hangers-on, and the gulls, herring gulls in particular, would at low water and at the early part of the tide muster in some numbers and glean up whatever edible came to hand. The herons frequenting Breydon spend much of their time watching for and capturing eels. The patience with which they will stand, rigid and motionless for many minutes together, is as remarkable as their celerity and accuracy of aim in striking and seizing an eel unfortunate enough to come within reach. A heron on one occasion struck and secured an eel not far short of 1.5 pounds in weight, which would be somewhat thicker than a broom handle. He had a regular tussle with it, and might eventually have mastered and devoured it, had not 2 hooded crows attacked him, making him drop it upon the mud flat, when they descended with the intention of appropriating it for themselves. They had already disembowelled it when a Breydoner rowed up and landed, putting them to flight. The old man picked up the hapless eel, took it to his houseboat and cooked it for his dinner. He chuckles to this day when relating how the heron obliged him by catching a fine eel for him. Some swan notes. The various species of wild swans usually visit us in very hard winters. Occasionally so many have been seen as to mark the year as a swan year. In other winters not a swan is seen. During a very sharp and protracted frost in January 1879, I counted in 2 flocks 53 hoopers, Cygnus musicus. They were wheeling in an unsettled and distrustful way around Breydon, far above gunshot, to the annoyance of quite a regiment of punt and shore gunners who were hiding and skulking, eager for a shot. Not one was killed. In March, odd birds and small flocks are occasionally observed passing northward. The note of this bird, as I have heard it, seems to me to resemble a very bad imitation of the curlews. As far as I have been able to note, the appearances of swans, the Bewick's swan, Cygnus bewicki, occurs more frequently, although not in such large flocks. Certain seasons have seen on the poulterers' stalls only birds of this species. Mr Booth, author of the Catalogue of Birds, speaks of having seen at one time between 50 and 60 flying in company over Hickling Broad. In October 1881, the late John Thomas, punt gunner, bagged 3 swans to a shot from his swivel gun, and 2 others immediately after to a shoulder gun. They were swimming about tamely and unconcernedly on Breydon. Delighted with his prowess, Johnny made haste for home, where, on hooks outside the shop window, they were soon seen hanging, and in front of the shop the gunner proudly paraded. On calling his attention to the fact that they were tame, escaped birds, he hastily pulled them down and disappeared inside with them. In the old days, when the allotments were yet a watery waste, swans dropped in and were stalked from behind a borrowed horse or donkey, several of which were usually to be found feeding upon the higher portions of this marshy waste. On the 25th of October 1890, I saw 3 Polish swans, Cygnus immutabilis, hanging on Durrant's stall in the market. Reporting the same to Mr T. Southwell, Fellow of the Zoological Society, he wrote, "Did you notice the colour of the feet?" I immediately obtained leave to cut off a bit of one bird's foot, and my knife slipping, with malice aforethought, I managed to take pretty well a whole foot off at once. The pale greenish line down each claw of the foot had attracted my attention to the birds. Mr Southwell's reply is conclusive as to the certainty of this swan's claim to distinction as a species. Thanks for your letter of the 31st of October and for the enclosures, but I fear you will get into trouble with Durrant. I am nevertheless glad to get the bird's toes. I quite forgot whether I thanked you for the coloured drawing of the swan's head. It appears to me very characteristic, and the foot is no more like the colour of Cygnus olor than it is like a duck's. I have met with the Polish swan on more than one occasion. Trapping extraordinary. During several mild days in January 1883, golden plovers and lapwings congregated on the marshes in some numbers, where their wariness gained them immunity from mishap at the hands of the gunning fraternity. But some boys, becoming conversant with the favourite resorts of these birds, fixed a number of small steelfalls thereabouts, with the result that a considerable capture was made. A row of these broken-legged plovers attracted my attention as they hung on Durrant's store, where I was informed of the trick successfully carried out by the urchins. Prior to the '60s, when ringed plovers were more abundant on the then less frequented North Beach, bird lime sticks were placed around a nest in a triangular fashion. To these the old birds became easily fastened, and were at once secured. At that period, during long droughts, the rooks used to frequent the allotments, which were never without puddles or pulk holes. Pieces of brown paper were made into cones, like sugar bags, and holes being made in the turf, these bags were inserted. The inside, having been smeared with bird lime and a few grains of corn dropped in, the trapper hid himself. The hungry rooks, glad enough to find something that promised a wholesome meal, eagerly dipped into the cones to get at the corn, when an attempted withdrawal of the beak brought the paper hood up with it. The terrified birds would fly straight into the air, but, being blinded, soon came to grief. Occasionally they would strike the ground with sufficient force to stun themselves, and so become an easy capture. On one occasion a gunner named Herr was out shooting at the harbour mouth when he espied a glaucous gull, which persistently kept out of gunshot. Having a ball of string in his pocket, he proceeded to make a hake, as follows. Picking up a stranded herring, he cut it down the back like a kipper, and removed the backbone and entrails, filling the space thus made with a piece of cork float, which, with herrings, are usually to be found in that locality in the fishing season. Having closed the fish and roughly fastened it together, he attached a piece of string weighted at the end with a stone. Another and longer cord was attached thereto, to be held by the hand. A couple of fish hooks were then fastened to the fish, and the bait slung out just beyond the breakers, Herr running to hide behind some fish baskets stranded on the beach. The glaucous gull, espying the herring, swooped down upon it, when one hook, instead of fastening into the throat of the bird, caught it by the nostrils, and it was easily hauled ashore and secured. Hakes were not rare traps at that period. More recently, a countryman at Tunstall, who has successfully tried some remarkable experiments in capturing stoats, otters, coots, jackdaws, and other creatures alive, caught a number of rooks. He stated they boldly entered his hen coops to steal eggs, which they carried away in their feet, so he declared. He consequently baited the hen coops with maize, to the shortly enjoyed delight of the depredators, who reached the maize by squeezing in below, through an aperture left for their ingress. When the man deemed the coops sufficiently tenanted, he hurriedly showed himself. The birds, naturally alarmed, forgot the only way of escape below, and poking their heads excitedly out through the higher apertures, became an easy prey. At one time, the man avows, he took 10 rooks in one coop. In January 1891, I saw a common snipe, with both legs broken, hanging on a poulterer's stall. On inquiry, I found that a country lad, who was more than half a poacher, had watched this species, and observing its frequent footprints in a moist corner, set for it a steel fall, with an unlucky result to one bird at least. He similarly watched the woodcock, and in this way trapped one. But a cat was before him, and on going to examine his traps he found only the bird's legs. A number of lapwings frequented a marsh up the North River in November 1893, and advantage was taken of this by some lads who set rat traps in order to catch them. While the eager gunners could not get within range of them, the boys filled their handkerchiefs with game. Several of the victims, injured in one or both legs, were brought to market for sale, where I examined them. In the winter of 1901, I noticed unusual numbers of blackbirds in the market. Now, this sable fellow is known to be good eating, especially in the depth of winter, when, no matter how severe the weather, he is always fat and in good condition. Big bunches are taken from the stalls by lovers of this small game long before the moorhens and lapwings, brought to market by market gardener sportsmen, who seldom aim at providing more distinguished game birds. I made inquiries, and found that in certain villages old herring nets had been placed above the raspberry canes, and blackbirds were attracted beneath them by rotten apples strewn about as bait. When disturbed, the frightened birds, instead of flying away in a horizontal direction, excitedly flew upwards, becoming sadly entangled in the meshes of the nets, and were easily captured. End of section 4. Section 5 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 5. The Cormorant. The cormorant, only a few years ago, was by no means a rare bird in this locality. Even in my recollection, it has become much scarcer than formerly, when, as an ardent youth, I delightedly watched it perched upon the top of a stake on Breydon, resting or preening its feathers. Old gunners speak of having seen several stakes occupied at a time by quite a party of these birds, their quest being the various fishes swimming over the flats that were at that time so little grown up that water usually covered them even at low tide, or was absent but for a very short period. The grey mullet, Mugil capito, was a favourite prey of the cormorant. In Sir Thomas Browne's time, the cormorants nested at Reedham, upon trees whence King Charles I was wont to be supplied. In Lubbock's time, it still nested around Fritton Decoy, in some years in numbers. In other years not a nest was to be seen. They appear sometimes to have usurped the heron's nest, but to day neither heron nor cormorant are found there. The Pagets referred to it as common. Tolerant as the large gulls are of the Spoonbill Society, they seem to draw the line at that of the cormorant. One I saw alight on a flat in proximity to some 200 gulls was bullied, and fled from in turn by them with the utmost excitement, willing as the bird itself seemed to be to fraternise. The gulls eventually left it. A live cormorant was brought to me in March 1900, and turned into a wired enclosure, when it immediately mounted a heap of stones and made itself at home. In 2 or 3 days it recognised its fish basket, and in a week's time would catch its fish, when thrown to it, with remarkable accuracy. trumpeting its approval in strange, harsh notes. Joey soon learned to distinguish my voice and to judge of my intentions. He gave decided preference to whitings, whiting heads being even more acceptable than cut-up flounders. Gurnards were preferred to herrings. After having his fill, he would hop onto a favourite stone and resume his usual occupation, meditating. If, at 1 o'clock, he was surfeited with some 4 or 5 whitings, the tail of the last one still protruding from the corner of his bill for want of room, at 2 o'clock he was, like Oliver Twist, asking for more, and could easily swallow a couple of others. Digestion was remarkably rapid. 3 to 4 pounds of fish were devoured daily. He did not vomit the bones of fish, as did my tame shag. His mill, indeed, grinding exceedingly small. I never saw him attempt to drink, although his plumage was kept clean and well groomed, and a dropping of water after meals was always noticeable at his mandible tip. He did not protest, however, against water being thrown over him. In May, the passing over of a cormorant just within my vision and his greatly disturbed him, and he commenced and kept up for days a frequent hop round his establishment from stone to stone, and to a stunted tree trunk, carrying small faggots in his mandibles, as if suggesting to himself the delights of housekeeping. 17 were seen on the 19th of May 1892 on Breydon. How did they feed? Under ordinary conditions, a bird needs all his faculties awake and complete in order to get a respectable living, and one so unfortunate as to become maimed, or that is naturally malformed, must be seriously handicapped in the struggle for existence. In December 1883, I saw a hooded crow, whose upper mandible overlapped its lower one, curving downward with a more decided bend than that of a crossbill's, the under mandible being normally shapen and responsible for the work of grubbing in those places where food had to be found when carrion was scant. Equally odd was a rook, whose lower mandible was slightly elongated and peculiarly sharpened, in contrast to a singularly short upper member. Like the preceding bird, it was shot in good plight, the malformation proving its downfall by attracting the attention of gunners. I have twice met with gulls with the upper mandible rounding off to a right angle and passing the lower one, namely, an adult common gull in November 1891 and an immature herring gull in December 1900. For a number of days a large gull was observed flying about the vicinity of Yarmouth with a long piece of string depending from its mandibles. To this most probably was attached a hook that had become fast in its gullet. The bird could always be distinguished by this means, even when flying amongst a flock of its fellows. It was a common sight, when gunning was more profitably pursued, owing to the greater number of birds frequenting Breydon, to see dunlins or other small wading birds, minus one leg, hopping about on the remaining member, and as adroitly capturing sandhoppers and gammaridae as their unmutilated companions. And birds too, with parts or pieces of mandibles broken off by gunshots, were not infrequently shot, showing that, in spite of apparently disqualifying conditions, the unfortunate sufferers had outlived their mishaps and were still game for gaining a livelihood. On the 4th of October 1903, my attention was attracted by a bird several hundred yards away upon a flat. I turned my glasses upon it, and was for the moment inclined to imagine it a glossy ibis, of which species one had recently been shot. The face was black, giving the mandibles a singular appearance. Presently the bird opened its wings, and at once I could see by the markings it was a curlew, and by the odd way it hopped I could see one leg was hopelessly shattered by a gunshot. The discoloration on the face was nothing else but mud that had besmeared it as, while probing for its prey, the bill was thrust still deeper into the mud by the poor bird's efforts to steady itself. The rapidity with which wounded limbs heal is remarkable, and it is equally astonishing how fractures and damages to limbs that would entirely incapacitate human beings do not very apparently inconvenience the bird, otherwise than in its pursuit of food. Surely pain must be felt in so highly organised a creature. Dearly learnt wit. Birds are slow to change old habits or forsake old haunts, nor do they appear to be readily taught to profit by accidents. They lack, too, the faculty of observation, although usually very wary and ready to shun apparent dangers. Starlings are seldom caught napping, and after a few repeated onslaughts by a gunner, will give him some trouble to get a tolerably good shot at them in the open. Extreme exhaustion, however, makes many birds stupidly tame or indifferent when their natural wariness becomes conspicuous by its absence. In October 1890, a flock of starlings alighted, tired and weary, in the rigging of a lightship, when one of the hands deftly brought down one by a shot from a pea rifle. The birds closed up, as the ranks of a regiment might do at the falling of a comrade. Thus, one after the other, 13 were rendered hors de combat, the survivors having meanwhile continuously closed up as one and another dropped out. Suddenly, however, those remaining became alarmed and flew away. The ringed plovers, which from time immemorial have placed their nests on the north beach, have not profited by the very untoward circumstances of latter years, and to this day the remnant of the native race attempts to settle here in the spring. As recently as the spring of 1902, two pairs of lesser terns, Sterna minuta, took a great fancy to the Breydon mudflats, and from what I observed of their actions, they were intent upon taking up nesting quarters on one of the highest flats near the Ship Drain, which is covered to day only by the higher spring tides. They remained there well into June, when a higher tide than usual washed them entirely off the flat. I saw them afterwards seemingly disconsolately feeding and hovering in the neighbourhood, having, apparently, become convinced that this was the end of the spring housekeeping, and that they had made a mess of it. My attention was attracted one day in December 1890 by the strange rotary flight of a rook. In a most agitated fashion it mounted spirally to some distance. I covered it with my glasses, and saw presently a crab fall from it into a heap of furze below, to the very apparent relief of the bird, which shook itself and most gladly made off inland. It had undoubtedly pounced down upon the stranded crab, thinking to make an easy meal of it, but had instead tackled a very lively Tartar indeed. The crustacean, as far as I could see, had grasped the rook by the neck in one of its pincer claws. A large gull and a heron were seen engaged in a regular combat on Breydon mudflats. The latter, who had secured an eel weighing 1.5 pounds, bravely warded off its antagonist, which now and then plucked tufts of feathers out of it. A gunner, drawing up unobserved, settled the dispute by shooting both birds. He secured the eel as well. The gull had a hole large enough for the insertion of a finger in its crop, made by a stab of the heron's bill. Very odd meals. Tired with the long dreary flight across seas from his Norwegian home, a jackdaw sought shelter and rest on board a lightship in the October of 1882. He was secured by one of the crew, and having had his wing clipped, was allowed the freedom of the deck. He soon became a most amusing member of the crew, the cook's galley being his favourite resort. One day, while the men were at prayers, Jack discovered a big plum duff standing outside the cookhouse door to cool, and immediately set to work picking out and devouring every raisin that could be seen sticking around it. The men apparently enjoyed the joke as much as the bird did the raisins. Odd only, perhaps, from its disproportionate size, a full-grown grey plover was found entire in the crop of a glaucous gull shot in this locality. It was perhaps a wounded bird picked up on the seashore, or more probably a bird found floating dead on the sea. Such dead migrants often make a welcome meal to passing gulls. Mention is made in the Zoologist of a common gull shot on the Yare, from whose mouth depended 5 tallow candles, the 6th having been almost entirely swallowed. The candles were of that sort used on board the fishing luggers some years ago, about 10 inches in length, with cotton wicks. It was suggested that the bird had snatched up the candles from the deck of a vessel, but the probability is that they had been accidentally dropped overboard and there discovered by the hungry creature. This and other gulls are by no means dainty as to their diet, being indeed omnivorous, and apparently perfectly indifferent as to taste. I have seen the common gull in big squabbling flocks hanging around the sewer gratings at Dublin, pulling out refuse of the vilest description, fighting indeed for it. Night lights, candle ends, drowned mice, rats, kittens, and 100 other forms of refuse floating up from the filthy waterside of a town, are all alike acceptable to the various species which congregate at the entrance of Breydon. In the matter of eating, few birds trouble about the odd ingredients making their meals so long as a sufficiency is forthcoming. In June 1891, when rowing up the Bure, I was struck by the antics of a couple of starlings that were busily scrambling and fluttering up and down some boarded pilings, against which wherries moor to discharge cargoes of marl, gravel and flints. By carefully getting into close proximity to the industrious birds, I could see that they were having a right royal time amongst the variously sized sea slaters, Ligia oceanica, that were sunning themselves on the warm dry timbers. Equally fond of armadillos, Armadillidium vulgare, locally known as sows and their kindred, it used to be a frequent thing to see the starling grubbing about at the foot of gravestones in the old churchyard, pulling the grass away, indeed, in order to get at them. I noticed this when a mere lad, as I myself always found these spots afforded very comfortable shelter from the sun and weather, for snails and other vermin loved of my birds. The house martin. Of late years, from two obvious reasons, that delightful little bird, the house martin, has become exceedingly scarce within the town precincts. Time was when its constant flitting to and fro was one of the common sights in our hot, dusty streets. Its merry chatter as it flew overhead in fine weather, or kept low in rain time, its white rump conspicuously showing, calling attention to its passing. Its nests were known in several locations, particularly at a corner house now demolished and replaced by a restaurant adjoining the Catholic church. Also at the bank in the market-place, and under the eaves of a tall house on Caister Road. At this latter place, to this day, one or two pairs still determinedly nest. And there were a number of other houses to be found dotted with an odd nest or two. In the early mornings, in my boyish days, I used to watch the house martins at the mud puddles in the middle of the Caister Road, pecking at the softened soil and kneading and preparing the material for their nests. But bad times came along. The sparrows, increasing beyond reasonable bounds, became more impudent, if it were possible, in like proportion, and among other appropriation usurped many a little martin's nest, waiting usually until the domicile was well towards completion, and then driving out the builders. Immediately the thieves set about dragging in what, to them, seemed the necessary furniture: hay, bits of straw, extra feathers, and the like. An eviction is usually published by a slovenly outhanging of fluttering, pendant rubbish. How the new and unexpected tenants find room as the young sparrows grow is a mystery. Certain it is that the unprepared for weight occasionally brings down the whole structure, and the sparrow's housekeeping comes to an abrupt termination. It is not difficult to distinguish a sparrow that has nested in a stolen home, for it has a stumpy tail, due, of course, to abrasion against the hard cabin walls. The innovation, too, of watering the town roads with salt water has added a new menace in the shape of spoiling the martin's mortar. In the first place, the mud is salt, which must be noticed by the sense of taste, although it has not deterred the martins from trying it. Again, it is very susceptible to changes in the temperature, and while it may remain hard and compact during hot, dry weather, its consistency and strength are so impaired by a continuation of moisture that it becomes easily detached from the supporting wall, and down comes babies and cradle and all. Consequently, there has seemed a very apparent rush to the country, at least so it appeared to me, and I have wandered some miles around looking for nests, and not in vain. Martins are fortunately still fairly common in the villages. In taking a ramble in 1890 to Morby, I came across a couple of cottages, in the gardens of which the martins flitted about like so many bees around a hive. Under the eaves of one house no less than 12 nests were attached, and the other had a similar number. A certain corner of the first house had been chosen, and the nests were literally built in flats. 3 nests were erected under the eaves at one end, and in the angles below them 2 others were affixed. The place around was sunny and sheltered, and just the locality for harbouring insect life. The martins seemed to know and appreciate this, as did the inhabitants of the cottages, who were justly proud of the colony of birds and righteously protected them. At one time I took in hand to count the number of nests in Yarmouth, in the heyday of their abundance, and among other facts I ascertained that, although the birds apparently choose sites facing east and north, opposite points of the compass exhibited almost an equal number of nests. Very hungry birds. The winter of 1890-91 set in early, most severe weather obtaining as early as the 26th of November, when a heavy snowstorm ushered in a considerable spell of it. Snow buntings abounded on the Denes. Redwings on the 28th were busily hunting for berries on the snow-covered hawthorns. The blackbirds and thrushes, hard up for provender, visited backyards in the town itself. Sparrows burrowed into the stacks. Starlings gleaned by the margin of the river. On the same date I saw numerous sanderlings on the beach, birds that only visit us in any numbers in severe weather. A great many ducks were in the roadstead. Larks, busy amongst the cabbages in town gardens, were reducing the leaves to a bare skeleton work of ribs. I saw a hooded crow chasing a dunlin on Breydon, losing them both in the distance. Another was seen to single out a dunlin from a flock, chase it down, and in a very few minutes had dismembered and eaten it. Gulls were seen to hunt down wounded dunlins. It is notorious that, when the hooded crow is hungry enough to follow the sportsman, he does not interfere with the dead birds, but invariably pursues the wounded. A wily bird catcher. The following entry is copied verbatim from an entry dated the 27th of December 1890. A wild day. This morning was exceedingly wintry. Wind east-nor'east. The waste land now being converted into a new recreation ground, now building on, and which has been well sprinkled with town refuse, was swarmed by some 500 black-headed gulls. They were not only sharp set, but had found something in the shape of putrid herrings that might be seen sticking out of the snow in a very tempting fashion. No sooner were they disturbed and driven away from one spot than they settled on another. A number of starlings, sharing the spoil with the gulls, were constantly harassed by small boys with stones and steel falls, and older boys with guns. Not far off here, under the lee of the mill, a wily bird catcher, nicknamed Duchess Cubit, had spread a pair of clap nets made of herring lint, each 12 yards in length by 4 in width. The ground had been brushed clear of snow and baited with herring refuse. His quest was gulls. He captured more than 100 poor things, all of which, save 15 that I procured from him alive, were killed for the paltry 4d. each he got for them from a skin dealer, who sent them away for millinery work. The continuance of severe weather so hungered and tamed the poor creatures that they swarmed the river opposite the town hall, picking up food thrown into the water. They even flew up and down the marine parade, snatching up broken biscuits flung out to them by interested spectators. Of course, many fell victims to the "sporting" tactics of cruel boys. On the 29th some were being trapped in steel falls. A wash tub and even a fish trunk were seen in use, standing on edge, supported by a stick which could be pulled away by a long string. Many were taken by these rough downfall contrivances. Some were even taken on the South Denes by lifting in a similar fashion the nets spread there. On the 17th of February 1902, one man captured 46 black-headed gulls and 2 common gulls. This same man, Cubitt by name, is a remarkably keen-witted fellow in the detecting of rare incessores, and in their capture very fortunate. His largest catch of common linnets in one day was 207 males, and an almost equal number of females. The latter he released as useless. In the Lapland year, 1892, he secured in all no less than 5 dozen Lapland buntings, Calcareus laponicus. Of larks he captured nearly 100 dozen one year, and as many as 40 dozen in 1 week. A common snipe, passing over his nets in company with several starlings, was pulled at and secured. One other interesting fellow is Wire Quinton, a gaunt Robinson Crusoe sort of a man, who, amongst other occupations, tacks on that of bird catching. During the rush of bramblings in 1895, he captured 30 at one pull of the net. During an invasion of siskins in December 1901, he observed a number of these birds on an old lettuce bed. Borrowing a decoy bird, he laid his nets early next morning, and by breakfast time had netted 90, and by 11 o'clock no less than 140. That rare or interesting bird which catches Quinton's eye, almost surely, sooner or later, is inveigled into his nets, be it blackcap, flycatcher, shorelark, or Sarin finch. End of section 5. Section 6 of Bird Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 6. Watching Wild Ducks. This title may be slightly misleading, for the remarks that follow deal simply with the local habits of a certain few species. It would be difficult enough to attempt anything dealing with the general habits of these palmipeds, for whole volumes have been devoted to describing the life history of our British ducks. To my mind, the most interesting of the local ducks is the common Scoter, whose presence here offshore corresponds only with the advent and continuation of the severest weather. The widgeon is without doubt the most abundant local species, dropping in varying numbers every March, It is sometimes exceedingly numerous. Flocks of from 500 to 1000 are not uncommon occasionally on Breydon, where the widgeon grass (Zostera marina), which flourishes on the mudflats, affords an excellent supply of food. The birds most industriously drag it out of the muds for the sake of the white succulent stalks, which are nibbled off and devoured. The slender leaves, left to float upon the surface, drift down on the ebb in great green patches. The widgeon may be seen in the daytime napping and preening their feathers, occasionally varying these exercises by that of feeding; and they may be heard babbling in the dark, still busily pulling up the grass for their evening meal, an incessant cry of "Smeeyu, smeeyu," testifying to the satisfaction a goodly supply of provender affords them. The local gunners in the old days welcomed these merry gatherings of "smee," as they named them from their cry. To day they congregate in peace. On the 20th of April 1900, at very low water, when the windings of the ship drain were mostly hidden by the edges of the flats, I twice unexpectedly sailed through a large flock, mostly males. They rose as I dashed round a bend into their midst, and again as I doubled another, beyond which they had settled very shortly after my first intrusion. On the 16th of March 1889 I estimated the number of widgeon on Breydon at something like 5,000 birds. The teal is becoming yearly scarcer. Golden eyes (Plangula glaucion) are common in hard weather, and with the tufted duck (Fuligula cristata) and the scaup (Fuligula marilla) are known as hard weather fowl. The pochard, nicknamed the poker, is far less abundant than formerly on Breydon, although in protracted winters I have known crowds to be seen in the open places on the frozen Broads. In the severe weather of December 1890, some pochards brought to Durrant's stall were so hard frozen, although freshly killed, that I balanced one on my hand on the tip of its bill, the tail and feet remaining straight up and immovable. An old gunner described the ducks, the old hard weathers, as flocking around the neighbourhood by waggon loads. To hear the worn out gunners discourse upon the weather and the wildfowl of old days, one might suppose that of late winters have deteriorated in the matter of frost and snow, instead of occasional winters being severe as ever, with others open and mild between. It is natural they should, with that privilege allowed to increasing age, go on from imagining to believing that the old was altogether so different from the new. Still, wild ducks in ordinary seasons are scarcer, and there may be even something in the statement that since the decoys fell into disuse, wildfowl have fallen off in numbers, the feeding, the privacy, and other circumstances having also become matters of the past. "In the old days," said a gunner to me, "the ice formed on Breydon 4 or 5 inches thick in as many days." This was when even at low water the majority of the flats still remained submerged, and by keeping a wake open near his houseboat, he used to have the fowl drop in right past the punt gun. He and others, although prices were low, used to earn £3 and £4 a week in hard weather. We get more wild ducks in Norfolk waters when the Baltic becomes frozen over. When it is otherwise, shipmasters tell us parts of that sea are black with birds. On being asked what was the greatest shot he ever made, an ancient Breydoner dryly remarked that he once laid at quite 1,000 smee and other ducks and pulled the trigger when the gun missed fire. In the 50s there followed the profession of wildfowler a man who was, in his day, a mighty hunter. He was also a deep drinker, and not infrequently, after becoming stupidly intoxicated, would tumble into his punt, mechanically paddle upstream, and after making fast his craft to an oar stuck in the mud, fall asleep, to wake up sober in the morning. On one occasion he awoke to find himself smothered with snow, with ice formed around him, save in a wake in the drain a bit ahead of him. As he rubbed his eyes into wakefulness, he heard the babble of wild ducks that had gathered around him, unconscious of an enemy being so near. This sight effectually sobered him, and cautiously firing into them, he made a good bag. Profiting by his environment, and the eagerness of parties of birds to use the open water, he kept the game going, and at length found upon the ice on either side of him 2 small heaps of slain. This old man was subsequently drowned on Breydon after a drunken spree. It is an exceptionally rare circumstance to see a duck of any species, unless slightly wounded, on the beach. I have seen, however, pretty plain evidence that some of the diving ducks do take a quiet sit down on the beach at night. But they are so exceedingly wary that one can never actually find them there, the slightest footfall being enough to startle them, and only a few footprints or some droppings here and there remain to mark the spot. Strong northerly winds are responsible for the rather rare appearance of the eider, Somateria mollissima, and it is a fortunate one indeed that ever returns, for its tameness is taken advantage of by the merest urchin who can throw a stone with the slightest skill. On December 1883 one was killed in this manner on Breydon by some mischievous boys, and another in the wash of the sea off Hemsby in November 1897. The shoveller is undoubtedly becoming more abundant. As many as 65 were observed in a flock on Breydon on the 5th of March 1890. A few pairs of shelled ducks still nest on the north-west coast of Norfolk, and small casual flocks visit Breydon. The greatest quantity I ever saw was during a thick rime frost in 1879, when an unusual number passed along the beach southwards, almost within arm's length. There really seemed to be hundreds. A flock of 17 were seen on Breydon in January 1897, the greater portion being killed in the course of 2 or 3 days. The shelled duck has much of the goose in its habits, and keeps a great deal out of the water, patrolling all over the flats, gleaning small mollusca and the young of the common winkle. The peregrine falcon. This, the noblest of our British falconidae, although always comparatively rare in this neighbourhood, is now one of our rarest autumnal visitors. A chance one occasionally drops in and makes his presence felt in the surrounding villages, and complaints are heard from one and another marshman that his ducks have suffered, or some pigeon fancier has a complaint to make. All its movements are characterised by a courage and dash that at least command the notice, if not the admiration, of those who meet with it. The Broadmen term it the game hawk, and some could tell of its boldness in chasing its quarry under the very noses of the angry owners. Lubbock, in his observations on the fauna of Norfolk, mentions the fact of a peregrine striking at coots disturbed by an approaching boat, killing two within a very short distance from the startled rower. A few years ago, when some sportsmen, unarmed at that moment, were gossiping on the Bure walls near the market gardens, now built upon, they observed some ducks passing over seawards from Breydon. Suddenly out from a tree dashed a peregrine, and singling out a widgeon, it struck the bird, which fell just over the hedge. Through the hedge one of the men scrambled, and appropriated the fowl ere the disappointed falcon could claim it for his own. On one occasion an old and noted punt gunner, known as Silky Watson, was sculling up in a wake in the ice, with intent to try a shot at a parcel of ducks asleep on the top of the ice on the edge of a flat. The gunner was, however, to be baffled, for at a most ticklish moment a peregrine made a dash at the fowl. With precipitate haste they dived into the drain, rising at some distance ahead and so escaping. My informant would have repeated the Broad Norfolk made use of by the disappointed Watson, but well knowing what a vocabulary the old school of Breydoners had at their command, even on ordinary occasions, I preferred to imagine it instead. Some years ago, during an exceptionally hard winter, Breydon was pretty well covered with ice, except where here and there a creek kept open a wake. In one of these openings several gunners were on the lookout for a shot at the fowl, which in numbers flew around overhead, anxious to feel the water beneath them. Presently a peregrine loomed up and drove the fowl hither and thither. Suddenly from a great height he was seen to descend, and in a moment struck a fowl with such force that it was killed outright, falling from under him. To the surprise of the interested gunners, the stricken duck fell with a thud upon the bottom boards of one of the punts. An exceptional circumstance this indeed, where a gunner has his game so neatly killed and retrieved without any effort on his part. Birds on a game stall. The late W. Durrant's game stall in Yarmouth Market has for years been a resort of wildfowlers, sportsmen, and men not wishing to be recognised or known as either, but whose tastes brought them into contact with various creatures, the snaring or shooting of which provides sport without much fear of trouble at the hands of the rural policeman. The stall has for many years been a most reliable gauge of the numbers and species of birds frequenting the locality at different seasons of the year. It had been my practice to watch this institution carefully, for there was usually something interesting to be seen, rarely a good bird to be discovered, and frequently a great display of victims during the prevalence of severe or stormy weather. Swans, wild geese, ducks, shore birds, land birds were all mixed up together in riotous confusion, and at times the boards literally creaked under their weight. A few lists made at sundry times may prove of interest. 8th of December 1890. Tufted ducks several. Dabchicks 3. Golden-eye ducks 5. Bewick swans mature 2. Bewick swans immature 1. Short-horned owls 2. Red-throated diver 1. Duck and mallard several. White-fronted goose 1. Water-hens and coots several. Snipe several. Pochard and widgeon several. Kestrel 1. Goosander 1. Curlews 2. Water rails 12. Barn owls 3. Numerous small birds, thrushes, etc. 29th of November 1890. 240 dunlins, 47 duck and mallard, 110 full snipe, 9 knots, 2 swans Bewick, 14 plovers various, 11 woodcocks, 14 jack snipe, 3 curlews, 39 larks, 52 thrushes and blackbirds, etc. Also golden eyes, a pintail, a bittern, and a godwit. During a few days' severe frost in the first half of December 1899, Durrant had something like 650 common snipe on his stall. On the 16th, the figures of birds as culled from his notebook are sufficiently interesting to subjoin, and these, with those previously mentioned, may be taken as fair samples of many displays exhibited there during the number of years business was carried on by him. 16th of December 1899. 336 dunlins, 20 coots, 6 dabchicks, 12 water rails, 3 golden plovers, 1 heron, 30 larks, 310 snipe, 10 moorhens, 26 lapwings, 1 goosander, 80 blackbirds, 1 curlew, 32 duck and mallard, 90 half-fowl, being about equally divided between tufted ducks, widgeon and pochards, 3 teal, 3 golden eyes. Rain-beaten swifts. On the afternoon of the 19th of July 1891, I witnessed a huge procession of swifts, by far the largest flock of this species I ever saw. They were flying from north east to south west against a deluge of rain, with thunder working in an opposite direction, the sky being lighted up below the storm cloud. For this brighter spot they were evidently heading. They appeared lumps of bedraggled feathers and scarcely able to ply their wings. At the rate of 60 or 70 per minute, I computed some 2,000 birds must have passed in half an hour. A very similar incident occurred on Ormsby Broad the August previous, when I and a friend were fishing. A terrific thunderstorm, and probably the heaviest downpour of rain I was ever caught in, had, as it were, drawn into its midst a confused cloud of swifts, swallows, and martins. These were struggling towards the horizon, where there was an apparent break in the leaden skies. Whether they ever reached it, I am unable to say. It is probable that in such unexpected storms many of these delicate birds perish. Their soaked plumage at any rate reduces them to sore straits. On one occasion I saw a gunner bring down a swift. Opening its mouth, I saw in its gullet a mass, quite a teaspoonful, of a species of small dipterous insect. The favourite item in its bill of fare is the St Mark's fly, Bibio marci. On the 13th of May, the arrival of the first swifts is looked for, and the last of them in about the third or last week of August. The last of 1903 was observed on the 5th of September. The latest record I have of one seen was on the 25th of September 1892. In August 1881, a spell of cold rains decimated the ranks of the swifts, which dropped into the streets, or flew, bedraggled and dying, into most unusual places. The wet cold summer of 1903 killed off the first brood, in most cases the chicks and the eggs perishing. In one local resort the owner of the house informed me that the old birds turned out the eggs, which he found broken, with the unhatched young on his doorstep. Unsociable birds. Some birds are exceedingly sociable in their habits, and delight, under various circumstances, not only to congregate in flocks of their own species, but to join in with those of others. The starling and the knot are particular instances. On the other hand, certain birds do not court the society of their fellows, much less that of other species. They may not necessarily be rare, they are solitary rather, and unsociable. The purple sandpiper, Tringa striata, is an example. Its appearance is usually looked for in October upon the beach, very seldom indeed is it seen on Breydon, and then only odd birds are found, industriously running along by the sea margin, utterly indifferent to the company of any other avine rambler. It is a rare circumstance on our beach to find two together. The green sandpiper, Totanus ochropus, and the phalaropes are also usually met with singly. Stalking a spoonbill. The spoonbill, Platalea leucorodia, almost invariably visits us in springtime, seldom in winter. And whereas, prior to the innovation of the Protection Acts, its appearance on Breydon meant an immediate opening of hostilities, today, thanks to the presence of a watcher, so long as it remains in the vicinity of the mud flats, its safety is almost guaranteed. Unfortunately, odd birds will occasionally straggle to the marshes, and there, once marked down, a persistent visitation is almost certain to end in disaster. Such an ending overtook a spoonbill on Borough Marshes as recently as the spring of 1902. In the Paget's list, the spoonbill is thus remarked upon: a flock in the marshes in 1774, several killed in 1808, and 2 or 3 are generally shot every spring on Breydon. The stalking of wildfowl was never greatly in vogue, at least in recent years. In the early half of the 19th century, an occasional goose was approached by stalking it behind a borrowed horse or ass upon the allotments, but only in an extempore and casual sort of way. On the 16th of September 1890, a spoonbill visited Breydon. On the 19th it was killed on the marshes by a gunner who, securing a horse by means of a halter, attempted, and with success, the old ruse of walking round in gradually lessening circles, hidden behind the animal. Before the bird had taken the alarm, he managed to get within easy distance, killing it at the first shot. Siberian Pectoral Sandpiper. On the afternoon of the 21st of August 1892, I took a stroll along the North Breydon walls. When near the Triangle Pond, about half a mile up the estuary, I espied a very nimble, pert sort of wader erratically hunting along the margin. At a glance I was satisfied it was a stranger, and my glasses made it out to be an unusual sandpiper. I laid flat on the grass and could distinctly see its quest was the freshwater shrimp, which swarmed in great numbers all round the shallow edge of the pond. While trying to make out the identity of the bird, I was twice disturbed by a pony stallion that had been turned out on the marsh, its persistent capering and prancing around me making it necessary for me, to save myself probably from a kick, to chase the brute away. This performance naturally put the bird to flight, but, to my surprise, it flew out over Breydon in a half-mile circle, and actually came back and settled in the same spot again. I had a capital view of it, and on reference to Saunders's manual, decided it to be a pectoral sandpiper. The bird, unfortunately, being shot shortly after, confirmed my finding, for it was identified as Tringa acuminata, the Siberian pectoral sandpiper. Irregular migrants. Under ordinary conditions, there are certain species of birds visiting this locality year by year in greater or lesser numbers. We look for their appearance as regularly as the season comes round. These include flocks of larks, rooks, hooded crows, siskins, gold-crested wrens, woodcocks, and some others. Other species are erratic in their visits, years intervening sometimes between a noticeable immigration and a reoccurrence of the species. They then probably surprise us by their numbers. The summer invasion of the Pallis's sand grouse in 1863 and the spring eruption of 1888 are cases in point. The Lapland bunting was formerly looked upon as a rare visitant to Norfolk, so much so that Stevenson's remarks upon it are worth repetition. On the 26th of January 1855, during extremely severe weather, a specimen of this very rare bunting was taken alive at Poswick near Norwich. This bird, probably the first ever known to have occurred in this county, was brought to me soon after its capture, and proved to be a young male in winter plumage. Some remarks upon its characteristics in confinement follow, and Stevenson continues, "The only other Norfolk specimen of this bunting I have either seen or heard of was shown to me on the 14th of April, 1862. In October and November 1892, a considerable number were seen, trapped and shot, more than 50 being secured by net and gun. It happened that a birdcatcher who was set for snow buntings secured an example, and being curious at the peculiarity of its markings, made inquiries, with the result that it was identified. It was discovered that the Lapland bunting was quite a boon companion of the commoner species, consorting with it in some numbers, and the rare birds, hitherto supposed to be badly marked females or young, had met with scant notice. One wily birdcatcher, after this identification, made it a practice to seek for the species, and having distinguished a difference in its call note, took particular pains to ensnare every bird possible, until it became accounted absolutely common, and its marketable value came down to between 1s. and 2s. apiece. A similar history attaches to the shore lark, which, prior to 1876, was considered a great variety. An educated sportsman shooting into a flock of snow buntings, with which the species consorts from choice, discovered, and afterwards confirmed his convictions, that it was almost a yearly visitant, sometimes arriving in considerable numbers, as in October 1880 and again in the winter of 1882, when 60, mostly males, were obtained. Stevenson says, "The first recorded specimen of the shore lark in Norfolk, and probably the first ever recognised in England, is the one thus referred to," quoting Yarrell. This specimen was obtained at Sheringham in March 1830. Several were obtained before the publication of The Birds of Norfolk. These Stevenson takes pains to enumerate and attach dates, considering the occurrences sufficiently rare to warrant this. An arrival of mealy redpolls in November 1893 was a marked feature of that year, when scores were netted. The brambling occurred in large flocks in the winter of 1885, and again in that of 1894-95, when many dozens were trapped. A birdcatcher, who discovered the bird's partiality for certain districts, cleared the ground of snow, and daily baited it with various seeds. So many poor little things were taken that they were sold alive at a penny and twopence apiece in the open market. Unusual quantities of siskins arrived in the winter of 1900. A birdcatcher, observing a number frequenting an old lettuce bed, borrowed a tame siskin for a decoy bird, and laid his nets early in the morning. By breakfast time he had netted 90, and by 11 o'clock he had secured 140, which he assures me he sold at 1s. each male and twopence each female. End of section 6. Section 7 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 7. Flights of Wood-Pigeons. A marked increase in the numbers of the wood-pigeon, Columba palumbus, has taken place in Norfolk, attributable, Stevenson says, in a great degree to the extension of our fir plantations, added to their immunity at the present time from the attacks of their natural enemies, crows, magpies, and hawks, now almost exterminated as residents amongst us through the strict preservation of game. Numbers build in the neighbouring country. The coo of the ringdove is perhaps the most familiar sound to be heard in the wooded surroundings of the Broadlands, and the noisy flip-flap of its wings is frequently heard as one moves along by the country roadside. At all periods of the year, even when the close season has made the market bare of wildfowl, wood-pigeons are common objects of the countrymen's stall. There can be no doubt that our home-bred birds roam widely in search of food, whilst arrivals from the north of Europe add largely to their numbers in the fall of the year. Two enormous flocks of this species passed over Yarmouth on the 22nd and 23rd of December 1893. There were thousands. I considered at the time that they were fleeing from severe weather in their native haunts, and made a note of it, suggesting that it would most likely follow in their wake. As a matter of fact, in a very short time heavy winds and snowstorms visited us. The birds settled in the vicinity, and the Saturday's market was glutted with them. Thousands again arrived on the 12th of December 1898, and passing straight on over the town, made inland. I visited the Saturday's market, expecting to find our rural sportsmen had been busy, but none were on sale, so that they must have gone, being probably unwearied, a considerable distance inland. Unexpected pleasure. The ornithologist has his delights, and one of them is to break in, as it were, upon a scene that delights his eyes, such as, for instance, when I myself, paddling upstream on the 15th of May 1893 on the top of the flood tide, saw upon the lumps, still uncovered by water, a congregation of no less than 18 black terns, more than 50 turnstones, several common and arctic terns, a number of dunlins, grey plovers, whimbrel and godwits, and, not least worthy of a glance, 3 spoonbills. These birds had gathered during the night on the flats to feed, breaking their journey northwards, and as the tide gradually drove them from the lower portions, they made for the highest remaining muds, to take a rest before still pursuing their flight, or to wait for the falling water to again lay bare their feeding grounds. On the evening of the 8th of May 1895, I put out again for a cruise among the mud flats, when I came across quite a menagerie of birds. There were some 34 black terns, 14 turnstones, 1 spoonbill. 2 days before 12 had departed from Breydon, and 77 godwits, bar-tailed, altogether on the lumps, besides a fair sprinkling of grey plovers and whimbrel, and a considerable number of black-headed gulls. On being disturbed, the terns rose up screaming, and mounting high in the air, made away in a north-east direction. On the next evening I counted 100 godwits in one flock. When taking a stroll along Breydon walls on the 15th of August 1898, I observed a flat crowded with birds. It was a very warm, still evening. Lying hidden in the tall grass that covered the walls, I watched them with interest for some time through my glasses, and with a little patience made an estimate of their number. There were as follow: 24 herons, over 200 curlews, and nearly 2,000 gulls, mostly asleep; 8 common sandpipers, 1 green sandpiper, and 1 greenshank. After a spell of wind in October 1900, a number of gulls trooped into Breydon for a much needed rest. When sailing by the flats, I passed several hundreds, mostly greater saddlebacks and herring gulls. Who shall not say the unexpected sight of a flock of spoonbills, from 6 even up to a dozen, flying by in single file or feeding in regular order, is anything but a pleasurable one? On the 14th of January 1899 I took a ramble in the same vicinity. Observing an unusually light-coloured gull preening its feathers and apparently listlessly pottering about on the mud close under the stone wall, I crept along until within distance of it and cautiously looked over. It goes without saying that the sight of an Iceland gull making itself quite at home on the mud flats was as pleasant as it was unusual. Within 2 hours after a local wildfowler had seen and slain it. Whether his pleasure in knocking it over exceeded mine in watching the bird enjoying life and liberty is open to question. When sailing across Breydon on the 5th of April 1900, I passed 3 grandly plumaged herons fast asleep at the entrance of a drain. The flats everywhere were dotted with dunlins. I saw a number of knots and curlew sandpipers, gulls and curlews were napping together, and 3 swans were feeding at the edge of a run. A peregrine falcon stooped at half a dozen ducks, but did not strike, being baffled by a flock of noisy gulls who mobbed him. When shooting on the marshes in the neighbourhood of Ludham on the 11th of November 1903, a friend of mine came unexpectedly upon a flock of half a score short-eared owls, which scattered at his approach. For the moment he did not identify the species, so brought down a couple, another gun doing the same. He was vexed directly after to recognise them as these most useful birds. They had probably but recently arrived from Scandinavia. On examining the ground he discovered a number of ejected pellets of remains of field mice. The flooding of the marshes had been disastrous to many field mice that had been driven to such small patches of raised turf as remained above the swamp. Here they were falling an easy prey to the rapacious birds. My friend repeated that the way they shot up and in broad daylight simply surprised him. I saw 3 of the slain, finding them a male and 2 females. Hard weather and wild birds. There is always an interest attached to the perusal of a diary recording the doings and happenings of years gone by, more especially if it is penned by one's own hand. This thought occurred to me in perusing my notebook for 1894. The following terse notes chronicle my observations of the first few days of that year. Weather and birds. January the 1st came in rough and cold. Today, the 2nd, snowing and blowing. Wind east to northeast. Shelled ducks numerous in roadstead. Dunlins in units along beach in morning. Fieldfares plentiful around town today. Shot several for eating purposes. Considered fine for dumplings. Lapwings hard up. Shot a full snipe at dusk only 3 yards off with my old converted muzzle rifle. Force of wind and flight made it fall at my feet. 2 nights a regular ruffian. January the 4th. Weather thickening and growing colder. Frost intense. Broads freezing over. Wildfowl becoming numerous in roads. Dunlins on beach. Snipe going southward. January the 5th. Saw more ducks today than ever before in one day in my life. Hundreds upon hundreds. Gulls leading northwards. Ducks working southwards. Some mergansers, many scalps, widgeon, even crested grebes plentiful, and all manner of birds. Hundreds of stints or dunlins going south. January the 7th. Breydon, saltwater estuary, frozen over. Hooded crows, sharp set, prowling around capturing wounded shorebirds. Coots flocking to salt water. A coot was shot on North River, but falling into a wake in the ice was not retrieved. Some hooded crows hauled it out on the ice and tore it to pieces. Small patches of blood and odd feathers on the Breydon ice pointed to avine tragedies of shorebirds dead, wounded, or harried down victims that had been devoured by crows. Sanderlings on foreshore, numbers of dabchicks wherever open water, several shot. Coots croaking at night on Breydon in severe rime frost. Later on in the month a break in the weather occurred and the birds scattered, returning to their old haunts. A friend of mine, recently deceased, was an ardent amateur punt gunner. The severest weather found him on Breydon looking for a fowl or two. A favourite reminiscence of his was of a poor little kingfisher, hard up for a dinner, that came and alighted on the end of his punt gun, and from it, as a perch, fished for nearly a couple of hours in the open water of the drain in which he lay moored. Through the intensity of the frost, the metal was so cold that he hesitated to lay his fingers upon it. This same friend, just before his fatal illness, even when in failing health, made spasmodic visits to his favourite Breydon. One evening in November 1901, I found a leaf from a notebook slipped through my letter box. I give it as written, to show how fascinating, even to a dying man, remains the love of natural observation. Mr Patterson, Dear Sir, 16th of November. Seen leading Breydon about 11:30 a.m. First 3 swans, and then 34 or 35, and another lot of 24. Also 1 goose. The latter was killed. Hundreds of golden plover and lapwings, all leading northwest. Yours truly, H. B. My own entries for that day are as follow. Swans and geese. Went for a jolly afternoon on Breydon. Wind nor'-east. Fine but huge red clouds, like mountains, made the sky wild. Saw 3 swans. I fancy they were hoopers. Their note was a bad imitation of a curlew's. Also saw 45 geese, probably bean geese, in one flock flying above and around. A few lapwings, 1 goosander. The common sandpiper. No bird makes itself more conspicuous upon our Norfolk waterways in the finer portion of the year than this shrill-voiced, noisy, restless little wader. In spring and autumn, small parties, sometimes of as many as 8 individuals, may be seen busily and with restless activity picking up the small crustaceans, young ditch prawns, Paliman varians, that have passed into the river through the sluices that drain the marshes, and opossum shrimps that skir and frolic at the margin of the stream. As soon as a yacht or wherry comes within the limit they consider safe for them, up they get with ear-piercing pipings, and hurry on ahead to settle and feed until again disturbed. For a mile or two will they hurry along in this way, scarce ever thinking to double back, and so remain at peace. I had long suspected this bird of nesting in the neighbourhood of the Broads, having noticed it with us all summer through. A strict watch had been kept, until at length a nest was discovered under a bush at Hickling on the 25th of May 1897. Breydon walls are a favourite resort of this species in the autumn. Some Woodcock notes. Of late years there has been a decided falling off in the numbers of woodcocks visiting us. Every gunner in my younger time had an ambition to boast of at least one woodcock slain, and he who exceeded that number was not slow to draw out a certain feather, one of the underwing coverts, and stick it in the band of his hat. In some instances, quite a row of these badges of prowess adorned the headgear of certain vain sportsmen. The habits of the woodcock, although a secretive sort of a fellow, are too well known to need any comment thereon, but I have from time to time kept a record of its, to me, earliest known arrival in the autumn, and sundry incidents that have made its appearance somewhat remarkable. 1881. The first notified this year was on the 9th of September, a small dark variety, which I thought probably a British bred example. On the 20th of October one cut itself almost in halves by striking a telegraph wire in the night. 1883. On the 6th of October I have a note referring to one obtained a fortnight before that date. 1889. On the 6th of October of this year I have the following entry. It looked rather odd to see a woodcock just arrived hanging upon a poulterer's stall with some widgeon, while swallows were still on the wing overhead. 1890. Several seen, and some shot on the 20th of October, the previous night's arrivals. There had been a gale on the 18th, no less than 18 hanging on a stall on the 21st. On the same date, a fagged out individual alighted on the rail of the pier and attempted to rest a while. Another dropped on the sands a week after. In a note for the 29th, I have a record of several having been picked up exhausted, mostly on the sandhills. 1891. Another example picked up in a railway cutting with breastbone cut in two. 1892. First one noted 11th of October. A note for the 8th records flocks of house martins flying continuously in a southerly direction. 1893. One seen on the 8th of October, and one killed on the 18th had a bill measuring only 2½ inches in length. 1894. First woodcock killed on the 3rd of October, one killed by a stone on the 15th. 1895. First seen 15th of October. The greatest number of woodcocks I have ever heard of as being locally killed by one man after a heavy immigration is 9, all obtained in one day on the Marhams by a gunner named Davy Birch. This was early in the 50s. Other appearances are as follow. 1896, 13th of October. 1897, 5th of October. 1898, 21st of October, when a completely decapitated example was found lying beneath a telegraph wire. 1903, the 24th of October. Following their food. Many instances have been given of the wonderful way in which birds find out where food is in plenty. Whether they can communicate facts and ideas, or whether they trust to instinctive senses, I will not venture to suggest. I simply state facts. I have noticed year by year how in the early mornings troops of sparrows in summer betake themselves to the sands, to glean up crumbs and other edibles left the day before by the visitors. In the autumn, too, they repair to the Denes in search of various spiders and coleoptera that are peculiar to such situations, patrolling the ground in regular business-like fashion. When grey mullet were plentiful in Breydon in spring, in the first half of the last century, cormorants were commonly seen on the hunt for them. "Every post used to hold one," said an old Breydoner to me on one occasion. A farmer at Caister, in December 1895, spread his fields with herring refuse. The gulls, black-headed gulls in particular, scented it out, and out of a ton or two of it spread over the soil, devoured probably a fourth of it before he had time to plough it in. In the summer, almost as soon as a ditch has been "fayed out" and the black mud has been thrown on either side, the green sandpiper (Totanus ochropus) puts in an appearance and begins a search for worms and larvae upon it. I observed 3 of this locally lessening species at Morby on the 19th of August 1895. On the 2nd of February 1895, the land birds had an exceedingly hard time. The starlings were so tamed by hunger that they grubbed among the snow under the very eyes of the boys. Some bunches of them in the town prowled around and among the feet of the horses. The thrush family, whose various members had been careless and wasteful over the hawthorn berries, which at that time were "familiar objects" at the North End gardens, and had strewn more than they ate on the ground and in the ditches below, were disconsolately searching for such as still remained, while they attacked the wreaths on the cemetery graves in order to satisfy their hunger with the berries they found upon them. A wretched thrush, grumpily hopping along under a bank, was seized by a hungry rat, pulled screaming into its burrow, and without a shadow of a doubt was speedily devoured. 2 young herons, very tame and not yet strong on the wing, had fallen in with a pool full of sticklebacks on the 29th of July 1895. Here they were snapping them up to their heart's content. A large dragonfly on a fine sunny day in May 1897 came gaily winging its way along the Bridge Road. A sparrow from a roof gutter saw it and gave chase. I never saw such doubling and cross flying by chase and quarry. For some minutes the chase lasted, the insect dodging the bird so deftly that one could almost imagine it enjoyed being pursued. Eventually both turned the corner of a building, and I lost sight of them. There was, after continuous heavy rains, a great deal of water on the marshes in December 1901. A great many drowned worms laid at the margin and in the shallows. Golden plovers and lapwings became very numerous in the neighbourhood, drawn there by the plentiful supply of food. I am convinced that if individuals are incapable of conveying news, information, in fact, to their relatives, there must be many flights of birds passing and repassing in the dark hours and that they are gifted with some instinct unknown to us that directs their flight to places where food is in plenty. Whether seen to come or not, they do come, as I have in more than one instance pointed out. A sacred writer long ago declared that, "Where the carcass is, thither will the eagles be gathered together." At the period above referred to, I noted the dropping in of fieldfares to share at the waterside the plentiful feast so unexpectedly provided. They mixed freely with the waders. Strange companionships. One of my earliest recollections is of a queer case of companionship between a lapwing and a Brahma hen. The peewit had been wing-tipped and turned into a large garden, where in a very short time it became quite master of the situation, and was a source of annoyance to the old cock, who could not get a peck in anyhow, while the pert bird dodged between his legs and around him, as if for the very fun of it. The hen was quite a passive sort of pal to the lapwing, who preferred its society, whether welcome or not, and usually spent its odd times, when not engaged in examining all the likely places for worms and vermin, in preening its feathers beside her. I had at one time a tame spoonbill that consorted with a quartet of large gulls in a netted area some quarter-mile in circumference, although at meal times the gulls more often than not devoured the sliced horse beef thrown to them, while the stupid wader was endeavouring to swallow a piece much too big for the capacity of its small gullet. The spoonbills that visit Breydon so frequently in spring and early summer invariably spend much of their sleeping time in the midst of a flock of gulls, and also show a decided preference for feeding in their society. A lady of my acquaintance was sitting on the beach one afternoon in September 1898 with a bunch of grapes on her lap, which she was eating. A sparrow most audaciously flew upon her knee and seized a grape with all the temerity of an old acquaintance. It goes without saying it was not denied one. During my August holidays in 1903, I spent most of my time in my houseboat, moored in a drain in the centre of Breydon. During the whole of that period, whenever the water fell or had not on the flood tide reached the surface of the flats, a second-year black-headed gull persisted in keeping company with me. Pieces thrown out from the table were gladly appropriated, and added variety to the marine titbits gleaned up on the flat. Nor did it choose to take fright at any demonstration I might make. I never before met with an instance where a gull forced its company upon man's society, although when moored on Heigham Sounds in 1895, a wild duck hung around for the sake of what I chose to throw out. At the corner of the North Drain on Breydon, a turnstone was busily engaged, on the 21st of August 1900, turning over refuse and tangled bits of Zostera marina in search of sandhoppers. A small lot of dunlins and ringed plovers, also intent on a breakfast, were profiting by its labours, and snapped up some of the crustaceans that managed to escape the larger hunter. But they became so persistent in dodging around him, even to snapping up such as he wished for himself, that at length, out of sheer annoyance, finding his runs and pecks at them of no avail, he betook himself off to another location, whither he evidently hoped they would not follow him. There are some odd gatherings of birds on Breydon now and again. A common habitat throws together most diverse species at times, but it was from selfish motives that in July 1901 an assemblage of rooks and gulls came about. A grey gull had found a bit of stale salt beef, probably thrown out from a ship. He was industriously pinching off snips, and dragging and shaking it about, now backwards, now sideways. Around him had gathered 13 rooks, all eager to snap up the fragments that might be shaken out of the quick reach of the seabird, who was not anxious to leave his joint for fear of losing it. The affair wound up eventually by 3 other gulls coming on the scene to dispute possession, when the sable hangers-on decamped, wisely leaving the gulls to settle matters and divide the spoil between them. At the time of writing, 1903, a neighbour of mine, who has a great liking for pet keeping, has a big brown retriever. With the fugitive idea that somehow he may establish a sort of amateur rookery, 2 or 3 rooks have been turned into the garden, each with one wing cut. One bird was brought up from the nest, and a noisy, downy-headed little fellow he was. He followed his master like a lapdog, and spent most of his hours at first hanging and begging round the kitchen door. As he grew older and bolder, he betook himself to the dog's kennel, glad to pick up the scraps that fell from Carlo's bones. So familiar did he become that he insisted upon sleeping in the kennel with the dog, and to sit at times perched on the canine's back, cogitating. A second rook was added, and this too, profiting by the experiences of his predecessor, very soon joined the kennel club. A third rook, a tired-out migrant from Scandinavia, was put with the others in October. It remains to be seen whether he will become as sociable and contented. End of section 7. Section 8 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 8. The Land Dotterel. Before the break-up of the North Denes by golfer, volunteer and other pedestrians, and when the sand dunes were quite a considerable walk from the town, the old gunners yearly expected, and often fell in with, the land dotterel, Eudromius morinellus, which was quite a usual spring immigrant. Billy Sampson, a gunner who frequented this locality until the early 70s, several times met with them in small flocks, the largest number he ever saw together being 12. The colours of the bird, when squat and immovable, are so similar to its surroundings that when the eye is once off it, it is singularly difficult to locate again. The bird is very simple and easily stalked. Sampson affirmed that one only needed to get within range and keep rounding them up, and most of a flock might be secured. He once shot 3 out of 4 in this manner, the 4th taking to wing whilst he was loading his old muzzle gun. The wind and migrants. The direction pursued by birds on their migratorial trips is considerably affected by the winds prevalent at the time, as well as by the force of the same. There can be no doubt that with a continuity of strong westerly winds in October, the east side of the North Sea benefits by their numbers, just as a south-easterly wind puts the flocks this way. Birds appear to prefer a side wind rather than one behind them, and least of all a head wind. Should opposing winds be weak, however, they do not object to them, as was seen in October 1903, when for days following the 16th incredible numbers of Corvine and other land birds came over. On the other hand, wading birds were conspicuously absent. Quite a rush of migratorial birds occurred on the 5th of September 1897. Several were killed by nightfall. This rush, I thought at the time, portended a shift of the wind, which had been continuously west-south-west for several days, and within 12 hours of my recording my impressions and seeing the birds on the move, the wind veered round to the east. On a game stall on the 6th, I noticed the following birds: 10 bar-tailed godwits, 9 curlew sandpipers, 1 reeve, 20 knots, 1 shell duck immature, 1 greenshank, 1 scalp female, 2 kingfishers. The following entries may be of interest. November 23rd, 1897. Extraordinarily thick fog. November 24th. Night noisy with cries of plovers. This, with certain other birds being uneasy, portending bad weather. The wind changed immediately after. November 28th. Blew hard to-day and next. The gale causing havoc all round the neighbourhood. Tide rose to an alarming height. The sea broke through the sandhills at Horsey. I may also quote a note as follows: September 20th, 1899. Wind veered yesterday from south-west to south-east. Rough, wet night. To-day Breydon noisy with birds. Saw some turnstones and whimbrel, numbers of grey plovers, some greenshanks, and many small birds. Many scores of grey plovers were subsequently shot. During the spring migration, an easterly and a north-easterly wind especially favours bird observation here. In the old days, of which the few worn-out gunners still living delight to talk, when godwits were as common as dunlins, dirty weather was always hailed by them, bringing with it, as it did, many birds are wearied by flying shoulder on their northward journey. Old Goodens, a man of iron constitution, who, at an age exceeding the allotted span, still ventures up Breydon eel-spearing, told me he once killed 15 godwits at a shot. He had seen thousands drop in on a thick drizzly morning with a north-east wind. They settled on a flat on a certain 10th of May near the Channel, and reached, one solid flock, 5 stakes in length. These Breydon Channel stakes rise out of the water several hundreds of feet apart. 2 days after, he added, not one godwit was to be seen. How the grey plover's movements and appearance here are connected with certain winds will be seen in the following notes copied from my entries. May 5th, 1900. Grey plovers, several on Breydon noisily piping. Wind south-west. May 6th. Wind suddenly gone round to the south-east. May 7th. Wind very blustering all night with squalls. May 25th. several grey plovers on Breydon, after fortnight's absence of species. Wind changed to north east and then to south east on the following day. I made similar observations in 1901 as follows: November the 12th, glass falling rapidly. Gale came on at night. November the 13th, during a lull in the gale last night, the air overhead was alive with golden plovers and other migrating waders, wind muddled and light attracted. Some snipe were distinctly heard among them. Some awkward mistakes. Birds, like ourselves, do not always avoid committing little errors of judgment. In January 1896, a kestrel, noticing a movement in the herbage below it, stooped and seized what, to his surprise, turned out to be a weasel. He almost immediately dropped it, and then, hurriedly altering his mind, actually captured it again and rose in the air with it, to drop it as hurriedly once more when the animal began squirming and shrieking. Luckily for the kestrel, its sharp talons had inflicted injury upon its unwanted prey, and also had held it near the head, or he might have fared badly. The poor little weasel dragged itself into a hole, where, in a bad way, it lay for a while exhausted, half in and half out. It eventually recovered, and was molested by the plucky hawk no more. In the same month I observed a large gull stoop to the surface of Breydon and seize a bit of floating food. A hooded crow, observing the seabird's success, straightway dashed at him and so hustled him that, to recover himself, he was obliged to drop the food. He descended again and retrieved his prize. But Hoodie once more dashed at him and again compelled him to relinquish the object of disputation. But the crow was not nimble enough of wing to seize it, and made no effort to repossess it. Hoodie made a mistake in imagining himself a skua. In the spring of 1898, a hen, wanting badly to sit, contented herself by sitting most assiduously on 2 common stone ginger beer bottles. It is needless to say her labours were in vain, and one might almost imagine that anything so foolish could never have been attempted by any creature known to be unaddicted to the bottle. Owing to the dryness of the season, in the July of 1896, the snails and slugs in certain districts gathered into the strawberry beds. Thither the blackbirds followed them, to the indignation of the market gardeners, who at once not only accused them of stealing strawberries, but commenced a warfare on them. Many scores were slaughtered, and their carcasses hung up as a warning to others. What was done by the slugs upon the finest of the berries was laid to the blackbird's charge. Notwithstanding this, many quarts of strawberries perished for want of gathering. It was not only a pity, but a very great mistake, to slaughter so piteously the friends who were ready to save the strawberries by devouring their greatest enemies, the slimy molluscs. Hybrid doves. A Yarmouth pigeon fancier mated a male almond splash pigeon with a collared dove in 1897. After spoiling 6 pairs of eggs, a pair of hybrids were produced. They were dove-like in general appearance and manners, and exceedingly timid. One bird was pale mouse-coloured, with the edging of the secondaries and the greater and lesser wing coverts of a light brown hue. The tail was barred at the extreme end with white. The other bird was whitish, with the edgings of the aforementioned parts fawn coloured. The birds were healthy and strong. At another house during the same year, I saw a hybrid produced from a dark blue tumbler and a hen collared dove. It was plum coloured all over, and resembled its maternal parent in style and appearance. On the neck were the loveliest metallic bronze tints imaginable, reminding me of those on the American passenger pigeon. Birds returning home. Certain of our birds, waders to wit, although so noticeable in their autumnal immigration, do not make much display of their return in the spring on their way to the north of Europe. I have certainly observed the heron in one or two instances fly directly east, and also small bunches of starlings on one or two occasions. We have influxes of spring waders, godwits, knots, grey plovers, and the like, although not so numerous as formerly, dropping in on Breydon mud flats, but it is seldom they are actually seen to leave. They do so, undoubtedly, at night. I have disturbed terns, and seen them mount high in the air, and proceed in a north-east direction. The gathering together of certain species for the flight is not so rare. On the 1st of April 1898 I saw many scores of hooded crows congregated on Breydon mudflats, simply resting themselves and holding, to all intents and purposes, an avine congress. As far as the eye could reach they were to be seen, and from the quaint manner in which one would address its nearest fellow, I was almost certain they had already paired. On the 20th of March 1892 I saw a similar gathering on the sandhills between Caister and Scratby. On the 2nd of April 1898 I observed a troop of jackdaws flying direct east at a considerable elevation. Their note made identification easy. Some large bunches of starlings, flying in wedge form, due east and very high, passed over the town on the 29th of March 1900. 5 Kentish crows hung about Breydon as late as the 11th of May 1900. One had a slightly injured wing and was unable to fly to any great distance. His companions, who were evidently concerned about his welfare, at length finding it would or could not join them, left it to its own devices. A town rookery. The successful attempts made by rooks to establish a colony in the heart of Yarmouth have been a matter of no little interest to residents living in the market place and its neighbourhood. Each spring since that of 1896 has found the birds in more or less numbers resorting to the trees immediately to the left of the hospital school in the old disused cemetery at the rear of the market place. Early in April of that year a pair built a nest there. Odd birds at various times visited the couple settled there, and seemed to beg fun of them. 7 rooks were observed around the nest on the 10th. Young birds were nearly fledged on the 24th of May, when some brute climbed the tree and in sheer wantonness sawed off the limb, dropping nest and young birds to the ground. In the March of 1897 a pair of rooks again put in an appearance, remained for a day or two, and then left the place entirely for that year. In 1901 others again looked in for a day or two, and in 1902 2 nests were built, but during a very severe gale Both nests were completely destroyed. One might think that the birds weighed the matter over in their minds, and decided in the end that, as an act of Providence had upset their hopes and not human interference, they might as well try again in 1903, which they did, when no less than 7 nests, 6 of them inhabited, decorated the trees. The good wishes of the townsfolk went out to them, being especially voiced during the gales of March and April which they survived. Something like a score of youngsters were reared, and in time crossed the town to the Breydon marshes with their parents, who had frequently passed and repassed with provender from the neighbourhood of that favourite estuary. The oldest inhabitant cannot remember ever before seeing a colony of rooks in the heart of the town, although rookeries are common enough in various parts of Galston. The shag. The shag, Phalacrocorax graculus, makes an exceedingly interesting pet. I purchased one of a smacksman in March 1898. He was giving it a swim in the river, keeping it captive by means of a long cord tied to its leg, and by means of which he dragged it ignominiously on board the smack again. I kept it for some weeks. It soon answered to my call, and would catch easily the fish thrown to it. When hungry, it uttered a harsh, discordant, trumpeting note, unlike another I kept later, which made no sound at all. It ate, or rather swallowed, about 1.5 pounds of fish per day, including bones, mostly cut up fish heads and skate. The bones it vomited after digesting the muscular parts around them. Another came into my possession in September 1903. Like its predecessors, it never drank or even dipped its bill into water while in my care. It became exceedingly tame, and would come into the house boldly, as if it preferred the warmth of the fireside to its own outside lodgings. Locally, this species seems to turn up more frequently now than in years gone by. Some strange fatalities. Some bricklayers working on a roof in the heart of the town in April 1899 called to me from the scaffolding, asking me to inspect a large niche in a half-demolished chimney where lay huddled together no less than 15 bird skeletons, which I immediately identified as those of jackdaws. In all probability, the chimney had been the birthplace of generations of those birds, and the perfectly clean, bare skeletons discovered were doubtless those of young birds that had either tumbled out of the nest or had died and been thrown out by the parent birds. Not a particle of flesh, sinew, or feather remained, this being due, mayhap, to the attentions of mice, blowflies, and moths. I had known the house since childhood, but could not remember jackdaws having ever inhabited its chimneys. That blowflies find out carcasses in a most mysterious fashion is evidenced by my finding, in 2 instances, the remains of swifts that had probably lost their lives in striking the parish church steeple and fallen on the leads at its base, just above the clock. The bones beneath the feathers were in both cases bare, and in one, indeed, a few larval cases remained. The blowflies must have caught the scent of the dead birds when atmospheric depression brought it earthwards, although I am not certain that these dipterous insects do not occasionally fly at as great an elevation. That scent will draw insects to great distances is evidenced by the finding of the carcass of a porpoise on Aldborough Beach, 4 miles from any habitation, yet simply alive with the larvae of the green blowfly. Curious manoeuvres. One of the oddest performances I ever saw on Breydon took place on the early morning of the 17th of August, 1899. Hearing a number of black-headed gulls on the flat opposite my houseboat, I cautiously looked out to see the scarcely bare flat covered with these birds, all screaming in turn as if the bright morning were a real delight to them. And what was odd enough, they literally danced all over the place, each bird lifting its feet and pattering on the mud without moving away, as if dancing a hornpipe. Evidently, from the frequent pauses made by each bird to pick up something, the unusual disturbance of the mud caused sundry crustaceans and worms to come in terror to the surface, the very result intended by the birds. I have seen the same manoeuvre executed several times since. A few evenings prior to this, I was sitting in the dusk at the stern of my houseboat when I noticed a gull behaving in a very strange way, and after some careful glimpses at him through my telescope, I found he had fast in his gullet a flounder much too large to be comfortably swallowed. The poor thing described a number of circles, and gradually came my way. I had prepared to slip out onto the mud should he come near enough, in order to help him in some way or other, but for all his caperings he became distrustful of my presence, and vanished, still curvetting, into the gathering gloom. In all probability it was the last flounder he ever tackled. In August 1899, a large grey gull captured a flounder he was utterly incapable of swallowing. A companion bullied him, chasing him up and down and around in the air for nearly a mile, the rightful possessor as persistently sticking to his find. How they settled the matter I do not know, for they passed beyond my sight. Mostly snipe notes. It has often been the case, in my experience, that if we get snow and frost before Christmas, our local gunners have what they term a bit of tolerable sport. But should like conditions obtain only after the advent of the new year, their chances are poor enough. The following notes copied from my diary are interesting as showing how a few frosty days affect the snipe. I made a few lists of victims that appeared from day to day on a local game stall. December the 11th, 1899. A 3-inch fall of snow last night. Frost coming with it drove southwards to this neighbourhood great numbers of snipe. Common and jack snipe abundant everywhere. Durrant had the following birds today: snipe 47, lapwings 14, dunlins 23, wild duck 4, jack snipe 17, golden plovers 10, widgeon 3, woodcock 1. December the 13th. Yesterday a similar number of snipe on the stall. Today, woodcocks 8, snipe 120, jack snipe 20, spotted rail 2, coots 40, dunlins 40, duck and mallard 14, widgeon 9. December the 14th. Millions of radiated trough shells, Mactra stultorum, scoured up by the tide and thrown ashore. The presence of these tempted many wildfowl here. Marshes covered with snow. Gunners all on the alert for snipe. Today's list: snipe 43, lapwings 6, dunlins 60, ducks 12. December the 15th. Heron 1, lapwings 12, widgeon 4, shovellers 3, curlew 1, duck 30, teal 1, golden plovers 4, dunlins 179, pochards 7, moorhens 9, woodcock 1. The snipe was sent daily to London. The curlew above referred to weighed 2 1/4 pounds. December the 16th. Snipe 310, duck and mallard 32, dabchicks 6, lapwings 26, dunlins 336, half-fowl 90, water rails 12, goosander 1. The half-fowl were tufted ducks, golden eyes, etc. The common snipe nests very sparingly in the lowlands around Yarmouth. I knew a pair to nest on a low swampy bit of fen a few score yards beyond Belton Station. By the Broads it is of less infrequent occurrence. The snipe puts in an appearance on our marshes in some numbers on the approach of frost. In the early 'eighties a severe frost shut up all the ditches and solidified the fenny places farther north. The brackish deeks of our own immediate neighbourhood in one night became swarmed, and for a day or two after every gunner was incessantly blazing away as the birds were flushed continually by the tramp of feet and snuffing of dogs. Hundreds were killed. The frost continued, and after the third day the numbers began perceptibly to lessen, and in less than a week not a bird was to be found. But directly there was a break, a rush back took place, although very few birds were then secured. It is a very rare circumstance to meet with this species on Breydon. I observed one on a hot day in 1901 feeding along with a parcel of dunlins. Its favourite resorts had in all probability been dried up by a long continued drought. In an old edition of Gilbert White's Selborne, that had belonged to an Aldeburgh sportsman, I saw written on the margin the following note: Snipe at worm. When at Aldeburgh I shot a great many snipes. One day I shot a jack, and upon my dog bringing it to me, I found a small red worm protruding from the mouth. I ever afterwards drew my finger and thumb tightly up the outside of the throat, and several times I have by this means drawn the same description of worm from them, and I have no doubt the woodcock eats the same. During one of the rushes of snipe in the old days, a young fellow called in at a since deceased game dealer's, after the shop had been closed, carrying in his pockets the proceeds of the day's shooting. The dealer sat reading his newspaper behind the counter. "What do you want?" he curtly asked of the young fellow. "I've brought some snipe," said he, emptying his pocket. "I believe you buy 'em." The dealer coolly took up several of the birds, and then critically eyeing the sportsman, asked where he obtained them. "Up the river walls on such and such a marsh," he replied. "Oh, so you've been not only shooting game, but obtain them on Squire So-and-so's land, eh? Just wait till I fetch a policeman." It is needless to say, the young sportsman took alarm, and precipitately bolted, leaving his game behind him. He has not yet, according to report, returned to settle the deal or make inquiries respecting the snipe. A most unusual movement of snipe took place in the middle of November 1903. From two independent sources I was informed that from 400 to 500 of these birds alighted on a hover, a floating portion of rond. They were described as literally alighting upon each other. A wherry sailing by at the time put them up when they crossed over it, some passing between the mast and the bobstay. An old Breydoner who excelled at punt gunning in the 50s and 60s assured me that old Thomas, the late Johnny Thomas's father, was surprised one evening by a large flock of unknown or unrecognised birds alighting on a rond on Breydon, not far from him. Owing to snow and inability to locate them, Thomas drew up to the walls and, in spite of the severity of the night, slept there. Waking before daylight, he found his way at daybreak to the spot, and managed to get a shot at what he now saw to be snipe. There were hundreds, and at one pull he killed several scores, "coverin'," as my informant said, "the punt floor with 'em, half filling it." End of section 8. Section 9 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 9. The Curlew. In August, large female curlews, occasionally with long bills, frequent Breydon. Sometimes the flocks are of a considerable size. I am of the opinion that a few non-breeding birds remain in the vicinity all summer, betaking themselves to the marshes and even farther afield for short periods, returning at intervals to their favourite ooze. Nereid worms, mollusca, shrimps, small crabs and tiny flounders are its usual prey. A tame curlew became exceedingly partial to small dead mice soaked and knocked about until considered fit for swallowing. A curlew was set upon by a small hawk. The wader squatted upon the mud, presenting its bill to its tormentor, a process that had the effect of either wearing out the latter's patience or of intimidating it. It left the curlew at length to its own devices, and went in search of something more easily conquered. Curlews, when on feed, snatch at every little passing flounder. Small ones they bolt in an instant, but any too large for swallowing are knocked, shaken, and twisted about, and prodigious efforts are made to bolt them, till at length, finding all their efforts vain, they appear regretfully to throw them down. What most amuses me is the way a disappointed bird immediately after trots along as fast as his legs can carry him to seek for some more manageable item, as if there were lost time to be made up. A Watcher's Notebook. For several years past, a watcher has been stationed on Breydon during the close season for wild birds. Moored in the centre of that estuary is his houseboat, from which it is his duty to keep a sharp eye upon all persons likely to break the law by shooting or attempting to shoot the various waders using Breydon mudflats. The first man employed was a big old fellow known as Ducker Chambers. Whether true or not, it is rumoured of him that, when a rare bird was known to be using Breydon, it was not a difficult task for an interested party to decoy him into some favourite resort, whilst another would slip into a punt and either secure or attempt to shoot the coveted prize. It may or it may not be that more than one spoonbill vanished, not by proceeding on its migration, but in a way not intended by the act. Old Chambers kept a rough sort of diary, and from day to day, or when the humour seized him, it was his custom to jot down in rough numbers the birds that came into his view from time to time. It goes without saying that in so large an area he did not see all that came. I append a few entries which may be interesting for purposes of comparison. 1888. April 13th. White-winged tern. May 20th. 3 spoonbills. June 3rd. 6 spoonbills. June 8th. 2 spoonbills. June 12th. 1 spoonbill. June 21st. 3 spoonbills. July 18th. 1 spoonbill. Various small waders. 1889. March 10th. 200 widgeon. March 11th. 4 shelled ducks. March 13th. 17 pin-tailed ducks. March 15th. 400 widgeon, 18 mallard and some teal. March 16th. 2000 widgeon. March 22nd. 200 widgeon, 12 mallard, etc. March 24th. 200 widgeon, few golden eyes and shovellers. March 28th. 100 widgeon. March 31st. 4 shelled ducks. April 12th. 3 gooseanders. May 12th. Godwits, whimbrel, etc. May 19th. 1 spoonbill. June 11th. 1 spoonbill. June 18th. 2 gooseanders. June 25th. 4 shelled ducks. July 4th. 1 spoonbill. 1890. March 2nd. Over 200 widgeon. March 5th. 65 shovellers. March 6th. 11 geese. March 9th. 300 widgeon, 2 golden eyes, ring plovers and dunlins. March 14th. 60 godwits, whimbrel and plovers. May 24th. Several greenshanks and redshanks. May 25th. 6 cormorants, 4 black terns, many small birds. June 4th. 4 shelled ducks. June 13th. 3 bernacle geese. June 24th. Numerous redshanks. 1891. March 2nd. 40 widgeon, 30 geese. March 7th. 20 widgeon, 3 shelled ducks. March 8th. 12 swans. March 15th. 70 geese. March 17th. 6 shelled ducks. March 19th. 2 swans. March 22nd. 2 gooseanders, many small birds. March 24th. 4 gooseanders. April 6. 500 widgeon, pintails and teal. April 12th. 4 golden eyes. April 15th. 2 swans. May 12th. 200 godwits, numerous whimbrel. May the 29th, 4 swans. June the 14th, 2 spoonbills. June the 15th, 3 avocets. July the 14th, 9 shelled ducks. July the 17th, 6 young mallard. July the 18th, 5 shelled ducks. 1892. March the 6th, 30 widgeon, 5 geese. May the 2nd, eagle, white-tailed. May the 8th, 2 gooseanders. May the 10th, 4 black terns. May the 12th, 5 shelled ducks, whimbrel. May the 16th, 200 godwits, numerous turnstones and whimbrel. May the 19th, 17 cormorants, 2 shelled ducks. The entries in succeeding years are fragmentary, but much on a par with the preceding. Chambers seemed to tire of the literary part of his duties, and very often omitted weeks of arrivals altogether. 5 years ago a younger man succeeded him on his retirement into the fishermen's almshouses. Jari, the new man, was not to be played with, and by exercising much greater vigilance kept would-be shooters entirely in the background. It is rare, indeed, save from a passing yacht containing a smuggled rifle and a holidaying fool, to hear a shot from the 1st of March to the end of the close season. A few entries from Jari's book would be as interesting as those of his predecessor, but the examples given are sufficient to convey a fairly good idea of the birds that visit us on their northward journey. I must, however, state that since stricter preservation has obtained, not nearly so many birds are to be seen on Breydon, but other causes than preservation must be blamed for this falling off, although the fact gives rise to no small cynicism and sarcasm amongst those who feel aggrieved at not being allowed to shoot the few that even to day put in an appearance. Young cuckoos. In this locality the meadow pipit, in my experience, is the most favoured foster parent of the young cuckoo. In almost every instance where I have met with a fledgling, it has been in the lowly built nest of this species. The young cuckoo grows very rapidly, and seems to be not only an exceedingly hungry, quarrelsome creature, but very easy to rear. On one occasion I obtained one from under a gravestone out of a pipit's nest, and brought it up to full feather simply on a diet of bullock's lights. In a cabbage garden the caterpillar of the garden white butterfly was committing woeful havoc, and the owner despaired of cutting any fit for cooking. In the midst of his grumbling, a young cuckoo of the year appeared, and commenced to wage war upon the insect pests by devouring them. Day after day the cuckoo was welcomed, and in a very short time had cleared the patch and saved the situation. On the margin of an old book I found pencilled the following: I have found in my lifetime 5 young cuckoos in their nests, 4 being those of the pied wagtail, and the other a hedge sparrow's. In one of the nests, which was in a saw pit, were 4 young wagtails and the cuckoo. One day, on going to look at them, I found 2 of the wagtails upon the ground directly under the nest. Thinking they might be put out by the cuckoo, I watched them rather narrowly, and the next day I saw the cuckoo wriggle himself until he got one of the remaining wagtails on his back, when he raised himself and shot the wagtail out of the nest. On the following day I found the other wagtail on the ground, no doubt got rid of by the cuckoo in the same way to make room for himself. The same hand had also pencilled as follows: I do not see that Mr Hoy's finding of 2 eggs in one nest proves that the cuckoo lays more than one egg, as in all probability the eggs were deposited by different birds. But still I do not see that the cuckoo should be restricted to the laying of 1 egg only. Some sneaking sort of belief still obtains among certain ignorant folk with regard to the ill luck attending the appearance of cuckoos. A young cuckoo flew over the house of an old lady in the town while I stood speaking to her at the door. When I pointed out the retreating bird to her, she begged of me to say it was not a cuckoo, anything but that, for it was the unluckiest thing in the world should one fly over one's roof. Some still affect to believe that to see 3 cuckoos in succession portends a death in the observer's family circle. The Storm Petrel. The storm petrel does not visit us so frequently now as in the days when herrings were landed on the beach. See Fisherman's Sportsman. Now and again a severe gale or a succession of boisterous storms from the northward bring some into the neighbourhood, when the keen observer may detect the small dark birds tripping along just beyond the breakers, and now and again meet with one blown inland, weary and exhausted. In the October of 1901 I observed a group of fishermen on the fish wharf surrounding one of their fellows, who had in his hands a small paper pastry bag from which a poor little petrel was looking out in some surprise. I purchased it and took it home, where it soon learned to peck at soft herring milts hung within its reach. It would run up and down its new domicile with wings vertically raised, uttering a peepy cry very like that of a newly hatched turkey chick. It lived but a few days, having never recovered the rough treatment it received from the North Sea gale and the equally rough attentions of its not unkindly disposed captor. Mr Booth, in his Catalogue of Birds, says, I have often noticed these poor little birds terribly distressed by the buffetings they receive during a protracted gale, at times hovering and settling among the breakers, and occasionally being carried before some blinding squall, almost helpless inland. After a storm of several days' duration in November 1872, I observed scores of these birds resting on the water off the coast of Norfolk, apparently worn out, with their heads buried in their feathers. On visiting one of the lightships, I learned that several of the stormy, as well as a single specimen of the fork-tailed petrel, had come on board while the gale was at its height. It was about this time that a local sportsman, tramping the beach in quest of fowl, saw a number of petrels at the harbour mouth. He had only big shot with him, but succeeded in killing 9 birds. He took snapshots at them as they neared the crest of a wave and before they fell back into the trough of the sea. Having disposed of 4 brace at 4 shillings a couple, he took the last bird to a game dealer. I suppose you've hawked round, said the dealer, as many as you could sell, and brought this one to me. What matters that to you? Asked the gunner. I only ask if you will buy it. I want 2 shillings for it. The dealer gave him 3/4 of that amount, when, to his just annoyance, the man saucily told him he had sold 8 already to persons from whom the dealer had actually received orders to obtain specimens for them. Locality in birds. I have already shown in the case of the grey wagtail how that species persists in returning, even when repeatedly disturbed, to certain chosen localities. I have noticed this propensity for locality by preference in several birds. The redshanks bred on the Waveney and Bure marshes in August invariably frequent a flat near the Lockgate Farm, 2 miles from the Vauxhall Station on the north walls of Breydon. This is quite in front of the rond cutting in which my houseboat has been moored for several years. As soon as the water falls, the birds come back to the flat, determinedly feeding there until the returning flood once more washes them off it. A large rond, a few hundred yards from my location, is used at high water by curlews, who retire to its sheltering grasses to preen their plumage and sleep until the falling tide allows them again a footing on the mud flats. The saddleback gulls prefer the 5-stake drain, lumps, for a sleeping resort. There stands a tall tree or two on the west side of St Nicholas Church. There, at the closing of the day, at certain periods of the year, gather together for a noisy concert hundreds of sparrows, before scattering to their several sleeping places. The hoopoe has this peculiar habit of returning to a favourite spot even after being disturbed. An old gunner named Samson, who when a young man was keenly alert to the ways and manners of birds, noticed this habit or weakness, and on putting up a hoopoe from a furzy corner, hid near the spot and awaited its return, with fatal result to the poor bird. It is usually exceedingly wary and shy, and but for his hiding, no doubt that example would have fought shy of him. Samson killed 4 in his day, and made about 4 shillings a piece off them. The highest figure I have known given was 3 guineas for 2 stuffed specimens in the Horsey sale. In the first half of the 19th century, the allotment marshes were a favourite resort of many wildfowl. Various ducks came over from sea at nightfall to feed on the large pools and lagoons that formed in rainy spells, when the windmills were unable to cope with the downfall. The place was full of molluscous life. Numerous gunners frequented that locality. One old man, whom I knew, at that time supported his family with his gun. To this day, although the fact does not seem generally known, small parcels of fowl in the autumn and early winter drop in to feed in the ditches at night, and depart by daylight. I have stood in certain well-defined leads and seen and heard the birds pass over in the dim light of eventide or early morning. Acting on the defensive. Birds are seldom aggressive. They do not often attack other species when in a state of liberty, and seldom seriously quarrel amongst themselves. A starling will sometimes dispute possession of a place on a dunghill when worms or the larvae of flies are abundant, but anything like a serious scuffle is out of the question, even when pretending to box, as they will do, sometimes even springing up from the ground in noisy dispute. When a gull has seized upon a titbit found floating upon the water, it sometimes happens that a parcel of his fellows will come noisily protesting against his keeping it, and occasionally one or more will give chase. In this case His idea seems to be to get away with it, and a long, circling, zigzag fly round ensues, in which the pursuers, in most cases, give in first. But when a bird is wounded, and his human enemy seeks to lay hold of him, something like a fight for life and liberty takes place. I have seen a wounded heron fight most savagely, darting lightning-like thrusts with his dangerous bill at man and dog. Wounded or handled gulls will seize fingers with such petulancy and promptness that one must admit that these creatures know they have not only the power of inflicting pain, but where to inflict it, distinguishing easily enough, it would seem, where to and where not to grip and nip. The larger gulls can make a nasty cut on one's hand. The shag draws blood easily by seizing one's digits and nipping with the sharp curved point of its upper mandible. Crows dig at you, as do divers and grebes. I had an unpleasant experience on one occasion when trying to capture a broken-winged short-eared owl. Its needle-like claws drilled several bleeding punches. An old gunner named Samson had shot a short-eared owl, winging it. He essayed to pick it up, but the poor defiant thing, ruffling and staring, flung itself upon its back, seizing the fingers of one hand in its claws. When the gunner tried to free himself with the other hand, the owl seized the fingers of that also, holding him absolutely a prisoner. Do what he would, he could not get clear of it, and was obliged at length to kneel upon his victim and, as he said, let out its wind. It gradually relaxed its hold as the life went out of it, and finally Samson got free. He told me his fingers bled freely and were very sore, and furthermore that he was always very careful after that of handling woodcock owls. In 1901 a young pair of swifts discovered a hole under the tiles of a comparatively new house near my own. I believe they successfully reared young ones. Returning in the spring of 1902, the couple made for their old habitation, but found a pair of saucy, defiant sparrows in possession. Attempting in ignorance to enter, the male bird found one of the new lodgers at home, and he immediately came out with the sparrow fastened onto his neck. Together they fell scuffling and squealing to the ground. A friendly next door neighbour, seeing the state of things, put the sparrow to flight, whilst the astonished swift, after one or two awkward attempts, got again upon the wing. The rescuer settled matters in favour of the swifts by destroying the sparrows with a catapult. The swifts remained for that season, but for some unknown reason, death perhaps, did not return to the house in the following spring. The avocet. The most exquisitely beautiful of all the wading birds upon the Yarmouth list is, to my mind, the avocet. It has seldom been my privilege to see it on Breydon mudflats. The largest number I ever saw together was on the 4th of May 1887, when 4 in a flock passed me by within a few yards, so near, in fact, that with regret I have to state I brought one down to my gun. Such a beautiful creation certainly ought to have been saved from my brutal hand. But at that time I had an itching for both gun and specimens. The day before 6 had been seen, but 2 were killed, and eventually nearly every one was accounted for. Another gunner, later on the 4th, fired at the party, his gun being loaded with swan shot. He pricked one and saw it falter in its flight. Following the direction taken by the birds, he at length came up with the wounded one, swimming. Again he shot at it, when it determinedly dived. Watching it in the deep water of the channel below him, he saw the bird rising to the surface to breathe, when, plunging in his hand, he seized it ere it had reached the surface. The avocet usually comes singly, and it is only once in 2 or 3 years that it is noticed. It then affects the society of the smaller gulls, blackheads in particular, from which it is not easily distinguished, for the reason, perhaps, that it is so rarely with us that its presence is not suspected, and few give more than a passing glance at a flock of gulls dozing on a flat or floating in a drain. The avocet bred constantly and in some numbers at Horsey early in the 19th century. Lubbock, in his book Observations on the Fauna of Norfolk, speaks of an old and respectable fenman assuring him that 40 years ago, Lubbock wrote in 1845, it bred regularly near the 7 Mile House on the River Bure. The ways of waders. Just as every wader has its distinctive note, so has it its own peculiar methods of flight, run, and feeding. The pert ringed plover, when feeding, never forgets to have one or more chums watching. It seldom covers more than 2 feet of mud, usually running 3 or 4 steps and then stopping, unless a pedestrian is hard upon its track, when it endeavours to outdistance him before attempting again to pick up its crustacean prey. The dunlin is less deliberate, and erratically runs a greater or lesser distance before looking for a likely wormhole. The curlew sandpiper is more energetic than either of them, for it probes the mud at almost every step, thrusting its beak in pretty well up to the hilt each time, sometimes withdrawing it with its face quite muddy. The turnstone appears always in a hurry, as if eager to get over a certain area in a given time. In this locality the sanderling, like the oystercatcher and the purple sandpiper, much prefers the beach to Breydon mudflats. But only in the very bitterest weather in winter do we expect to see the sanderling on the sands. In the spring migration a few usually visit Breydon as well as the shore. The knot is exceedingly sociable, and in most instances, except when in fair-sized flocks, attaches itself to a parcel of small waders. The common sandpiper prefers the river margins to Breydon, and, when found on that estuary, invariably keeps to the immediate neighbourhood of the flint walls, seldom being seen feeding out in the open. Young redshanks very industriously pursue opossum shrimps at the river margin. When on Breydon mudflats they pipe considerably when feeding, often hunting for their prey with the water level with their bellies. The greenshank, like ruffs of the year, appears partial to the small puddles of still water to be found in ronds. The godwit is not noisy when feeding. The greenshank, the whimbrel, and dunlin are quite the reverse. The spoonbill never utters a sound beyond the faint clap of its mandibles when suddenly brought together. Mr. J. H. Gurney, however, assures me the spoonbill is not voiceless, for on one occasion he heard a couple, probably under the influence of the season and a fine day, utter a feeble trumpet-like note, while dancing in the odd way peculiar to birds of the stork family. Spoonbills work the soft mud in a very deliberate and methodical manner, spooning it from side to side. Usually a flock work together, where one leads, the others follow, like so many sheep. When flying, they proceed in single file, with necks and legs extended, looking singularly white against the blue sky or grey horizon. When shifting ground, they will sometimes swim across an intervening creek. They travel a long way when feeding, and one might almost imagine they are ever considering a distant puddle to be more desirable than the one they are at the moment working. Some odd shots. This is not to me a pleasing subject, the wanton killing of birds that the heading suggests. Too many birds are shot and aimed at simply to gratify a love of slaughter and the pride of marksmanship. However, as I have used the gun, and, I fear, been guilty of similar practices in my earlier days, there have been kills that struck me as being of more than ordinary interest from a sportsman's point of view. One of my earliest shots was at a swift, which received but one pellet at a considerable height above my head. The poor thing was killed instantly, but came down with its wings comparatively stiff and extended, reaching the earth in a rotary manner, very much after the fashion of a sycamore pen or seed that children throw up for the purpose. But it took an extraordinary time to come down. Another I saw shot flew away at least 500 yards from the gunner, and describing a complete circle, boomerang-like, actually wheeled round and fell dead at our feet. One July morning, when out shooting by the Bure, I decoyed a redshank within shooting distance. Following the bird with my gun, before pulling the trigger, it came into direct line with a brilliant sun, which entirely closed my eyes. I had, however, so accurately judged the rate of flight and its direction, that before I could properly see again, I fired, and to my surprise heard a plump upon the rond, immediately followed by another, and was still more astonished to see a second bird lying dead. It had, unknown to me, crossed the other in its flight at the identical moment of firing. An old friend used to be very partial to moonlight strolls along Breydon walls in the days when there were neither gun licences nor close seasons. One evening he saw the shadow of a greenshank, and fired at where he thought the bird might be. To his surprise, he heard a double fall, flop, flop, as he expressed it, on the mud, and found that his shot had completely halved the bird. The zest with which many sportsmen recount the adventures and circumstances attending the slaughter of rare birds, and the remarkable results of their shots, certainly, to me, savours somewhat of the callous, and does not speak much for the value they place upon the lives of the lower animals, which, I am bound to admit, after having been somewhat of a sportsman myself, have quite as much right to live and be happy as I have. I must confess to having feelings of repugnance when I hear men talk of the ways, ay, even laugh at the antics and efforts of stricken and maimed birds to regain their feet and freedom. To hear of lanes being cut through curlews the moment before merrily piping and feeding on the mudflat is not to me edifying. Nor are the records of big shots ever anything but distasteful. An old gunner with seeming pride told me that his biggest shot secured him 285 dunlins and 5 widgeon. He did not count the cripples that fluttered away. These birds were crowded together on a huge slab of floating ice, and it cost him some labour to force his gun punt through the pack in order to make this shot. Some years ago an old gunner, lying with his boat in a wake in the ice while waiting for wildfowl, settled himself to eat his dinner. A brilliantly plumaged kingfisher, the best he had ever set eyes upon, and which is now said to be in Norwich Museum, alighted on the extreme end of his punt gun. He longed to secure the bird, but having no hand gun, he was puzzled to know how to effect a capture. It suddenly occurred to him that the vibration, as he termed it, of a discharge might kill the bird, so he stealthily, inch by inch, reached towards the trigger, which he managed at length to pull. The gun went off with a roar, and dead as a stone dropped the poor little kingfisher into the water beneath. End of section 9. Section 10 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bird Notes, Part 10. A Corvine Immigration. 18th and 19th of October are always days of interest to me, for under normal conditions various members of the crow tribe may be looked for coming in from sea in greater or lesser numbers. On the first date in 1903, a remarkable immigration set in, and on the next day great rushes of hooded crows, rooks, crows, jackdaws and starlings, as well as small perching birds, were observed passing overhead. The whole day long, from dawn until night, incessant streams, the rooks and crows in straggling flocks of from 12 to 30 in a flock, were leisurely pouring in as if they had had a fine passage with no wind to tire them. The local wind was southwesterly at the time. Hundreds of jackdaws in compact flocks, flying very high, passed over, for once remarkably mute. Their custom is to noisily prate over their arrival. Most of the birds I saw appeared in no way fatigued, although an intelligent fisherman informed me subsequently that a number of jackdaws and others had dropped down upon the boom and rigging of his drifter, as well as on others for rest. This was on the 20th, after a wet, baffling night. Moisture seems to tire the birds far more than an adverse wind. I myself noticed that the birds flew in on that date with seemingly greater effort and unsteadier flight. A rook alighting on the beach at this time was seized by a stroller, and notwithstanding its protests and struggles, brought to me in a handkerchief. Placing him in an aviary, I supplied him with a couple of boiled potatoes. These he readily ate, and then commenced to search for a loophole of escape, evidently desirous of continuing his journey. The value of birds. When conversing with two veteran sportsmen, men whose names were, 30 and 40 years ago, identical, indeed almost synonymous, with Breydon, I was interested in the way they disposed of their game, and in the prices made off it. In the 50s and 60s a bittern would make at a game dealer's about 2 shillings, avocets about 4 shillings and sixpence, a quail fetched a penny, a widgeon sixpence, a land dotterel threepence, and hoopoes 4 shillings apiece. That they obtained goodly numbers in those "wild open" days goes without saying, or these men had not brought up families on their earnings. Prior to the 60s, the gunners used to stay out all night, their boys bringing their breakfasts up the walls in the morning, and returning with their fathers' bags, the smaller game being tied up in sacks or in baskets, the ducks tied by the head and slung on sticks carried on the shoulder. One noted wildfowler known as Storks sent his wife with the fowl to a local game dealer, who used to laugh about her light-handed ways. She never brought a handkerchief of birds, but he missed a fowl or two after she was gone. That this particular dealer had vast numbers of fowl brought in is evident from the fact that when a friend of mine succeeded him in the shop, he described the floor as being saturated with blood, so much so that the stain could be seen, having worked through the boards, in the cellar. Reverting to the prices given, one man gladly accepted 3 and 6pence for a purple heron. A good godwit, in the red, realised 6pence, and a grey 3pence, while spoonbills ran from 3 shillings to 6, according to condition. 6pence was given for as many Kentish plovers. In those days wildfowl were so plentiful in sharp wintry weather, more especially hard fowl, that is, golden eyes, tufted ducks, scalps and pochards, that cripples were seldom pursued. It did not pay for the time lost in recovering them, and few carried a shoulder gun to "settle" the poor things, which were left to struggle until drowning mercifully ended their sufferings, or the wind and tide drifted them to the walls, where, in the hollows and holes of the stone embankment, they hid to die slowly or to fall into the clutches of the rats, which there lived like fighting cocks. Certain men who had no guns would patrol the walls, assisted in their search by keen-scented mongrel dogs. In this way they sometimes made quite a bag of crippled birds, and so earned a day's wage by disposing of them. The Messrs. Paget, in their Sketch of the Natural History of Yarmouth, by C.J. and J. Paget, make reference to a dog kept by a marshman, which on its own account used to thus search for wounded fowl, taking them home by the nearest cut, across ditches and over stiles, to its master. That better prices were sometimes obtained for unusual "curios," as strange birds were called, is true, for some of the cuter wildfowlers were on the look-out for such to supply collectors, bird stuffers, and in some instances interested parties outside the town. Placed beside the figures above mentioned, the prices made by rare birds in recent years will show the almost fictitious value resulting from increased competition or rarity. The difference, even in 10 or 12 years, in prices made will be shown in the following lists. Number 1. Overend sale of uncased local birds, 16th of June 1876. Rough-legged hobby osprey, 18 shillings. Orange-legged hobby, £1. Rough and Reeve, 6s. Hobby, 6s. Brunnick's Guillemot, 3s. 6d. Hoopoe, male, 13s. Bittern, male, 10s. Black-throated diver, male, 12s. Spoonbill, male, £1 6s. Buffon skua, male, 14s. Eared grebe, male, 9s. Red-necked phalarope, male, 16s. Grey phalarope and purple sandpiper, 9s. Fork-tailed petrel, 5s. Avocet, £3 5s. White stork, £2 15s. Shorelark, 2s 6d. There were 96 uncased lots, numbering in all 180 specimens. Number 2. The rising collection at Horsey was dispersed in 1885, when 142 lots realised £340. A few are figured below. Most of the birds were in cases. Marsh harriers, male and female, £4 4s. Whiskered tern, £6 16s 6d. Roseate tern, 10s 6d. White-winged black tern, £12 12s. Black terns, male and female, £3 3s. Black stork, £11 11s. Brown snipe, £13 13s. Hoopoes, male and female, £3 3s. Buffle-headed duck, £26 5s. Red-crested whistling duck, £21 10s 6d. Black-tailed godwits, male and female, £2 12s 6d. Ruffs, 6 specimens, £3 3s. Eared grebe, male and female, summer, £4 14s 6d. Little bitterns, male and female, £5 5s. Spoonbills, male and female, £10 10s. Purple sandpipers, male and female, £1 1s. Short notes from the diary. In making notes from day to day, not a few interesting items, short and concise, yet considered of value by the author, have been jotted down. Scarcely of sufficient moment to enlarge into paragraphs, they are here given under the separate years. Their brevity will be as noticeable as their variety. 1878. September the 17th. Kingfishers have been very numerous in the locality. Not a rare thing has it been to see half a dozen birds in the course of a walk before breakfast by the River Bure. Many were killed, one man having 11 preserved in one case. They realised from 4d to 6d apiece. September the 17th. A passing whimbrel answered to my call, and coming hurriedly down, alighted on the roof of a house overlooking the Bure. 1879. February. During a spell of extremely severe weather, a southern rush of linnets took place. Many hundreds died, some even dropping down from the passing flocks and expiring. 1880. July the 15th. Saw an exceedingly young pochard hanging on a poulterer's stall. Its primaries were mere short soft stumps. It is certain the bird had never flown, and must have been bred on a neighbouring Broad. 1881. September the 23rd. Quite a number of buzzards, both common and rough-legged, in the neighbourhood, besides various harriers and other birds of prey. September the 23rd. A curlew was shot on Breydon with abnormally large feet, probably the result of shot wounds. October the 5th. A landrail, dropping into one of our central streets, sought refuge in a tobacconist's shop, giving some trouble in getting it out of a labyrinth of walking sticks. Similar instances of landrails losing themselves in the town have occurred from time to time, giving in their capture unlimited excitement. November the 9th. A tired out jackdaw, alighting upon a chimney pot, overbalanced itself, and tumbling down into a room, caused not a little commotion before it was secured. 1882. April. Several wing-weary red-legged partridges caught in and around the town this month. 1883. December. A hooded crow was obtained early in the month with the upper mandible describing a complete half circle, the end of the lower one protruding 3/4 of an inch beyond it. December. A wood-pigeon has just died after being in a cage 19 years. It was taken when a squab by a friend of mine. He stated that it had made off with a few bushels of corn. 1889. September the 4th. A number of starlings joined in with the swallows on this hot day in their aerial circlings in pursuit of insects. I have seen them do the same thing around the parish church. November. The millinery shops are exhibiting an immense number of badly stuffed snipe as ornaments for ladies' headgear, both jack and common snipes. December the 8th. A lapwing weighing 12½ ounces on a stall on this date. 1890. November the 19th. No less than 8 bearded tits exposed for sale on a poulterer's stall. They had been killed with very large shot and had simply been riddled to pieces. All but one were eventually thrown into the rubbish box. December the 7th. A widgeon was picked up on the North Denes just below the telegraph wires near the railway lines. Its neck and wing were broken. December the 31st. Small gulls starving, and so tame that they alighted upon the marine parade to pick up crumbs and biscuits thrown to them. Some boys caught several by converting a fish trunk into a trap, tilting it at one end upon a stick to which a long string had been attached. When the gulls alighted to pick up the bait, the urchins pulled the string. 1891. January the 7th. A rook was brought to me with a queerly formed beak, the upper mandible being but half the length of the lower one. April the 26th. After a spell of rough, adverse weather, I picked up at the high water mark on the beach the remains of a woodcock, a jackdaw, a chaffinch, a blackbird, and a redwing. June the 25th. Lately several adult puffins have been washed ashore dead, probably victims of a severe northerly wind which obtained during the month. Strong tides must have drifted them from at least the Yorkshire coast. July the 9th. Saw a pair of great crested grebes swimming in the sea, a most unusual thing for these birds, whose habitat is fresh water, especially in the nesting season. September the 19th. A great many terns leading southward along the shore. In the wake of the terns this year, several skuas have been observed. One gunner killed no less than 4. 1892. June the 26th. A stork, coming in direct from sea, settled on the roof of a house on Prince's Road, and, to the astonishment of passers-by, went fast to sleep, and on awaking went away unmolested. October the 8th. Continuous flocks of the swallow family flying southwards. November the 15th. A flock of guillemots in the roads. On this date several were swimming around the end of the Britannia Pier, snatching at the baits attached to the lines of sea anglers. 1893. January the 12th. Several waxwings seen in the neighbourhood. January the 29th. 58 wild swans on Breydon. August the 23rd. Several wood sandpipers seen. 1894. June the 4th. Saw a sparrow feeding with others with its head a whitish grey. A day or two after, I was shown one, alive, of a uniform cream colour, thus making, with a third I saw at Ormsby of a buff tint, 3 oddly coloured examples in the space of a few days. On the 10th of July a live cream-coloured blackbird was shown to me. June the 7th. 2 flocks of starlings on the Breydon marshes. There were 50 in each bunch. They joined forces and wheeled in aerial evolutions, just as the larger flocks do in late autumn. Without a doubt, these unpaired and unusually late flocks were the late hatched young of a preceding autumn. Their plumage was adult. June the 26th. Obtained a live oyster catcher from a fishing smack. July the 31st. An early arrival of migratory hooded crows. 7 appeared on the North River marshes. My earliest record of this bird's appearance is the 22nd of June, 1896. July the 31st. A great number of some species of Diptera floated along the surface of the River Bure. They had probably been blown into the water, and in long black lines were driven downstream. Some swallows repeatedly dipped at them, hitting the water with their breasts as they seized the insects, and then, as if helped by the impetus, in curving flight rose on the wing again. Some of the birds snapped at insects that flew up from the rond as my feet brushed the grass, and the smart twick of their mandibles that followed the seizures of a victim was distinctly heard over and over again. September the 3rd. On this date I saw a swallow strike at an insect floating on Ormsby Broad. As quick almost as the bird, a jack struck at the swallow, which barely escaped the formidable jaws of the disappointed fish. September the 14th. During the past fortnight, about 30 little stints, Tringa minuta, have been shot on Breydon mudflats. September the 21st. Saw an alpine accentor, Accentor colaris, hunting for marine insects, and I should not be surprised if crustaceans also were its prey, upon some weed-covered piles and stumps at the harbour mouth. October the 10th. 2 kittiwakes, one adult and the other immature, gilled in a herring net, having in their dive after herrings run their heads through the meshes of the net. I am of opinion that this dashing, strong-winged, sea-loving gull is quite capable of forcing itself beneath the surface of the water in its quest for food, although not given to diving long distances. Other gulls do not seem given to this impetuosity, and in descending to pick up a floating edible actually slacken their plunge ere they have hit the water. Indeed, there seems an effort to mount before the feet are immersed. November the 15th. 2 house martins seen flying about town. 1895. February the 2nd. A local bird stuffer had lately 16 little auks in for preservation. On a postcard from Mr J. H. Gurney, dated the 11th of March, he states, "The number of little auks for Norfolk is 278. Verily a big catastrophe to a little species." November the 2nd. Observed some snow buntings on the marshes, feeding upon shrivelled up seeds of the Michaelmas daisy, Aster tripolium. In hard winters, when fairly large flocks frequent the sand dunes, the hitherto buried seeds of semi-marine plants, exposed by the very forces which covered them with blown sands, afford this species, with its cousins the shore larks and the rarer Lapland buntings, a sparse but no doubt satisfactory supply of food. 1896. April the 26th. Hundreds of tired swallows crowding on the roof of a house near the beach. They had evidently but just arrived on their northward journey. June. Early in the month a crested grebe fishing around a boat was caught on a hook by an angler, as much to his own surprise as the birds. July the 14th. Saw golden plover on the Bure walls, my earliest autumnal record of the species. August the 6th. Several black-tailed godwits, now rare here on Breydon. Formerly the species nested at Horsey. September the 14th. During the whole of 2 bleak still nights, on this date and on the 13th of October, the air seemed literally alive with grey plovers and other migrants. Almost everyone noticed their incessant piping calls. 1897. June the 26th. I observed about 70 dunlins and a few ringed plovers on Breydon mudflats. Surely it were time that they had gone northward to their breeding haunts. Can it be that the dunlins, at least, were non-breeders of that year? August the 4th. Saw 12 common sandpipers in one flock on the Bure, the largest number I ever saw together at one time. December the 4th. A sparrow's nest with young ones at Galston. 1898. January the 17th. Young sparrows, reared since Christmas of 1897, are to be seen flying about on Trafalgar Road. 3 weeks prior to this date, some young starlings were hatched at Southtown. May the 26th. Nest of pied wagtails in an old pail hanging on a wall at Tunstall near Acle. August the 11th. Quite a number of crossbills invaded a Southtown garden, where, to the annoyance of the gardener, they commenced plucking his cherries and gooseberries. In self-defence he slew several. Of 2 I saw and obtained for the Toll House Museum, one was a dirty yellowish green, the other a bright red. August the 14th. Saw some sand martins at Thorpe, popping in and out of holes in a wall that stands up direct from the water at the riverside. They had nests built in these cavities formed by the crumbling away of soft bricks. October the 10th. There arrived on this date thousands of gold-crested wrens, locally termed herring spinks. In some years they are exceedingly numerous and attract attention by the bold manner in which they settle upon shrubs and trees, and by their acrobatic feats amongst branches and twigs. At such times as St George's Park is lively with them, the neighbouring cats have a fine time bird catching. 1899. May the 18th. Myriads of the larvae of the tipula or cranefly on the grass on the beech gardens, which they ravaged. They might have been swept up by quarts. Yet, with all the reputed love of Passer domesticus for this larvae, not a sparrow deigned to feed upon them. May the 25th. 16 turnstones dodging about upon the flintstone walls of Breydon, searching for crustaceans beneath the drifted refuse. On the slightest movement of myself or boat, they immediately stood motionless, when their colours so nearly assimilated to their surroundings that no one would have detected them had they not been located when on the move. September the 30th. The wind set in last evening extremely rough, with rain from the south east giving promise of an influx of migratorial waders. Went up Breydon to day to see what had turned up. The place swarmed with newly arrived golden and grey plovers, ringed plovers and dunlins. Saw a few turnstones, greenshanks and whimbrel. On the 2nd of October, Durrant the poulterer had 33 grey plovers in, and altogether during the first few days in the month no less than 270 of this species. December the 9th. 3 dead gannets washed up on the beach. December the 21st. 10 barnacle geese on Breydon. During the month, while the Broads were frozen, many hundreds of coots might be seen feeding on Zostera marina, the widgeon grass, on the flats. Their method of progress was singularly sheep-like, the whole flock moving simultaneously, every evolution one way or the other being in unison, like so many soldiers. They had become shy from incessant persecution. On rising, the patter of their feet was louder than that of gulls, and they dashed into the water with an impetuosity which flung up spray all round them. 1900. August the 4th. 16 shovellers on Breydon. All the night I remained on Breydon in my boat. In close proximity were between 200 and 300 terns of various species, including black and lesser terns. They held a nocturnal concert. 1901. March the 2nd. Obtained a female widgeon which had assumed certain markings characteristic to the male, amongst them the bright green speculum on the wing being most noticeable. March the 23rd. Wind north east, gale diminished. Strolling by the North Beach, I was vexed at seeing the destruction of sand dune by the recent high tides. Found quite a number of dead rooks, several starlings, all probably northward bound migrants, and sprinkled here and there were dead guillemots, little auks, and some puffins. April the 21st. I have at length come to a satisfactory conclusion with regard to the frequent visits of town pigeons to Breydon mudflats. The object of their search appears to be the empty shells of the little mollusc known as Hydrobia alvae. This takes place in the finer months, the lime and saline matter combined being as healthful to the birds as necessary. I do not think that the living mollusc is overlooked. April the 27th. 12 spoonbills on Breydon, and 5 more joined them next day, remaining for some hours. May the 16th. After a little cautious manoeuvring, I got fairly close to a flock of 10 gadwalls, Anas strepera, on Breydon. It was a bitterly cold day, but the sight of these and 2 spoonbills amply compensated for any discomfort. The spoonies fell in with many penny-sized flounders, but could not swallow them. The attendant gulls did this for them, snatching them away in a very ludicrous way. July the 21st. Rowing around Breydon today, I fell in with 3 curlew sandpipers, 2 spoonbills, a Caspian tern, and a sandwich tern. The latter was resting on a floating basket. The Caspian was fishing, plunging into the water with the dash and vigour of an osprey. July the 25th. Observed 11 greenshanks feeding together in one flock. November. In the middle of the month, an invasion of waxwings excited the attention of both gunners and naturalists. Reports reached me that at Filby they were to be seen, feasting in the gardens, as tame as doves, so they were ruthlessly killed. One shot by a bird-catcher was described to me as full up with butterhaws or hawthorn berries. 1902. April. Small waders on Breydon. In this month I sometimes meet with dunlins and other small waders plumaged as grey as in the depth of winter. I feel convinced these are the late hatched birds of the preceding year. Again, some are to be seen with the black breast patch and summer saddle, perfected even in March. I take it these are old and well advanced birds. April the 15th. Met with a young fellow who has a great weakness for hunting for plovers' eggs, in which pursuit he seems only too successful. His theory for nest finding was put as follows. The lapwing usually makes 3 nest holes. 2 of them he calls scrabs. If you find one of these scrabs, alleged to be scratched out by the bird, at 3 paces off you will find a second, and then at equal paces a third, the 3 forming a triangle. In the northernmost hole you may lay your life, as he said, the lapwing deposits its eggs. I have not experimented to prove that his ingenious bit of mathematic bird lore has some foundation. May the 7th. Several land dotterel on Caister marshes. 6 in all were killed. May the 16th. Over 50 herons scattered about Breydon fishing. July the 3rd. 2 cuckoos calling early this morning near Breydon. One piped repeatedly in its natural voice, the other answered in a key quite 1 note higher, calling in a double-syllabled note, cuckoo. I am satisfied there was no echo. October the 3rd. I obtained from the market a teal with the breast feathers dyed by its frequently using some ditch which evidently contained colouring matter. I sent it to Mr J.H. Gurney, who wrote, "I am much obliged for the ruddy teal, which is the reddest I ever saw, and I will have it skinned." 1903. January the 1st. Weighed a common snipe, which balanced the scale at 6 ounces. March the 3rd. After a number of years' absence, 6 jackdaws took up their quarters in the steeple of St Nicholas Church. Herein they subsequently successfully reared their young. August the 1st. An entirely grey example of the Curlew sandpiper, with another only tinged with red, feeding in front of my houseboat on this date. October. Some exceedingly large flights of gold-crested wrens in the neighbourhood. October the 31st. A flock of long-tailed tits flew in, apparently from the sea and at a very slight elevation. They came up one of the roads leading to the market-place, and thence flew towards the church, and finally disappeared. November the 10th. Immense flights of lapwings and various plovers flying around the town above head at night, and on the following day thousands were seen on the marshes in the Broad districts. November the 13th. Waxwings very much in evidence around Sea Palling. 4 were shot on this date. End of section 10. Section 11 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fish Notes, Part 1. Grey Mullet. The grey mullet, Mugel capito, claims first notice in my fish section because my earliest recorded observation was on this species. Besides this, the fish has always been a favourite with me since the day I first saw it jumping about Breydon. In the earlier half of the last century it was a common and annual visitor to Breydon, shoals coming up in the summer time, and in the deeper water that then obtained, some of the flats being scarcely ever dry, it revelled among the vegetation growing there, the species known locally as sea cabbage, Ulva lactuca, together with the molluscs living upon it, being eaten by this fish. From the time when the Dickey works, a kind of breakwater to the ebbs, coming from the Waveney and Wensum (Yare) were constructed, just prior to the 60s, the flats commenced to silt up, while the channel deepened. From that time till now, the mullet has come in lessening shoals each year, until what was once a ruminative fishery giving employment to several Breydoners has entirely ceased. The net used was known as a poke or purse net, the main net consisting of small light meshes on either side of which were larger and loose-fitting ones. When a fish pushed against the obstruction, it invariably pocketed itself, the smaller mesh centre being driven through a large outside mesh completely bagging the captive. Sometimes, when driven to desperation, one mullet would jump the net, when the rest would follow. Knowing this, if a large shoal was encountered, 2 parties would sometimes unite, a second net being drawn at a certain distance behind the other. Seldom did the mullet jump a second time. An old Breydoner once enclosed and landed sufficient to realise £13 for his haul, a third of what the catch would have made at the present day. His largest fish weighed £9. A few grey mullet, with a sprinkling of salmon, trout and surmullet, are taken occasionally at sea in the herring nets. Very rarely indeed has an example taken the hook. Never to my knowledge on Breydon. One was certainly caught at the Fish Wharf in August 1888. It was 22 inches in length and took a mussel. In the old days cormorants frequented Breydon, finding the mullet a very interesting study. Since their forsaking the place, a circumstance hastened by the increasing sewerage run into the river, the visits of cormorants have become fewer year by year. On the 10th of November 1890, a lad fishing near Breydon accidentally hooked a small grey mullet, which, on being forwarded to Dr. Gunter at the British Museum, was decided to be a variety known to science as Mugil septemtrionalis. It was 7½ inches long. Boar fish. It may seem odd that a fish of great rarity should turn up in a certain locality where it has hitherto been unrecorded or unknown, and almost immediately after another, or others, be met with. But this may be accounted for by the possibility of a shoal having strayed thither. In the case of the appearance of the boarfish, Capros aper, 2 or 3 were discovered, and then they disappeared entirely. When passing by a shrimper's shop on the 9th of July 1881, I espied a small fish the size of my hand exhibited by the side of some shrimps. It was of a rich carmine colour, and had been taken that morning in the net. Beauty of coloration and quaintness of shape are its only recommendations to the notice of those who fall in with it. It is thinner in proportion to its size than a dory, bony, scaly, and not sweet smelling. My note to the Eastern Daily Press respecting its capture elicited from Mr T. Southall, Fellow of the Zoological Society, the following interesting letter. The capture of the boarfish, Capros aper, mentioned by Mr A. Patterson in the letter published in your issue of this morning, the 11th of July 1881, is very interesting, and I believe he is right in saying that this is the first recorded of its occurrence on the Norfolk coast. It is, however, not by any means so rare a creature as Mr Patterson's authorities lead him to suppose, as scarcely a year passes without its being met with on the southern coast of England, sometimes in very large numbers. The boarfish was first described as British from a specimen taken in Mounts Bay, Cornwall, in 1825. And its chief habitat seems to be close to the Runnel Stone on the west coast of Cornwall, where Couch says it may be always found in large numbers. It is probably more local than rare, and has been met with twice in Scotland as far as the Moray Firth and Banffshire, and in the Humber, and now at Yarmouth, as recorded by Mr Patterson. But it is on the south and south-east coast where it is met with in large numbers. In July 1844, Couch says that more than 200 were obtained on the Cornish coast. In 1843, Mr Gatcombe saw large numbers, probably more than 1,000 of them. At Plymouth they lined the shore, having been thrown overboard by the trawlers. Day, in his book British Fishes, says that they have become a perfect pest of late years, compelling the trawlers to change their fishing grounds in order to get out of their way. From the start to the lizard, Mr Dunn says they are very common and seem to be on the increase. Thousands are yearly caught by the Plymouth trawlers, and thousands more by the drift fishermen. Being useless, these fish are usually thrown overboard, and thus it is probably that so many are found upon the shore dead or dying. In 1879 great numbers were found thus on the south coast. Very little is known of the habits of the boarfish, but it appears to frequent moderately deep water in close proximity to rocks, and it is worth noting that up to 1843-44, when the trawl nets seem to have first invaded their haunts, they were considered of great rarity, but from that time were taken in great numbers. A second example, 6 inches long, was found on the 1st of May, 1882. Swordfish. On the 30th of November, 1881, a swordfish, Xiphias gladius, was stranded at Sea Palling, a spot where several most interesting and rare fishes have obtruded themselves upon the notice of the public, amongst which may be specially mentioned the first recorded Norfolk blackfish, Centralophus pamphilus, which was cast ashore there, still living, on the 27th of March 1900. The swordfish in question measured 7 feet 3 inches in length. Of this, the sword, slightly broken at the end, was 27 inches long. There was a quantity of diluted peas soup-like matter in the stomach. A 9 feet example managed to mix itself up in some mackerel nets in September 1893, and was taken into Lowestoft. Large mackerel. The local spring mackerel fishery, which used to afford most picturesque scenes on the beach up till the 70s, and was carried on most profitably, is now a thing of the past. And, strangely enough, the mackerel now caught in this neighbourhood are taken simultaneously with the herrings. The same trick that was noticeably played in the old days is seen now. Before the auctioneer commences to drag bids from intending buyers, the smallest examples are placed snugly at the bottom of the swill, and the largest, which have been temporarily laid aside for the purpose, are placed on the top. Some of these examples are very fine indeed. A mackerel measured in November 1881 was 20 inches long and 10½ inches in girth, and weighed 2 3/4 pounds. I have found inside an average size mackerel 17 sand launces of good size. No less than 20 lasts of mackerel were landed at the fish wharf on the 26th of September 1897, and one boat alone on the 9th of October landed 2 lasts, or 24,000 fish. The largest mackerel I have ever yet seen, brought in on the 21st of October 1898, measured 21¼ inches, girth 12 inches, weight 3 pounds 7 ounces. Disappearing fish. The reason for the lessening and virtual disappearance, indeed, of the grey mullet has been given, the pollution as well as the alteration of its habitat and haunts. Why the mackerel has altered the time of its coming is difficult to account for. The salmon long ago disappeared from our waters, for reasons that are obvious. Sir Thomas Browne, who died in 1682, in his book Natural History of Norfolk, observed, "Salmon no common fish in our rivers, though many are taken in the Ouse." He speaks of 15 being taken near Norwich at Christmas time, 4 years before writing his book. One was found in a flooded meadow near Norwich on the 1st of December 1873. Rarely small examples are taken offshore. Codlings used to crowd up the Yare into Breydon up till the late '80s, but have since been scarce there. Large perch, for some reason, are now seldom met with in the Broads. Whether the local race has deteriorated, or large perch are not so easily enticed to destruction as formerly, remains a matter to speculate upon. Young pollock. In the spring of 1888 there occurred an unprecedented invasion of juvenile pollocks, Gadus polacius, in this neighbourhood. A stir had already been made at Lowestoft in angling circles, numbers having turned up there, in fact due, it was suggested, to extensive dredging operations that had been going on there for some time. Such conjecture surely must have been wide of the mark, for no doubt tidal influences had contributed to the unusual movement of this species. At that period I was keen on hunting up new species for my list, and hearing of the big captures, went fishing myself, baiting my hooks with live sand shrimps. On the 8th of May I caught in a short time no less than 17, averaging 11 inches apiece. I knew the fish at once as what was locally termed the Pinnakin coal. Pinnakin I take to be suggestive of small size. Still further examining my capture and consulting Couch from his book British Fishes, I satisfactorily identified it as the pollock. Year by year we have a few captured here, but never so numerously as in 1888. East Coast Gobies. Since 1888 the list of gobies, before then standing at only one solitary species, the spotted goby, Gobius minutus, I have had the satisfaction of bringing up to 5. The yellow spotted goby, Gobius auratus, in 1888, rock goby, Gobius niger, in 1889, white goby, Latranculus pellucidus, in 1890, and the 2 spotted goby, Gobius ruthensparri, in 1891. The first yellow spotted goby I ever recognised I pulled out of the mouth of a whiting, its tail only protruding. Great numbers are taken every year in the shrimpers' nets. It is a marine species. The spotted goby is equally at home in brackish and even fresh water. I have seen it at the borough end of Breydon, scuttling about in little pools left in the ronds. It has an odd habit of stirring up the soft mud around it into quite a smoky sort of cloud when it either hides there until danger is past, or, in the confusion caused to any interfering enemy, manages to bolt to some other location. My experience with the white goby was interesting. A shrimp lad had saved a specimen for me, which he thought was a curious smelt. Its comparatively enormous teeth gave it the appearance of a dwarfed wolf-fish. A certain premium having been placed upon each one he could bring me, the boy set diligently to hunt for others, and with such success that I soon had brought to me many more than I needed, and certainly more than I felt disposed to pay for. So the contract had to be abandoned. I sent a couple to the British Museum, when Dr. Gunter satisfied me with regard to my finding of the species. Since that year I have seen scarcely any examples. To the shrimpers I owe my first sight of a rock goby, several of which have from time to time been preserved for me. Muller's scopulus. My most interesting find, I always consider to be the Muller's Scopulus, Scopulus pennanti. The circumstances under which I found it, and its extreme rarity, combining to make its discovery quite an event in my early rambling days. I took it suddenly into my head to walk to Gorleston Pierhead on a Sunday afternoon in April 1889. On the way I was delayed half an hour in the market-place, and then pursued my walk. It so happened that a few minutes before my reaching the extreme point of the beach, a couple of fishermen had made one haul of a draw net, but finding little for their pains, had left the beach and rowed back to Gorleston. The incoming tide was already flinging the spray of the waves over a heap of refuse shaken from the net. Seeing a small herring or two kicking about on the weed, I overhauled it with my stick, finding, still struggling and strong alive, several young herrings of from 2 to 4 inches in length, 3 or 4 viviparous blennies, Zoarces viviparus, 3 three-spined sticklebacks, and some tiny plaice. Suddenly a small herring-like fish with some emerald spots along its abdomen caught my eye, and I just contrived to save it from being washed away. Placing it in a handful of seaweed, I tied it in the corner of my handkerchief, eventually sending it to Norwich to Mr Southall, who satisfactorily identified it. The fish was 1½ inch long and 3/8 of an inch deep. Its chocolate-coloured back and extremely elongated lower jaw made a conspicuous contrast when laid beside a herring its own size. Mr Southall wrote, "It was about 2 inches long, and had evidently been very beautiful, but was in so dilapidated a condition that I sent it to Mr Day of Cheltenham, the author of the book British Fishes, in order that my determination of the species might be placed beyond doubt, and he was good enough to confirm my conclusions. The little creature has so many names that I hardly know which to distinguish it by. Pennant was the first to describe it, and called it the Sheppy Argentine, a very misleading name, as it is not an Argentine at all. Yarrell called it Pearl Sides, a very appropriate and descriptive name. The American Fisheries Commission give it a better name still, Muller's Scopulus. It has a very wide distribution, as may be imagined when I say that the only other specimen I ever saw was given me by a whaling captain who caught it in latitude 73.12 north, longitude 14.28 west, a long way northwest of Jan Mayer, and that it, or a specimen very like it, has also been taken in the Mediterranean. In the British Isles it has been taken chiefly in the north of Scotland, but also off the coasts of Devonshire, Flintshire and Killiney Bay near Dublin. In life the little fellow is very beautiful, the scales large and lustrous, very easily detached and of a beautiful silvery sheen. The back is glossy black or nearly so. The underparts also darker, but relieved by a number of remarkable luminous spots, largest under the thorax, forming a double line as far as the vent, and thence to the tail fin single. But the various figures show considerable departures from this arrangement. A full description of the Arctic specimen before referred to was sent by Mr Day to Nature for the 14th of October 1886, to which I must refer you for a more particular account. But Norfolk naturalists are much indebted to Mr Patterson for so interesting an addition to the marine fauna of the county. 3 others were found by a friend of mine on the North Beach on the 24th of February 1890. Day's remark that "they are generally found thrown on the shore after bad weather" is confirmed in this instance by the fact that just before a stiff gale had raged along the coast. Mr Southall, to whom they were submitted for examination, replied, "Your young friend's fishes are certainly the rare Scopolis. It, like many other inconspicuous things, probably is not so rare as is generally supposed. It wants finding, and it is not everybody who would care for such a small beast when found. They are in wretched condition, rubbed, and not a scale remaining." My last record of the species is one found on the North Beach near Scratby in March 1893. 4-bearded rockling. Another rarity, the 4-bearded rockling, Motella cimbria, fell into my hands by the merest accident. Early on the morning of the 23rd of May 1889, I rambled beachwards before the sun had risen. The sea margin was scarcely visible. On reaching the beach, I hesitated for a moment and mentally tossed up, so to speak, right angle or half a right angle, and at once directed my course at the latter angle, reaching the water's edge obliquely. I stumbled on a heap of seaweeds that had been left by the draw netters an hour or so before, and commenced raking it over with my walking stick, bringing to view a ling-like fish which I afterwards found to measure 8¼ inches long. As soon as I could see distinctly, I began a closer examination, and at once, by its appearance and its unmistakable cirri, found it to be a 4-bearded rockling. Afterwards consulting Couch, I found it was no stranger to Norwegian waters, and had been discovered in several stations in Scotland and also at Falmouth. Day, referring to its being found in Cornwall, says it is small and rare. I forwarded a drawing and description to Mr Southall, who replied, "Many thanks for your letter and the drawing of the 4-bearded rockling, which, so far as I know, has not been before recorded as occurring in Norfolk. You are very fortunate in coming across such good things, and it only shows what may be done by a person even of limited time if he keeps his eyes open." The fish had been crushed by a fisherman's heel, and so made a bad specimen. I found one large shrimp in the moor. Double turbots. In October 1889 I discovered my first double turbot. The following paragraph is taken from a report of the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Society's meeting. Mr Southall exhibited a drawing of what is known as a double turbot sent by Mr Patterson of Yarmouth. An ordinary turbot at an early age is transformed from a fish swimming in the usual way, with its broadsides vertical, to one which swims horizontally, both eyes being on the upper surface, which is coloured, the under surface being white and eyeless. In the double turbot this change has been arrested, and both sides have remained coloured and covered with the spines usually found on the upper surface only, the eyes remaining almost in the normal position which they occupy in a fish swimming, say, as a bream, not both on one side as in the sole. Such double flatfish, though now and then met with, are decidedly rare. They are known to swim vertically and near the surface, unlike other flatfishers which keep to the bottom. The turbot referred to had a queer kind of notch just above the head, and in this the so-called travelling eye had remained, thus giving its owner, when swimming edgeways up, an opportunity to see on either side of him. I have on several occasions since seen double turbots slightly varying in individuals. In one or two the notch above the head was wanting, and the travelling eye was somewhat nearer to the other. In two instances the fish have been quite dark coloured on both sides except the head, which remained white. It is interesting to note that in examples only blotched on the underside, the spines corresponding with those on the upper surface are entirely wanting on the white patches. In the case of a fish possessing a white patch above, an exceedingly rare circumstance, the spines there too are wanting. Two fine examples brought in November 1896 weighed respectively, when gutted, 11 lbs. And 12 lbs. Pregnant Blenny. Attached to a string of herrings' heads on a rubbish box I found on November 1889, a full-grown female viviparous blenny, Zoarces viviparus. Noticing its undue plumpness, I took it in my hand, when some young ones, fully developed and quite ready for extrusion, slid down the body of the fish as I held it vertically. I afterwards counted 133 little ones, each measuring 1½ inch. In a straight line they covered just 5½ yards. Washed out to sea. After heavy rains, when the marsh ditches contain more water than is considered safe or requisite by the marshmen, the pump mills are set to work, and the big wheels or the turbines throw thousands of gallons per hour into the sluices connected with the river. Here and there, when the tide is low, sluice gates at the wall side are opened, and much water let off in this way. In the strong current made by the falling water are borne many three-spined sticklebacks, which, still descending on the almost freshwater ebb, eventually find themselves outside the harbour mouth. These hardy little fellows take a bit of killing, being in some instances acclimatised to brackish water. It is no rare thing to find them in summer kicking about with juvenile herrings in the refuse left on the beach by the draw netters. In 1887 a carp 23½ inches in length, that had by some means been drawn into the river, was hauled ashore in a draw net in company with some of his marine relatives. Small perch, it is well known, hang around where the freshets mix with the salt water coming upstream, and occasionally they come a bit too far. In 1889 a shrimper brought me one he had taken alive in his net amongst the shrimps and blennies. On 2 or 3 occasions I have known carp to be picked up on Breydon, feebly objecting to the saline nature of the water, which would eventually have killed them. That sticklebacks will recover after being in the sea is certain, for on the 6th of April 1890 I picked up several, and packing them between some red seaweed in a tin box, I carried them home. One I placed in a large pickle bottle filled with tap water from Ormsby Broad, wherein he immediately commenced bullying some 10-spined sticklebacks that had been living there a long time. He was so vicious that I had to remove him to a bottle by himself. Whether it were possible for a pike to live any length of time in quite salt water is, to my mind, very doubtful. Salts, invading the upper reaches of our rivers, are occasionally fatal to great numbers of freshwater fishes, pike included. In the autumn of 1895, hundredweights of fish, including many small pike, perished above Acle, and were fished out for manure. But in November 1897, a pike of goodly size was taken in a herring net miles out at sea off Yarmouth. It was reported to be strong alive when captured. That it was netted I am satisfied, for it was taken to a taxidermist for preservation as a novelty. End of section 11. Section 12 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fish Notes, Part 2. Deformed Codfishes. Deformities in fishes are not of common occurrence, although in the case of the cod I cannot describe them as extremely rare. Having noted down such as have come under my notice, I give the records as they occur. January 1st, 1890. Saw a cod measuring in length 26½ inches and 19 inches in girth at thickest part, weighing 11½ pounds. At about 10 inches from the tail, the depth was 8½ inches. That of normal examples, several of which I measured at that particular part, was 4½ inches. The fins were unusually thick at their bases. January 20th, 1890. Examined a cod so humped at the centre of the back that it looked as if it had been bent to half a right angle. It was in good condition. May 1st, 1894. Met with a most extraordinary looking codfish, measuring about 16 inches in length. The upper and fore part of the head was raised and rounded in a very odd fashion, bulging out like an abnormal forehead, the snout being pointed and shortened, the lower jaw protruding at least 2 inches beyond it. The eyes, instead of being rounded, were upright ovals. I have seen other bulldog varieties of cod since, but never a more grotesque example. An exceedingly odd example was taken in January 1899. It measured 13 inches in length. Not only did the upper jaw protrude somewhat beyond the average, and was, moreover, singularly pointed, but the under jaw receded, leaving a space when closed, equal to half a walnut in the mouth. To counteract this deformity, the tongue was rounded and enlarged to the size of a marble, which effectually blocked the gullet when necessary. Laid upon its back, the fish was curiously shark-like about the mouth. It was figured in the Morning Leader of the 24th of January. A codling brought to me in October 1903, stunted and thick-set, deserves mention. Stunted cods are on dissection generally found to have the anterior portion of the vertebra closely coalesced, but in this instance the malformation was so striking at both ends of it that it had very much the appearance of a roach or bream. The vertebrae on examination proved to have had this process well defined at each end of it. The fish was only 1 foot in length. Of this, the head, to the edge of the gill covers, occupied fully 1/3. Interesting finds. I know of no spot so interesting to the naturalist as the tide mark at the seaside. Just where the highest billow reached will often be found deposited a great variety of nature's trifles, seaweed usually predominating. There are times, of course, when the tide mark is barren, so much so, indeed, that it is difficult to locate it. At others, every step brings the rambler to some or several objects of interest. Westerly winds in summer are responsible for the drawing up of much seaweed of the finer kinds. An easterly and northerly gale flings ashore the brown weeds, the tangle, fuci, and the ribbonweed. Various mollusca and crustacea come ashore with the east winds. A southerly wind brings nothing. In the finer days, when the draw netters are at work, the probabilities of finding higher forms of life are greater. The following notes, taken verbatim from my diary, may be worthy of perusal. April 6, 1900. Strolled this afternoon to the harbour mouth. 2 lots of draw netters at work in quest of smelts, of which 30 were taken in one haul. Other fishes were a salmon trout, plenty of pogs, small herrings, flounders and whitings. Also a butterfish, 3 sprats and several large viviparous blennies and sticklebacks. I also noticed 1 small pollock and, what most delighted me, a power cod, Gadus minutus, 3 3/4 inches in length. This is the first recorded example for Norfolk. I have seen several others since. The lengths of the various species were: whitings 4 1/2 inches, pollock 11 inches, blennies 11 inches, sprat 3 inches, smelts from 4 inches to 10 1/2 inches. April 12th, early morning. Found a fish new to my list this morning, namely the ocean pipefish, Nerophis equorius, length 15 inches. The species has been recorded for the Wash, but it is new to Yarmouth. Have found several others since. May easily be recognised as being round and smooth as a pencil. April 13th. Great numbers of sea mice washed ashore. Codfish are peculiarly partial to them. Many empty skate barrows. A number of small herrings were washing ashore, running from 3 inches up to 6 1/4 inches. Noticing a 6 1/4 inch example to be very full, I took it home and, with the aid of a lens, counted no less than 143 opossum shrimps from its maw, the largest being 3/4 of an inch long and 1/16 of an inch in diameter. I found no food in any of the others. When overhauling a trunk of sea fish in October 1891, I found a 14-inch brill whose dorsal and anal fins ran continuously under the tail, forming a complete half circle, the tail lapping over and extending beyond it, and could be lifted clear away from it. Early in October 1891, an angler or fishing frog, Lophius piscatorius, 12 inches in length, was taken out of the pocket of a relative exactly 2½ times its own length. The largest angler I ever saw was unceremoniously wheeled to my office in June 1897. It weighed quite 1 hundredweight. I advised the men who brought it to exhibit it around the town and invest their takings in a better concern than the public house. A very curious place came to hand in April 1898. It measured 11 inches. Across the underside, quite in the centre of its length and at right angles to the surrounding fins, ran a supplementary fin. There were 3 fin rays towards either margin, each connected by membrane, the rayless centre third being also connected by the web. The fin was quite free to work, but it must have been a greater nuisance than help in its possessor's peregrinations. Hardly so handicapped was a spotted skate, Raya maculata, about the size of an ordinary dinner plate, that had an extra fin, the size of a business envelope, in the centre of its upper side and at right angles to it. It was perfectly rayed, but had a tendency to fall to one side, and thus conveniently to get out of the way of obstacles during the progress of its wearer. A stunted herring was brought to the fish wharf in February 1899. Its length was 6 3/4 inches and the depth 2 inches. For this depth it should at least have been 10 inches long, the normal length of a longshore herring. It was plump and contained a well developed roe. Muller's top knot. The average shrimper will not trouble himself much with regard to what he designates curios. Every shrimper has some yarn or other to tell about taking a fish he never saw the likes of afore. But with this, and a vague, useless and mostly misleading description, the matter usually ends, unless he reproachfully adds that "I laid it aside for you, but you didn't come, so I hulled it overboard." And it is almost useless to try and persuade a shrimper to preserve for inspection any curious species, unless he thinks he can get a price for it altogether beyond its value. Strictly speaking, a rare fish is valueless, and will remain so until stuffed fishes are as attractive to the public as stuffed birds. On the 11th of June 1890, I saw a shrimper mending his net by the side of the Bure. My query as to whether anything curious had been got of late elicited the fact that a "pal" had, that very morning, shown him a rummy flat fish, and had probably taken it home. I hunted up the catcher, who said he had "chucked it into the backyard," whither at my request he went, and fortunately found the fish intact, having as by a miracle escaped the prowling cats that look after the refuse fish of their shrimper neighbour. On sight I saw it was Muller's topknot, Zugopterus punilatus. It measured 7½ inches in length, width 4½ inches, and 7/8 of an inch in thickness. It being the first for the county, and in remarkably good condition, I dispatched it to Norwich Museum, where it is now. I have seen 3 or 4 others since. Ekstrom's topknot. Far more fortunate was I in the case of the first and, so far, only known appearance on the Norfolk coast of the rare Ekstrom's topknot, Zugopterus unimaculatus. This fish was taken in April 1902 by a friendly shrimper living some distance from my home, who, having run a bit of cotton through its mouth, hung it over his mantelpiece, where it remained for a number of weeks, waiting for me. Happening to pass his house in September when on my way to a deceased friend's funeral, he called me in and graciously handed it me. It was 6 inches long and as dry as a chip, but on being forwarded to Mr Boulanger, my finding was immediately confirmed. Called as umpire. On the 13th of June 1900, I had just comfortably settled in bed, and the clock had struck 12, when suddenly a cart drove up to the front door, and a rousing knock called me from the land of dreams. Slipping downstairs hardly dressed, I opened the door, when 3 big fellows, one a farmer, the others connected with the fishing business, stumped in and laid a large fish on the table. They said they had come to me for an identification of the fish. Could I tell them? Was it a rock salmon? What was it? The fishermen didn't know. I informed them it was a full-grown pollock. It weighed 20 pounds and was 3 feet long. "There you are," said one fellow to the others. "I've won the bet. I said it wasn't a rock salmon." Noisily thanking me, they bundled out and went away. How much money changed hands I do not know. They were all sporting men, of a sort, and I had unwittingly been party to a bet. The unexpected happens. I went on board a fishing smack in June 1890, and in a large tub found 22 little monkfish, Squatina vulgaris, swimming about contentedly enough in translucent water taken out at sea. The mother of this large family had been captured off the Dogger Bank, and when shot on to the deck gave birth to them, the interested fishermen transferring them immediately to this improvised aquarium. The adult fish, which died soon after, was 49 inches in length. She was of a light sandy hue, the little ones being a grey colour spotted minutely with white and brown. 2 that I purchased are now in Norwich Museum. They are 11 inches in length. On a warm sunny afternoon in July 1900, the river was alive with whitebait, or immature herrings, which flashed about like a myriad living strips of burnished silver. The eels in the river were hungry, and many, to the surprise of those who witnessed it, left their muddy haunts below and came to the surface, dashing hither and thither after the savoury little morsels. In October 1890, a 6-inch smelt, either to escape some pursuer or because stung by sewerage, flung itself quite out of the water and landed in the well of my punt, where it remained until I could attend to it. An extraordinary invasion of codlings took place in October 1890, when day after day thousands came up the Yare and swarmed in Breydon. They were ravenously on feed and afforded some marvellous sport, every available boat being requisitioned. They bit at anything, and did not usually wait for the bait to sink beneath the surface. 2 and 3 at a time would immolate themselves, and folks staggered home under loads they did not seem to know what to do with. I was out of work at the time, and kept my small family well supplied, wearied them, in fact, with fish. On a frosty January morning in 1891, I pulled up a lump of ice to which some ditchweeds adhered. To my surprise, I saw a colony of 3-spined sticklebacks, seemingly as much taken aback as I was. I am inclined to think that this species in intensely cold weather becomes semi-dormant, but weather, when the whole body of water becomes frozen throughout, the hardy little fellow gets mixed up in the nip and thaws into life again when the ice melts, I cannot say. It would be interesting to settle this matter. April 1891 was a busy month for those in the fish line. The shrimp lads were eagerly looking out for curious specimens, and amongst a considerable amount of useless and common species, I received the following. April the 6th. Bubalis, Cotus bubalis. A beautiful living example brought me in a pickle bottle. In this condition I was desirous of sending it to Norwich. Accordingly, attaching a bit of rag to the top and a label to the neck, I hurried with it to the railway station. The clerk was sorely puzzled as to the way the parcel should be entered, fish, animal, or what. At length he described it as glass with care, and under that heading it went. This fish was the first of the species recorded for Yarmouth. April the 11th. Almost as rare here was a pretty little example of the lesser forkbeard. Raniceps trifurcus, brought me. Length 2 3/4 inches. April the 13th. Stepping on board a shrimp boat to see a curio preserved for me, I was delighted to find it a two-spotted goby, Gobius ruthensparry, new to my list, and probably the second of its species for the county. Curiously enough, two others were brought me before the 18th. Some years ago there lived in the town a coal hawker who was considered to be a little bit odd. In fact, had, as they termed it, a screw loose somewhere. He did not always act wisely, as was shown one day when, in a ramble along the beach, he saw a large conger lying on a sandbank, apparently dead. I am not so sure as to the time of the year, but it is not rare in a very severe weather for congers to wash ashore dead or helpless, their bladders having been so distended by the action of the frost that it is impossible for them to control its functions when, tossed about by the keen easterly winds and boisterous waves, they at length are cast upon the sands. Our friend, espying the fish, between which and himself was an extensive and deep pool or dock, immediately pulled off his clothes, and, fastening a long garter to his neck, swam over. It was the matter of a few minutes for him to attach the loose end of the garter to the tail of the fish, and then with a quick movement to throw it with himself into the water, and attempt to recross the dock. The moment the fish felt himself in his native element again, he began to struggle, and with returning strength he soon became master of the situation, pulling the poor fellow helplessly here and there and under, and almost drowning him. His yells, however, brought assistance, when, spluttering and protesting, he and his captive were landed in safety. A 20-inch eel made a great mistake respecting its swallowing capacities. In September 1898 it was found dead upon the surface of a Broad, choked by a water vole it had attempted to devour. Accepting the theory that the double turbot swims edgeways up, one would naturally expect any other double flatfish to do the same. But the fact of my spearing with a butt pick a double flounder in May 1900 makes the exception which they say proves the rule. This, the only double flounder I ever saw, was fairly struck by the pictine through the centre of it. The notch and the stationary eye were marked characteristics of this example. Stopping a fish hawker in the street in the spring of 1901, I examined the contents of his barrow. Noticing the tail of a fish protruding from the mouth of another, I pulled it out, and to my surprise discovered it was a whiting 7 3/4 inches long. Its devourer, also a whiting, was but 9 1/2 inches long. In June 1901, a passer-by noticed some strange fish floundering about near the quayside piles. Reaching down one of the life poles kept by the riverside, he succeeded in gaffing a very fair-sized anglerfish, 2 feet in length. Some years ago, old Jack Gibbs, a noted Breydoner, when picking for eels, struck a conger. The lively creature, which weighed 13½ pounds, gave him a scare, and afterwards some warm work before he managed to get it into his boat. A 26 pounds conger, also forgetting itself so far as to visit Breydon, was enclosed in a smelt net, and afforded 2 men half an hour's lively diversion before being finally settled. Some sole notes. I saw an 11-inch sole in August 1890 that was minus the caudal fin. Where the tail should be was a decidedly V-shaped inlet, the dorsal and anal fins rounding off and meeting like 2 sections of a scalloped curtain. Only once did I meet with a left-handed sole, that is, a sole with the mouth opening towards the dorsal fin instead of the anal fin. This variation is, I believe, extremely rare. A queerly shaped sole attracted my attention on the 29th of October 1891. It was curiously shortened, and slightly wider than a sole of normal shape its own length. What was most curious about it was the peculiarly rounded posterior end. The dorsal and anal fins coming round in 2 curves joined the base of the tail. In February 1895, a singularly stunted sole was brought in. It measured 7 1/4 inches in length for a width across of 4 3/4 inches. It was nearly a third less than the normal length. Another stunted individual came to hand in January 1898. Its length was 11 1/2 inches, width 6 inches. On the 19th of September 1899, a 10-inch sole was exposed for sale in the town. The upper surface of it, save what might be roughly termed the cheek of the fish, was perfectly white, even to the extremities of the fins. Thrown up by the sea. One of the most beautiful and rare of British fishes is the kingfish, or oper, Zeus luna. Its colours are resplendent, although its shape is not comely, it being an exceedingly clumsily built creature. I was passing along the street on the 18th of October 1891 when I saw a group of persons examining some object on a countryman's cart. Joining them, I found a splendid example of this fish that had been toppled ashore the day before after a heavy gale. Its length was 38 inches, girth 41 inches, and its weight 51 pounds. The rich colours of blue, vermilion, and green, spotted with white, made it a creature of conspicuous beauty, which the scimitar-shaped dorsal and ventral fins, and the forked tail of richest crimson tended to intensify. It had evidently found itself astray amongst the sandbanks, and there got knocked about until exhausted, when it was finally washed ashore at Caister. It was a toss-up with the coastguardsman who saw it come ashore whether he should throw it on a manure heap, but being overruled by the advice of his friends, he drove it to the fish wharf, where, after a brisk competition, it was knocked down to a local fish merchant for £2, and was preserved for him. 2 or 3 others only are recorded for this locality, each of them found on the beach after severe gales. There were 3 small herrings washed up at the tide mark on the 2nd of April 1892, respectively measuring 3 inches, 5 inches and 7 inches in length. I was interested in the appearance of the second fish, and, to my surprise, found a fairly well developed roe within it. In October 1894, some blasting operations took place on a submerged wreck. The explosions killed several fishes which floated ashore. The best find I made was a 28 pounds cod, and, having no other means of carrying it, I strung it on the barrel of my gun by running it under the gill cover and out at the mouth, and so managed to carry home a very interesting capture. Variations in colour. In November 1890, a plaice laying on a fish slab caught my attention. It is a common practice for fishmongers to lay plaice out for sale the underside up, just as they lay soles in pairs and smear dabs the right side up. The plaice in question had a patch of greenish brown, the colour of the upper surface, on the tail end, reaching upwards 1/4 of the length of the fish. There were 2 separate spots of this colour, and wherever this discoloration obtained, spots exactly corresponding with those on the upper surface were present. This is invariably the case in plaice so marked, wherever the blotchings may be. This applies even to the fins. I have observed that in undercoloured examples that are lighter tinted, such as dirty cream or light grey, they are minus the spots. An albino brill. In February 1892 I obtained a perfectly albino variety of the common brill, Rhombus laevus. The upper surface was entirely white, like the underside, with the exception of the extreme edges of the surrounding fins, which merged into a yellowish grey. When fresh, the fish had a pretty appearance, the thin, smooth, polished upper surface looking almost like porcelain, whilst at the base of the fins a metallic pink was observable in certain lights. Around the eyes were irregular rings of an orange tint, giving the fish a red-eyed look. The irides of the eyes were of the normal colour. The fish measured 15 inches in length. An albino turbot. I purchased and forwarded to the British Museum on the 1st of March 1894 a 14-inch white turbot. The only attempt at coloration was a narrow rim of grey around the eyes and a slight tint here and there on the fins. The whole upper surface was smooth and altogether bare of the spiny processes so conspicuously adorning the fish of normal coloration. Another 15-inch example of pure white turbot occurred on the 25th of May 1897. An albino eel. A 15-inch sharp-nosed eel of a cream-white colour was taken in the Bure early in June 1895. It was as thick as one's thumb. There was a very small patch of the normal colour in the centre of the top of the head. The lips were pink, and a faint tinge of pink was observable upon the dorsal and anal fins. A 15-inch mackerel landed on the fish wharf on the 15th of July 1897 had its deep blue back entirely whole-coloured, the absence of stripes giving it a most curious appearance. I obtained one almost as large in July 1901. Several plaice averaging 20 inches in length, taken in November 1897, and probably all captured in the same locality, were distinguished by large irregular white patches on the upper surface, the red spots being wanting wherever the normal colour was absent. A smeared dab 10 inches long, which I saw on the 20th of October 1902, whilst being of the normal colour, had the whole of the fins encircling it entirely white. A singularly pretty plaice was brought in February 1902. The forehalf of the upper surface was of the usual colour, and spotted red. The posterior portion was white, with here and there the slightest tinge of brown in spots. Singularly enough, wherever a dash of brown appeared, a red spot scented it. The fins were reddish in hue, and the tail decidedly yellow, with red lines marking the rays. The most beautifully coloured flatfish I have yet met with was obtained on the 13th of October 1902. It was a 10-inch smeared dab, Pleuronectes microcephalus. The posterior half was of the normal grey-brown colour, but the ground colour of the anterior portion was white, blotched here and there with large spots of vermilion, amid a sprinkling of small brown dots. Around the eyes were rings of red. The right pectoral fin was white, the ventrals also, while the dorsal and anal fins for half their length were a pinkish white, the remaining portions being brown. A thornback ray with the upper surface perfectly white was taken in a shrimp net offshore in August 1903. It equalled in size a dinner plate. End of section 12. Section 13 of Notes of an East Coast Naturalist by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fish Notes, Part 3. Some Eel Notes. Our local eel catchers, who, in the course of a year, secure many tons of eels, have some very crude ideas respecting its species, its movements, and its reproduction. Several fancy distinctions are given to the two kinds known here, the broad-nosed and the sharp-nosed eel, the latter being known as the silver-bellied. This is by far the most numerously taken. The eel catchers talk of glots and brots and other varieties that after all only differ in coloration, due undoubtedly to habitat, environment, food, or other local cause. With regard to the eel's reproduction, they assert seriously that it produces its young alive, backing up their statement by telling you that they often turn out the young when skinning them, and nothing in the world will convince them that they are parasitic worms. As to the eel spawning, they will not believe it. In May 1892 I was exhibiting a stuffed lesser rorqual whale in Norwich, and happening to pass a fishmonger's, I saw him about to skin some large eels. They had been taken a few miles out of the city, and still retained the snoods and the hooks in their mouths and gullets. I offered the man some coppers if he would save for me the entrails, which he did. Amongst those of one fine example I detected what I considered to be a lobe of ova, and on abrading it, and placing the jagged pieces under a lens, it was easy enough to distinguish the globules of spawn. I forwarded it to Mr Southall, who placed some of it in spirit, and concurred in my opinion. There, distinctly enough, were the fragments of ova, looking like so many minute bunches of yellowish grapes. That the eel develops cannibalistic traits is evidenced by the fact of an eel weighing half a pound and measuring about 18 inches in length, on being opened disclosing two smaller brethren, each as thick as one's little finger. 6 small shore crabs, included, had made a fairly good meal for the gluttonous fellow. How far wrong my conclusions may be I know not, but I sincerely believe, although I have failed as yet to convince any of my naturalist friends, that many eels come up from the sea in spring. In May it is a constant practice with eel babbers to drop downstream at eventide, when the ebb serves, and to fish at the bottom of it, and until near high water, within a very short distance of the harbour mouth. I have fished there myself, and as soon as the tide began to make up, have captured freely goodly sized eels. It is well known that in late autumn thousands upon thousands go down to the sea. That these all perish, as some would have us believe, I think highly improbable. All that go down are by no means full grown or gravid. And whence come those eels which in spring and summer swarm the coast? Surely as likely from the depths of the ocean as down the river. And by the same manner of deduction, are they not as likely to ascend the rivers as smelts or lamperns, or any other species? American rose perch. On the 29th of April 1894, a small but most beautifully coloured American rose perch, Scorpina dactyloptera, was taken in a shrimp net and brought to me by Pintail Thomas, a worn-out Breydon punt gunner. Its length was 5 3/4 inches. Forwarding it to Mr Southall, I received from him the following interesting letter. I duly received Scorpina, and a very interesting little chap it is. I will take it down to the museum. Day states generally that the species is an inhabitant of the Northern Ocean, uncommon in Greenland, occurs on the southwest coast of Spitzbergen, frequently captured by the codfishes of the Faroe Islands, not uncommon off Norway, and extends as far south along the American coast as New York. As a British fish, it appears to have been first recorded by Pennant, has been met with several times in Scotland, and in January 1867 near Hartlepool. Also in 1851 in Swansea Bay. It has also occurred several times in Ireland. Day states that its food consists of crustacea and small flat fishes, and that it is usually captured at profound depths, and is believed usually to reside there, especially in rocky bays where the distance to the bottom is very great. The young are said to be born alive and to accompany their parents for a considerable time. It attains to a length of 4 feet. This capture is just in time to add to the list which we have for the forthcoming part of the Naturalist Society's transactions. I might add that the above was the first recorded for Norfolk. Strange to say, I met with this species again under most curious circumstances, to be narrated hereafter. Up from the sea. Just as freshwater fishes occasionally make for the sea unintentionally, so sea fishes occasionally find themselves in waters equally foreign to them. Herring sile, or immature herrings, come up the river in summer by myriads. Many never return, for they are stranded on the flats, snapped up by flounders, gulls, and other enemies, and often pulled ashore in the small nets. From a net on the 2nd of September 1894, I fished out a herring about 8 inches in length. It had a peculiarly rounded tail, the lobes of the fin being curved instead of straight and V-shapen. I put it in a pail of water, and for an hour or so amused myself at its expense, and finally turned it adrift again, apparently none the worse for my attentions or its imprisonment. It was reported in the Eastern Daily Press that a plaice 20 inches in length was hooked near Potter Heigham, 15 miles up the Bure and in the heart of the Broadlands. I should incline to suspect it was a flounder, a species now and again captured in fresh waters. In July 1903, whilst fishing at Wroxham Broad, an angler landed what he described in the same newspaper as a sea flatfish of the plaice species, in all probability a flounder. I myself, while fishing at Reedham, fully 12 miles from Yarmouth, have taken the shore crab, Carcinus meanus. A small shark, a tope, Gallius vulgaris, between 5 and 6 feet in length, altogether lost its bearings in September 1903, and coming 3 miles upriver found itself in Breydon. Either the sewerage discomforted him, or his more restricted swim hampered his movements. Anyway, it was soon observed that the fish was by no means at home. Coming repeatedly to the surface, it was soon espied by a wherryman, who pushed off in a boat, armed only with a boat hook, in pursuit of it. After a good deal of racing and dodging to and fro, the man succeeded in fixing the hooked end of the pole in the shark's mouth. This it actively resented, but it was not long before its struggles grew less violent, when by an adroit jerk it was flung into the boat, where it capered and snapped in a further series of futile protestations. It is probable that the fish had come into the neighbourhood in pursuit of the herring shoals. On the fish I found several rather pretty specimens of fish lice answering to the description of Pandarus bicolour. On the prowl. It is a very common occurrence in summer to see flounders harrying shrimps at the margins of the mudflats and at the edge of the Bure. At such times as the crustaceans, playing in swarms, are driven into the shallows by their pursuers, they fling themselves to a height of several inches out of the water, the flounder usually contriving to snap up at least one or two. Occasionally, by the impetus of its rush, the fish fairly strands itself, but hurriedly and noisily flaps itself in an undulating manner backwards. On the 8th of October 1894, noticing a group of persons standing at the quayside, I joined them to see that a large flounder, heedless of their onlooking, was working up and down the piles, snapping at small shrimps which darted hurriedly out of its way. Some of the shrimps jumped quite out of the water, the flounder coming to the surface in chase of them. This went on for several minutes, until a wherryman, keener on the practical than the sentimental side of nature study, hurried up with a mop and attempted to capture the fish. It is needless to say it drew a line at treatment of this kind. It was undoubtedly a very hungry sturgeon that seized a fisherman's bait of sliced herring in December 1894, and was successfully hooked and landed, the hook having afterwards to be cut out of its mouth. It measured 6½ feet. This is the first sturgeon I have known to be thus legitimately caught in this neighbourhood. It is not usual for the dory to be taken in the herring nets. One, however, was found entangled in the nets of a Scotch boat off this coast. It measured 2 feet in length and weighed 8¼ pounds. Inside it were found 7 herrings. Fish in ice. In January 1895, some interesting correspondence was started in a Norfolk daily paper on the subject of fishes living in ice. The following letter set the ball rolling. Sir, would you mind informing me, by a footnote in your correspondence column, how long you think it possible for such a fish as a dace, minnow or perch to live in the centre of a solid block of ice? I am anxious to get reliable information from someone who thoroughly understands the subject, and having heard so many opinions, coupled with innumerable arguments, must be my excuse for troubling you. Signed, Piscator. Amongst the replies to this was a note from Stickleback, who stated, I have on several occasions seen pike and other coarse fish frozen in the ice on our Broads, but have never heard of their being found dead upon the breaking up of the frost, etc. My name was suggested for a reply, and I was obliged to admit that I had not much experience in the matter. I had a freshwater aquarium inadvertently left in the open, and before I was aware of it, the water began to solidify above, around and beneath. The fish, narrowed down to an exceedingly small swim, were evidently in a bad way, and to save them, as well as the aquarium, a warmer temperature was selected forthwith. I have known eels to come to the surface of a pond dead after the breaking up of a severe frost. Another correspondent wrote as follows: I had in a large glass bowl several goldfish and some sticklebacks. The water in the bowl became almost a solid block of ice, and I noticed some of the goldfish were lying on their sides, in what seemed to be a dying condition. After having sawed a circular hole in the surface ice, I placed them in a pail of water with the chill taken off, and placed them in a temperature of about 45 or 50 degrees. In an hour or two they seemed none the worse for the adventure. The remaining fish were, however, frozen later on in the ice, which became a solid block, breaking the glass globe to pieces. I placed the ice containing the fish, which were goldfish and sticklebacks, in a vessel in the temperature of about 70 to 75 degrees, and when the ice had all thawed, I found every one floating on the top, dead. I think this will show that when fish are frozen in a block of solid ice, they will not return to life again. Signed, E.A.C. Acting on the defensive. Several species of fish, when taken alive, show more or less fight. In May 1895, I was on the beach with some draw netters who hauled ashore several small gurnards. Upon handling one or two, they astonished me by the quick and decisive way they struck from right to left and vice versa, with gill covers opened, making vicious stabs with the sharp points with which they are armed. Quite as designedly, and with even more show of intelligence, does the lesser weaver fling itself, with its ugly dorsal fin distended obliquely, at any object that is near it. I have teased this squirming little rebel with my walking stick as it lay swelling itself with apparent rage upon the sand, and been struck with the accuracy of its aim. Twice out of 3 times has it hit the stick with the venomous fin rays. Our fisher folk, smelters, draw netters and shrimpers, have a wholesome respect for this small rascal, who now and again succeeds in wounding the fingers of the wariest. They detest him too, and smash him on sight, the draw netters invariably grinding him to death in the sand or mud with their heavy heels. I have known instances of serious inflammation following a weaver's stab. Fisher folk, when hurt, say that the pain only subsides with the falling of the tide. Whether the pike, when out of water, has his faculties keen enough to know that his bite can hurt, I cannot say. It is sufficient for me to recall the surprise as well as pain given me by a 5-pound jack that had been some hours out of the water. I was handling him and admiring his sharp teeth, when he suddenly snapped and shut his jaws on my finger, and it took some minutes before I could free it by means of a stick, with which, with my left hand, I levered open his mouth. Sprats in spawn. To this day there are folk, even amongst fishers, who cling to the error that whitebait are a species of themselves, as they put it, and many still believe the sprat to be the young of the herring. Placed side by side, there will be seen more difference between two of the self-same length than between a shad and a herring of the same size. It is pointed out that sprats are never caught in row. This is not to be wondered at, for the fishing for sprats at Aldborough and Southwold is usually over before the roe has sufficiently developed to be easily distinguished. In December 1895, I put a rather large premium upon the first sprat brought to me with over. On the 5th, I had 2 brought to me, which I dispatched to Mr Southall, who wrote as follows: I have examined the ovary from the sprats you sent me, and have little doubt that the reproductive organ contained very rudimentary ova. They are very difficult to identify. In some, the segregation of the yolk appeared evident when the tissue was hardened in proof spirit. Mr Corder agrees with this. So I think you may take it that the sprats in question were females and contained embryotic ova. I do not think this is a rare occurrence, but in more advanced state I have never seen it. Still unsatisfied, I remained on the alert, while one or two fisher folk were as eager to assist me. To a most unusual catch of sprats made in February I was indebted for satisfactory evidence. On the 18th, some large and plump examples were on sale, and one or two were reserved for me. One fish was full of ripe ova, which, on pressing the abdomen, oozed out in distinct yellow globules the size of a pin's head. Indeed, they looked very much like mustard seeds, and were proportionately larger, and consequently not so numerous as those found in a herring. Bulldog variety of Gurnard. A most extraordinary example of the variety known as Bulldog Gurnard, a sapphirine or latchet, was sent to me in May 1897. It measured 16 inches in length. The head had the appearance of having been stove in, the lower jaw protruding some way beyond the very puffy upper lip. This example was figured in the Zoologist in July 1897. Large herring. The largest herring I ever saw was a Norwegian example brought here in December 1900. Amongst quite a number of 15-inch specimens shown to me, one half an inch longer was discovered. It weighed over 14 ounces. Another 15-inch fish was 7½ inches in girth and scaled 14½ ounces. An interesting experiment. A steam trawler from this port, named the Teal, in June 1899 went on a fishing trip to the Bay of Biscay. On the 24th, this vessel landed at the fish wharf quite a miscellaneous assortment of interesting species of fish. The catches roughly enumerated were as follow: 50 dories, 100 sea bream, 3 trunks of piper gurnards, 500 hake, besides small numbers of other rock-loving fishes. They made disappointing prices, and were speedily distributed amongst the various fishmongers, not for remunerative disposal, but as novelties for exhibition. Folks are slow to experiment on strange fishes, and prejudices are not easily overcome. I went round to several shops and discovered among the sundries hakes, a 14-inch greater forkbeard, and several rose perch, Scorpina dactyloptera. The steam trawler's experiment proved a losing one, the nets being sadly mauled by the rocky grounds fished over, and the small prices realised, far from offering further inducement to fish in the bay, completely banished the idea of further developments. Nor would fair catches under more favourable conditions answer while the public remain prejudiced. In July of the same year, a trawler landed 2 boxes of rose perch described as Norway haddocks from the neighbourhood of Heligoland. In small lots, these were disposed of as window attractions. Very few were afterwards sold for food, the majority eventually going into the refuse boxes under the counter. Double brill. In January 1900 I met with a double brill with the eye notch quite as well defined as in the double turbot already referred to. Both sides were coloured. At the same time I examined a smeared dab, Pleuronectes microcephalus, normally shapen but with both sides coloured. Other deformities. Just as the cod and some other round fishes are afflicted with deformities in the anterior portion of their bodies, so there are to be found malformations near the tail. On Breydon in August 1901, a smelt was netted, the posterior end of which suddenly turned up just above the anal fin, and having formed a kind of apex on the back, as suddenly descended, after describing a rather pointed arch. The tail was also out of proportion, and forked very much like that of a herring. A haddock with a crooked back, exactly corresponding with the smelt, came to hand in March 1902, and in June 1902 I obtained the tail of a skate which, in curves, zigzagged the whole of its length, describing 3 half circles to the left and the same number to the right. On one occasion I obtained an eel zigzagged the whole of its length in a similar manner. Lassoing a sturgeon. Some years ago 3 smelters were rowing up Breydon, when one of them, known as Snicker Larn, espied something floating upstream that struck him as being very much like a bush. Curiosity prompted him to steer for it, when, to his surprise, he discovered it to be a large sturgeon, to all appearances asleep upon the surface. Cautiously the boat approached it while Larn made a running noose. This he adroitly slipped over the tail of the fish and pulled tight. At this it suddenly started and swam away as in terror, pulling the boat some yards along with it. To the smelter's annoyance, the noose slipped, and the fish for a while continued its exercise. When it became quiet again, however, it was once more lassoed. "I took care it didn't slip this time," said Larn to me. The fish again dashed off, pulling the boat fully 100 yards. By this time the men had shortened the rope considerably, and managed to get alongside the fish, when they belaboured its head with a wriggler, a kind of small iron crowbar much in use at one time for disturbing worms by wriggling it in the turf. Having stunned their prize, they hailed another boat's crew, who came to their help and assisted in getting the fish into their boat. It was sold in the fish market and realised £2. It weighed 11½ stones and measured 7 feet 6 inches in length. I remember another instance where a large sturgeon found itself in difficulties on a flat from which the tide was ebbing. It managed to flounder and tumble into a drain or creek, at the entrance of which 2 Breydoners planted their boat, and by means of nets stretched across and strengthened here and there by oars and bottom boards driven into the mud, kept it there till the tide had fallen, and they could with ease catch it. Brill turbot. In February 1897 my attention was called to a very strange fish combining the characteristics of the brill and the turbot. It had the colour of the brill and the shape of the turbot, but with an entire absence of spiny processes. The fishmonger assured me he had seen similar "freaks" before. The example was about 8 pounds in weight, and far too expensive to warrant my sending it away to an expert zoologist on spec. For a long time I kept on the alert for another, hoping all the time it might not be quite so large, and on the 13th of January 1902 I was fortunate to meet with another, which I sent to Mr Southall, who forwarded it to Mr Lydekker at the Cromwell Road Natural History Museum. Mr Southall afterwards wrote to me, "You will see by the enclosed letter from Mr Lydekker that there is no doubt about the fish being a hybrid between the turbot and brill, and that they are glad of it at the British Museum. It was more use there than it would have been here in Norwich." Hermaphrodite herring. Through the courtesy of a local fish curer, I was given the combined roe and milt taken from a herring in January 1902. It was forwarded to Mr Southall, who wrote an article upon it in the Annals and Magazine of Natural History, March 1902, Series 7, Volume 9. He writes, "Dr Gunter remarks, in his Study of Fishes, that instances of so-called hermaphroditism have been observed in the codfish, some of the Pleuronectidae, and in the herring, but I believe that in the latter species such instances are very rare. It may therefore be worth recording an example recently sent me by Mr Patterson of Yarmouth for examination. The example sent me, which had been removed from the fish, was of the usual form of the complete roe. It was 130 millimetres long. The anterior portion, consisting of the female organ, was 95 millimetres in length and 30 millimetres at its greatest depth. The male organ, or milt, occupied the posterior portion of the abdominal cavity and was 35 millimetres in length, tapering off sharply towards its termination. The female roe was divided transversely into two distinct lobes, each contained in the usual investing membrane, but the male portion, or milt, was in a single mass, the division between the two organs being more or less vertical, but the former extending farthest to the rear along the dorsal portion. The lobes of the female organ thinned out towards their posterior outer margins, and a portion of the milt obtruded between them in the form of a wedge. Both bodies were fully matured and had a healthy appearance, but owing to their having been removed from the fish, which had been previously smoke dried, a more minute examination was impossible. That the occurrence of such compound sexual organs in the herring is of very rare occurrence — it is more frequent in members of the cod family — seems probable, for I cannot learn of examples having been previously observed by the Yarmouth fish curers, through whose hands many millions of these fish pass annually, and who are very ready to mark any departure from the normal. Another hermaphroditic herring was recorded from Cley in December 1902. Having been, in all probability, taken off this coast, its record will not be out of place beside my own. A gentleman had cooked a bloater when he noticed the bisexual characteristics of the fish. The milt and the roe were situated in the usual cavity, terminating near the tail, and in this particular case the milt occupied 3/4 of the entire length, the remaining portion being perfectly formed roe. The roe and milt were separated by a thin tissue which formed a complete partition. The finder regretted the spoiling of the specimen by cooking. In the autumn fishing of 1903, a fish merchant informed me he had seen a cooked herring one breakfast time which, on being opened, displayed a perfect coupling of the sexes, one lobe being of roe, the other milt. But the strangest instance of a hermaphroditic herring occurred on the 1st of December, when a person who had grilled a light cured red discovered, on opening it, a strange admixture of roe and milt. It was considerably discoloured by smoke and heat, but distinctly exhibited the strangeness of its conformation. One lobe was at either end milt, the centre third being over bevelled to them. The other lobe was roe at the posterior half, the other being milt. Numbers of persons flocked to the fish salesman at whose wharf office it was left for me to call round and see. The owner intended to have it placed in spirits and preserved. End of section 13.